Dreamscape presents The Wake, an absolutely gripping psychological suspense by Vikki Patis, narrated by Rosie Ackerman. Prologue. The blood is not the first thing their eyes are drawn to. They look around them as if in shock, eyes wide and disbelieving, hands running through their hair, as they take in the overturned chairs, the table on its side by the window, the sausage rolls scattered across the floor, pastry flakes coating the floorboards. Red liquid drips down the wall. The dark glass of a bottle clustered on the floor beneath, and the stem of a wine glass clatters against the floorboards, finally coming to rest against the side of the bar. The staff hide behind the thick wooden barrier. They are not paid enough to deal with this. Minimum wage and the odd free lunch is not enough for them to be involved in the events that are unfolding before them. One woman has a phone pressed to her ear, her mouth moving as she sounds the alarm, calls for help. A man with a tea towel slung over one shoulder turns to take a nip of whiskey, straight from the bottle, his fingers trembling as he sets it back down with a thud. The air is eerily silent. The call to the authorities ended. The cordless phone hung up with a beep that echoes around the room. The air is full of breath, chests rising and falling in the silence. The door swings open suddenly, the wind catching it and throwing it against the wall, and something in the air skitters, the crowd jumping in unison. But still no one speaks. Still no one moves. Outside, the rain lashes at the windows, the early December chill invading the room through the door, the hinges creaking as it blows open and closed. The sky is leaden, clouds full of the promise of never-ending rain. A flash of lightning illuminates the room, bringing to life the faces of the people who sit or stand or lean against the wall, hearts beating wildly. They do not look at one another. They stare at the floor, or at their trembling hands, anywhere but at the face of their neighbour. They are family, friends, acquaintances. They have had coffee together, dinner parties, arguments. Some were present at the birth of others. Some went to school together. Some made vows to have and to hold, for better, for worse. Some made vows to get revenge for past wrongs. Another lightning strike ignites the picture of the person they have come here to honour, the flash lighting up the features of the deceased, the dead man whom they all have in common. It is a good photo, they thought as they'd filed into the room hours before. It shows him as he was. Husband, father, grandfather, friend, colleague, teammate. Taken too soon. A tragic loss. These are still the thoughts of some as they stare up at his face. One grey streak through the front of his hair, the usual twinkle in his blue eyes. He was a handsome man, even in his 50s. Always a hit with the ladies, that roguish charm, never leaving him. He was a generous friend, a good man. The thoughts of others are not so charitable. Ex-husband, estranged father, tormentor. So many versions of the truth. So many versions of one man held in the minds of others. A wail cuts through the air, and heads snap up, eyes drawn towards the closed door at the end of the room. A child cries out, "Mummy!" and another voice shushes them, lifting them up and holding them close. Another wail, low and full of pain, animal-like. Or is it the wind again, howling to be let in? All eyes are now on that door, on the trail of blood staining the floorboards, the scarlet handprint on the cream wall. Sirens. The world turns blue as tyres crunch over the pebbled beach beneath the pub, small stones skittering. The next cry is drowned out, and heads turn away now, towards the approaching vehicles and the people who have come to save them. Wipers battle against the furious rain, the water bouncing off the top of the blue flashing lights. The room is lit up by them, the faces of the mourners turned pale and ghost-like. A door opens, slams, footsteps running up the stairs, boots pounding against the wood. The cavalry has arrived. The open door suddenly slams shut, as if barring their entry, and the people jump again, their nerves jangling. As a gloved hand presses against the glass of the front door, the door at the other end of the room is flung open, a woman appearing in the doorway. The cavalry step inside, water dripping from their boots, their gaze casting over the crowd until they settle on the woman, and they move towards her, their eyes fixed on the blood on her hands. "In here," she says, her eyes wide and full of fear. "Please, hurry." Part 1. The Funeral. Chapter 1. The Celebrant. This will be his last funeral. James has had enough, has seen too much, and he cannot bring himself to carry on. It was not the child last month, the 6-year-old boy killed by a drunk driver. It was not the 24-year-old woman who died of breast cancer, leaving behind a 4-month-old daughter. It was not even his own father, 8 years before, taken by the respiratory disease that ravaged him for almost a year. No. It was not a funeral that has happened which has spoiled his taste for the job, but rather one that will happen in the near future. His mother has been dying for 3 years. It is an odd term, he thinks, dying. Are we not all dying? From the moment we are born, we are moving closer to our death. Some slowly, some hurtling like a train. The length of our lives already determined as soon as we take our first breath. James has seen a lot of death, has helped friends and family to honour and celebrate the lives of their dearly departed. But he knows he could not bear that one. Dementia has already taken her from him, turning her from the energetic, enthusiastic woman he has known and loved his entire life into an unrecognisable shell. The woman who took him in when he was 2, abandoned on the front steps of her church like an unwanted kitten, and loved him as if she had chosen him herself. "You were given to me," she often said, her eyes watery, her fingers wrapped tightly around his. "It was meant to be." And though he did not believe in God or fate, he believed in his mother's love for him, and that had been enough. He knows this is unusual for a 58-year-old man to still live with his mother. He knows it is unusual for a man to do everything with his mother, and for them to still be so close. But she is all he has left, the only one who has always accepted him for who he is, and he needs to bask in her love for as long as he can. James clears his throat, shuffling the papers in front of him. He has put his all into this funeral. All except his heart, but he intends to see it through. He reads his words back to himself. The notes written during his last meeting with Fiona, the widow of the deceased. He has known Fiona Asquith, née Woods, for almost 40 years. They met while they were both studying, she in her first year, he in his third, at a society meeting and pub crawl. It was summer. He had one final exam left to sit, and he already had a job lined up for September. He remembers her huge hair, back-combed within an inch of its life and set with an entire bottle of hairspray. And her smile. It was a kind smile, open and full of warmth, and he found himself talking to her for most of the night, laughing like they were already old friends. They went home together, back to the flat he shared with his friend, but not for the usual reason. When he was 15, James realised that he loved women, but not in the way his friends loved them. He was most comfortable around women. He enjoyed their company, even preferring to spend time with them over his male friends. but he was not attracted to them. And while he thought Fiona was beautiful, a wonderful, captivating soul, he was not attracted to her either. No. James took Fiona home that night because she had lost her keys, and daren't anger the warden at 1 o'clock in the morning. He gave her his bed, changing the sheets for her and setting a glass of water on the bedside table, and spent the night on the sofa, a crick developing in his neck. She seemed to know immediately that he was not a threat. Women have a way, James believes, of knowing, of seeing him for who he truly is, and Fiona maintains to this day that she figured it out within the first 5 minutes of meeting him. Although Plymouth in the 80s was not the most diverse of places, James never thought to hide it from anyone. Why should he be ashamed of who he was? He accepted his friends' ribbing with aplomb, giving back what they dealt to him, always with a smile. But for all their jokes, his friends always had his back. When he was attacked outside a pub in his early 20s, his friend Andrew smashed a glass into one of the men's faces and ended up with a police caution. When a group of teenagers vandalised his car, Fiona helped him clean it, scrubbing at the words scrawled across the windscreen while singing along to Whitney Houston at the top of her voice. He has to give this service his best. She deserves that, even if the deceased doesn't. He knows what it is to be widowed, to be left behind. James met Tom when he was 2 years into his career as a teacher. Tom was working as a library assistant at the university, and when James asked for the latest George R.R. Martin novel, the grin on Tom's face sent something shooting through him. He hadn't believed in love at first sight. Not until that day. Not until he met Tom. They began to have lunch together every day, and walked to and from work together, their houses being not 5 minutes apart. He met Tom's parents and Tom met his mother fussing about the meal for 2 weeks beforehand, panicking that Tom was a closet vegetarian. Tom moved in when James's newly married flatmate moved out, and life was, for a time, peaceful. They spent Sundays with James's parents, Tuesday evenings at the bingo with Tom's mum, and Fridays at the pub with friends. They spent their spare time walking along the Barbican, cooking elaborate meals, which often went wrong and ended in James flapping a tea towel at the smoke alarm, while Tom ordered a pizza. They spent lazy evenings reading together on the sofa, legs entwined, forgotten cups of tea going cool at their elbows. Life was perfect, until everything was torn apart one cold, bright morning in 1992. James remembers being woken by a hammering on the front door. He shot up in bed, a hand flying out to touch Tom's shoulder, but his side of the bed was empty. The pillow still plump, the sheets cool. The pounding came again, and James flung the covers aside, wrapping himself in a dressing gown and shoving his feet into slippers before padding down the hall and opening the door with no real sense of urgency. Sometimes he wishes he hadn't answered the door that morning, had stayed in bed, safe in his ignorance. Sometimes he wishes he had never woken up at all. The officers delivered the news with sombre faces, hats tucked under their arms. Tom had been attacked after the football match he'd attended with friends the evening before. James had cheerfully waved him off, looking forward to an evening of finishing his jigsaw puzzle in front of the soaps, before a hot bubble bath and an early night. He was pronounced dead at the scene, the stab wound to his chest killing him instantly. His vision blurs as the memories engulf him. Almost 30 years of pain washing over him. He remembers clearly the journey to identify Tom's body. The smell of antiseptic in the corridor. The coldness of the floor as he collapsed, his forehead pressed against the linoleum. He remembers the way Tom's mother wailed as he held her body shaking as she sobbed out her grief. He remembers the tears in his own mother's eyes, the way his father cleared his throat over and over again, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. and he remembers the funeral. The way the vicar skimmed over the reason for the attack, refusing to acknowledge James as Tom's partner. His handshake at the end short and without warmth. A few weeks later, James left his teaching job and began his celebrant training. With no faith in a God who could have allowed Tom to be taken from him, he turned away from religion and focused on the human element of death. Funerals are for the living, James knows, not the dead, and he has spent the past 25 years holding up the widowed, the grieving, the people left behind, absorbing their pain and steadying them as they said goodbye to their loved ones. Looking down at his notes, James wonders if anyone will need a steadying hand tomorrow at the funeral of Richard Asquith, a man he has known for over 30 years and has despised for almost the same length of time. Chapter 2. The Daughter. Water sprays the side of the ferry, the waves wild and full of fury, and I feel myself leaning into the wind, droplets splashing my hair and face. I close my eyes and taste the salt on my lips, and I think of him, the man I haven't seen in over a decade. My father, whose funeral I am on my way to attend. I remember the look in his eyes when Mum told him to leave, all those years ago. I was 11, peering through the banisters as he lifted his suitcase and strode out of the front door without a backward glance. I remember the way she cried after, her face buried in her hands at the kitchen table, a photo of Safi laid out before her. "Hasn't he been punished enough?" his wife Fiona said the last time we spoke on the phone, almost 2 years ago, her prim voice setting my teeth on edge. "You need to move on, Skye." But I can never move on. My sister is still missing. My sister who next year should turn 30. Our shared birthday tethering us together forever. Lost on the beach on an overcast day in June. My father's back turned as he took a call from someone who was more important. "Take her out, will you? Skye needs to rest," Mum said to Dad, her voice low so I wouldn't hear and get jealous. But all I wanted to do was sleep. I had tonsillitis, my mother bringing me chicken soup and ice lollies and reading to me, and Safi had been restless, as she often was, desperate for me to play with her. I remember the hurt in her eyes when I snapped at her. And although my throat was raw, my whole body aching with fatigue, I reached out to her, clasping her hand in mine. "Find me a seashell, Safi. Find me a pink one with yellow stripes, just like your bracelet. It'll make me feel better." She smiled then, her eyes lighting up. "I'll make you better, Skye." After a muffled argument with Mum in the hallway, Dad bundled Safi and Nala, our 3-year-old beagle, into the car and drove down to Perranporth. My parents had moved from my mother's native Scotland to where my father had grown up in Cornwall just before I was born, so he could set up his new business. We lived in a house he built, a house that was custom-made to his exact specifications, and he loved it. But I know Mum always felt anxious in Cornwall. Lonely. Homesick. The weather had forecast rain that day, but Safi, unlike me, was never afraid to get muddy. She loved splashing in puddles or running through fields with Nala, and we often lost her in the forest, only to find her hidden in the branches, leaves in her hair. She was an escape artist, Mum used to say, always managing to get out of her cot as a toddler without help, wandering off in the supermarket in pursuit of another child, or to steal from the pick-a-mix. You had to keep an eye on her. We all knew it. Even me, just 1 year older than my little sister. But he didn't keep his eye on her. He turned away, distracted by the call from his mistress, the woman he had been seeing for 5 years behind Mum's back, with all those extended business trips down to Cornwall. The secret family he kept not 10 miles away in Newquay. 10-year-old Safi was throwing a stick for Nala, laughing as the dog splashed through the weaves, ears flying to retrieve it. Safi had on blue wellies and a yellow jacket, her red hair tied back in a braid. I remember this vividly. The image burned into my mind ever since that day, when I turned away from her, frustrated and run down. I'd had no idea it would be the last time I saw her. When Dad finished his call, he looked down to see Nala sitting beside him, one of Safi's boots in her mouth. Safi nowhere to be seen. Ça va? My eyes open at the sound of her voice from behind me, her warm hand on my arm. I turn to Fleur and smile. Ça va. She squeezes my arm, her eyes focused on the water beneath us. Thank you for coming. You didn't have to. She shakes her head, still staring out to sea. Of course I did. As if it is that simple. But it is. For her, at least. There is no greyness for Fleur. No hesitation. She knows what to do, and she does it. A busy day is merely a checklist for her, as easy as breathing. And for the past few years she has been my steadying hand, the rock to which I have chained myself, my life raft in the middle of the ocean. I kiss her cheek, breathing in her strawberry scent, and we watch, hand in hand, as the city comes into view. Plymouth, where we will disembark and get into the hire car, driving across the Tamar and into Cornwall, where my father lies dead. Will your maman come? Fleur asks, brushing her damp hair back from her forehead. I would like to meet her. I shake my head. She hasn't set foot in Cornwall in almost 20 years. She has always blamed my father for Safi's disappearance. Him and his mistress, now wife, and the children she bore while he was still married to my mother. Felix and Tobias, the brothers I wouldn't recognise if I walked past them on the street. When it all became too painful for her, Mum moved us back to Scotland, where we lived with my grandparents in their house just outside Edinburgh. I went to school nearby, and watched my mum sink further and further into depression as the years went by without so much as a sighting of Safi. My sister, who had disappeared into thin air, haunted that house. I saw her in my mother's eyes whenever she looked at me, and I knew she saw Safi in me too. We were so alike, with long red curls and skin as pale as milk, and I soon realised that I would never be enough, that my mum would always be looking beyond me, searching for her lost daughter. I studied English literature at university, escaping that house and the ghost of my sister to live in a poky flat with 4 other girls, a flat that was always full of noise and laughter. I welcomed it, after the years of silence with my mother and grandparents, the grief pressing in on us from every angle. I basked in it. Those 3 years full of chaos, full of parties and drinking and drama. There were arguments. One which resulted in one of the girls moving out halfway through the year, and the house was always a mess, the sink full of dirty dishes, discarded shoes lying in the hallway, coats thrown over the banister. But I loved it. I loved those girls, with their loudness and untidiness and the way they would drop everything at the last minute to spend the day at the beach or hit the shops to spend their student loan. They were chaotic, and they were exactly what I needed. I first visited France on a trip with the university. We spent 2 days in Paris, soaking up the culture, eating croissants and drinking coffee in the bright sun. Paris was even busier than Edinburgh, the bustle and the noise drawing me in like a moth to a flame. After graduation, I found a job that paid just enough and took my one suitcase on the Eurostar, moving into a shared apartment in the middle of the city. The two French women I lived with refused to speak English, but the Belgian woman, Eileen, was kinder. She helped me with my pronunciation, laughing when I made mistakes, her eyes crinkling in the corners. I quickly realised I was in love with her, my sexuality suddenly becoming crystal clear, and I felt free to explore it. We split our time between our two rooms, and the Frenchwomen slowly warmed to me. Paris was beautiful and wild, and I was finally discovering who I was, beyond the sister of a missing girl. Eileen went back to Belgium after a couple of years, and we drifted apart, she marrying and having 3 children who she now posts about frequently on Instagram. I stayed in France, taking jobs at various magazines and newspapers, never staying long in one place. Until I met Fleur 4 years ago, and we moved into our small house in Brittany, where we keep chickens and grow our own vegetables. We work for the same online media company. The second bedroom turned into an office with 2 desks and bookshelves crammed with books, and we spend our weekends doing beach cleans or travelling to protests. We were in Paris last week, joining the Gilets jaunes as they protested against the government's tax reforms and general inequality among the working class. I look at her now, remembering the photo I took that day. Fleur's lips parted in a battle cry, one arm raised as she marched towards the police barrier. She looked like a warrior princess, a force of energy that burned bright enough to blind. Usually, Fleur is steady and pragmatic, almost immune to emotional outbursts. She analyses every situation, always making plans and sticking to them. She gets up at the same time every day, 7 on a weekday, 9 on weekends and bank holidays. And she eats the same whole grain toast with Nutella and sliced banana every morning except Sunday. She washes her hair twice a week, cleans the bathroom on a Saturday, and never has chipped nail polish. But she is anything but predictable. Outside of her routine, she is spontaneous, waking me with a cup of coffee and whisking me out of the house for a hike through Monterey or a swim with the dolphins at Port-Mer. We walk to the bakery at the end of the road and pick up fresh bread and croissant for Sunday breakfast, as she surprises me with fresh wildflowers picked from the field beyond our back garden, placing them in an old milk bottle on the kitchen table. She makes her own soaps, wrapping them in brown paper and giving them as gifts on Christmas, forever striving to do better by the environment, to care for the planet. She is inspiring and full of life, and I have never been so intoxicated. I watch her wrestle with her long dark hair as the wind drives the ferry on towards the port, and I wonder how she will cope with seeing this other side of me, the side I have learned to control, to bury beneath the me I have been creating since I left England. I wonder if she will still look at me the same way when she learns my secrets. Chapter 3. The Daughter-in-Law. I turn the letter over in my hands, the afternoon sun glinting off the shimmering sea before me. It is beautiful here, with stunning views of an endless ocean. But it's not enough to distract me now. I recognise the writing on the envelope, the small block capitals I could never forget. He has found me. Lexi Hearn, Asquith and Son, Perranporth, Cornwall. I haven't been Lexi Hearn for almost 8 years now, shedding my name like an old skin and becoming Lexi Forrest. But my past isn't so easy to shake off. I can feel it coming for me, like a wave rising up, casting a long shadow over the sand. "Mummy!" I whirl around at the sound of my son's voice and smile as he runs towards me, his arms outstretched. Felix comes up behind him, one hand shading his eyes from the low winter sun as I pick Leo up and bury my face into his hair. The letter is shoved into my back pocket, a corner digging in through my thin trousers as I smile at my fiancé. "How are you doing?" I ask, reaching out to place a hand on his arm. "All set for tomorrow?" Felix sighs, dropping his hand from his eyes. "I suppose so. Mum seems to have everything under control. You know how she is." I don't say anything. I do know how she is. This woman who will one day be my mother-in-law. Fiona is difficult. Difficult to get on with, difficult to please, difficult to like. I breathed a sigh of relief when the annex was finally finished and we could move out of Felix's bedroom and into our own space. I know how lucky we are, living rent-free in a purpose-built annex on his parents' land, but I had no idea what I was signing up for when I moved in almost 4 years ago. "I'm finished here," I say instead, turning to step back into the office to grab my bag. The sun is setting now, the sea beyond the window tinted pink and gold. I set Leo down on the big desk in reception, giving him a packet of dried raisins to nibble on, and stand for a moment, my eyes closed, trying to calm my breathing as I remember Richard. Felix's father gave me a slightly warmer welcome than Fiona when they found out I was pregnant. He let me move in, gave me a job, and even opened a trust fund for Leo. I've been here ever since, working with my fiancé and my father-in-law, living with my mother-in-law. Never out of reach of any of them. Until now, I realise with a jolt, my eyes snapping open to find Felix picking Leo up off the desk. 3 weeks ago, on a stormy November night, Richard took a corner too fast and drove his car off the road, smashing into a tree and flipping over. Apparently, he'd been 3 times over the limit and had died on impact. I follow Felix out of the office, turning off the lights and locking the front door behind me. We walk past the shops, towards the Weatherspoons where Felix has parked the car. He took Leo to the beach today, despite the chill in the air, and had lunch with his brother, who is now leaning against the car as we approach. Neither of them have been back to work since Richard died, though as the boss's sons, and now the bosses themselves, I suppose they don't have to worry about not getting paid. Meanwhile, I've kept the office ticking over, trying to manage Richard's clients while the rest of the family grieves. It's the least I can do, after all. "Hello, little lion," Tobias grins, reaching out to ruffle Leo's wild curls. "Uncle Toby!" Leo squeals, wriggling as Felix puts him down, and running towards his uncle as if he hasn't seen him in years. My son is dark-skinned like me, his dirty blonde curls almost the exact same as mine, though my hair is straightened and smooth when I'm in the office. There is little of his father in him, I realise with a jolt. He is all me. Felix and Toby are a mixture of their parents. Their blue eyes are from Richard, and their aquiline noses from Fiona. I remember the first time I met her, the obligatory meet-the-parents Sunday lunch after Felix and I had been together for 6 months. I was already 3 months pregnant after a drunken "just this once," and he was going to announce it at lunch. I overheard her talking to Felix in the kitchen, her words just audible above the potatoes boiling on the hob. "Is she Indian?" she asked her son as I peered through a gap in the door. Her short blonde hair was expertly styled, her nails painted a light shade of coral, with lipstick to match. Her natural, "I spent 3 hours to look like I just rolled out of bed" look. I know she immediately thought I was too much. Still thinks I'm too much, actually. And yet I am not enough in so many aspects. Not good enough for her son, not good enough to live in her house, or to work for her husband. Not good enough to be a mother to her grandchild. No, Mum, Felix sighed, rolling his eyes at the back of his mum's head. I smiled, warmed by the way he was standing up for me. Her dad was a traveller, you know. A gypsy? Fiona stared at Felix in horror, spitting the word out as if it had a bad taste. And I had to creep away then, shame burning my cheeks. My dad is also a murderer, I thought, as I locked myself in the downstairs toilet, his green eyes staring back at me from the mirror. Imagine if I told you that. In the back of the car, Leo's head rested on my shoulder. Toby clears his throat before speaking to his brother. Sky's coming over on the ferry today, he says as Felix drives out of the car park. He glances back and smiles at the sleeping Leo beside me. I haven't seen her in years. I can barely remember what she looks like, Felix sniffs, turning left without indicating. Toby rolls his eyes. You follow her on Instagram, don't you? Felix doesn't answer, his lips pursed in irritation. Toby is like a puppy, the younger brother who always gets away with being slightly naughty. A few pranks, some good-natured ribbon, that sort of thing. I like Toby. Probably more than I like Felix, if I'm completely honest. He accepted me as his new sister immediately, opened his then teenaged arms and gave me a wedgie, and I knew we would get along. Leo loves him too. The uncle who is always up for a kick around in the back garden, or to play dress-up while his father sits on the sofa with a glass of whiskey, trying to emulate his father. Felix, the elder son, the heir to the Asquith throne, such as it is. I can almost see the weight of it pressing down on his shoulders as he drives us home, a muscle twitching in his neck. The stress of taking on the family business, of living up to Richard's expectations, has taken its toll, and tomorrow is the day we will say goodbye to him. The patriarch of the family. I wonder if, beneath it all, Felix feels relieved. She's not staying with us, Felix says, and Toby looks up in surprise. Mum wouldn't have her in the house. I don't want her there either, come to think of it. Where is she staying then? I ask, reaching out and patting Toby's hand, a look passing between us. It's a look that says, don't rise to it. I'm highly skilled at managing Felix, just as I was at managing Richard, until the end. Felix shrugs. Some Airbnb nearby. Oh, that'll be nice. Some privacy, I say, smiling. I can't wait to meet her. I see Felix's fingers tighten on the wheel, and Toby's face brightens again. I remember one time, I can't remember how old I was, maybe 8? It was before she moved to France. She came here. Do you remember? Felix ignores the question, and Toby rolls his eyes again. Anyway, I remember she had this long red hair. It came down to her waist, and it was super curly. Like Leo's, actually. He nods towards my son. We were on the beach, and after asking at least 200 times, she finally let me braid it. His gaze is unfocused as he tries to bring the memory back. She had this lyrical voice, a soft Scottish accent, and she sang to me while I played with her hair. What's your point? Felix snaps, and Toby frowns. There is no point, he mutters. Other than, well, she's our sister. Felix scoffs. She's no sister of mine. The car goes quiet, and I remember the letter stuffed into my back pocket. The letter that my brother will have encouraged my father to write. Addressed to Lexi Hearn, daughter of Leonora Forrest and Joseph Hearn. But that's not me anymore. That's not who I am. Chapter 4. The Mistress. I wipe my eyes, black mascara smudging across my face, as my thumb scrolls through his Facebook feed. It has been memorialised, by Fiona no doubt, and the messages are already pouring in. Taken too soon, never forgotten. I can't believe this has happened. Our thoughts and prayers are with Fiona and the boys. Watched the footy earlier and thought of you, mate. Can't believe we'll never get a curry again or spend an evening in the Anchor. Missing you. I lock my phone, burying my face in my hands and letting the tears fall. I recognise almost all of those names. The people we spent so much time eating and drinking and laughing with. The people who knew who I was to Richard, and accepted me anyway. The people who preferred me to Fiona. But where are my messages? Where are my thoughts and prayers? The name Eleanor hasn't been mentioned once. And so here I sit, alone at the kitchen table, buried in my grief. My phone vibrates and I press my thumb against the scanner, the screen lighting up to show a new Facebook message. The name causes my heart to lurch, and I feel a rock form in my stomach as I read the words. You are not welcome tomorrow. Don't embarrass yourself further. Felix Asquith. Richard's eldest son has never warmed to me. He'd recently taken to staring above my head whenever I spoke to him. Never at my face. He's a cold boy. Man, I suppose. And I could understand it if he was angry on his mother's behalf. If he shunned me, his father's mistress, out of loyalty. But Felix is loyal to nobody but himself. He hates me purely because he believes I pose a threat to his inheritance. Richard and I were never going to have children. I'm almost 60, for God's sake. But he no doubt suspects that Richard would have left some of his money to me. And he would be right. I pick up the bank statement, my fingers drawn to his name in the top corner. Richard Asquith. It is our joint account. My name, Eleanor Hart, nestled beneath his, and I run a forefinger over the words. Grief flooding through me once again. We will never be married now. We will never live together. Never grow old together in the seafront house we dreamed of buying. Richard is gone, and I am alone. He wasn't the perfect man. He had his foibles, as we all do. Leaving his damp towel on the bathroom floor, never washing up his breakfast bowl, and forever kicking off his shoes in the hall where I would trip over them when I came in. But he was kind, and generous, and loving. In the 3 years we were seeing one another, I discovered a Richard I had never seen before. We'd known each other for a long time through work, well over a decade, and I'd always seen him as the sharp, somewhat cocky businessman, until a work function that involved too much wine and not enough food that ended with me going back to his hotel room and staying until the morning. I soon learned that he was a passionate man, romantic too. Never turning up without a bouquet of flowers or a box of chocolates. He liked to have sex in any room but the bedroom, on the kitchen counter, in the shower, and once even in the garden. And he liked to cook elaborate steak dishes or some exotic fish, an apron tied around his waist, his feet bare against the tiles. I loved to watch him. He was in good shape, though his stomach was starting to show signs of too many boozy lunches, and his hair had just one streak of grey running through the front. I used to run my fingers through it as he rested his head on my lap, his face warm against my thighs. I need to remember him like this. The man I loved, and who loved me. He was going to leave Fiona. I know it's what they all say, but he was. He didn't love her. I'd fallen out of love with her years before our first night together. She wasn't interested in him either. A few months ago, we put in an offer on the house on the seafront. We'd been discussing paint colours for the living room and chosen curtains for the bedroom. I had even picked an estate agent to put my house on the market, and Richard had moved some money into our joint account for the solicitor's fees. We'd had a plan, had discussed our future at length, and we were moving forward until the night he died, and everything came tumbling down. I don't respond to Felix's message. Instead, I block him, slamming my phone back onto the table and getting up for the first time in hours. The house is dark around me, the evening settling in, and I switch on the oil lamp to dispel the gloom. But nothing can remove the gloom that has settled around my shoulders, the shroud of grief I have worn since I found Richard that night, slumped over the steering wheel, blood trickling down his face. I go upstairs for a bath, squeeze in a dollop of the citrus bubble bath Richard bought me for my birthday last year into the water. I light a few candles and go into my bedroom to collect my book. My hair hasn't been washed in over a week, and my body suddenly feels dirty. I need to get clean. I need to get ready for the funeral, to say goodbye to Richard. I prop my book up on the bath shelf and pad back downstairs to pour a glass of wine. Richard used to love baths like this, luxuriating in the peace and quiet as we lay in the water together, my head on his chest, his knees resting against my thighs. This time I am alone, and I feel my heart clench as I lower myself into the water. The bubbles come up to my chin and I close my eyes, trying to remember the feeling of his arms around me. I drink the wine and read my book, forcing myself to focus on the words, but my mind keeps drifting. Almost 3 weeks ago, I lost the love of my life. When will I feel normal again? Will I ever? Or will this grief follow me around for the rest of my life? Being with Richard made me feel alive again, excited for the future, even more than I was in my 20s and 30s. He invigorated me, took me out of the routine I had found myself in, of the same meals on rotation every week, the silent house I came home to every day. I am pathetic, I think, sinking further down into the water. I had a life before Richard, of course I did. I had a husband once, and a son whom we loved dearly, and lost at a heartbreakingly young age. I had friends I go dancing with or share a takeaway curry and a bottle of wine with, colleagues who took me out for lunch, and even the odd fling or two over the years. But I cannot shake the feeling that I have lost the most important thing in my life. I am destined to remain alone. I have nothing left. I watch the bubbles disappear as the water grows cold around me, and my body becomes visible once again. I look down in dismay at the saggy skin on my stomach, the wrinkles on the backs of my hands. Next year I will turn 60, and I'm reminded once again that I am alone. A sad, old, lonely woman. I spend the night on the sofa wrapped in a blanket, the television on mute, the images flickering across the screen, the nearest thing to company. As the sky turns darker and the stars come out, I feel my resolve strengthen. I will go tomorrow. I will. Nobody can stop me from attending his funeral. Not Felix, that jumped-up little prick, and not his mother either. She knew I existed. She knew that Richard had fallen in love with someone else, and she tried to stop him from leaving. I heard her on the phone to him one day, begging him not to leave her. "Please, Richard," she said, her voice thick with tears. I saw anguish pass over Richard's face, and my stomach lurched. "Don't fall for it," I urged him silently. "You know what she's really like." But he remained firm. He was leaving, at some point in the near future, but she and the boys would be taken care of. She wouldn't want for anything. That was his way. I have to remember that he was kind and generous, that he cared deeply about those around him. I remember the way his voice changed when he told me about his daughter, the one who went missing when she was a child, and the way he kept swallowing while he spoke, as if there was a lump in his throat. He told me about Skye, who had moved to France in her 20s and cut all contact a couple of years ago. My heart went out to him then, at the pain in his eyes as he spoke of his lost daughters, one by force, one by choice. "What do you think happened to Safi?" I asked him, our hands clasped tightly together. He shook his head. "I couldn't say, Ellie. But it was my fault. It's all my fault." It wasn't his fault, I told him, cupping his face in my hands. Children went missing every day. It was a sad, horrible fact. Children go missing and die, and leave their parents bereft. I still remember the day my son died. The cancer eating him from the inside, and my heart still aches for him. Richard had turned his back for a moment, for only a moment, and Safi was gone, never to be seen again. He wept as I held him, and I felt my love for him grow in that moment. Poor Richard. Poor Safi. And yes, poor Fern too. You never get over the loss of a child. I know that as much as anyone. And in a strange way, I felt lucky that my son had been taken by leukemia, an enemy we could see and fight, not a stranger on a beach, not the ghost who plucked Safi from the shore and disappeared into thin air. Chapter 5. The Deceased. Richard Asquith lies in the chapel of rest, his face serene, his hands folded over his chest. Fiona sits beside him, her right hand fiddling with the rings on her left hand. Her engagement ring flashes in the light, and her hands still, one folded over the other on her lap. Her back is ramrod straight, her body held perfectly still as she stares down at the face of her husband. The room is quiet, the funeral director having left to give her a few moments with him, this man to whom she was married for so many years. Fiona needs more than a few moments to say what she wants to say. She needs to go back 3 weeks, to the day Richard died, to stop him from getting into that car. Death is an easy escape for him, she thinks, staring down at her husband. Too easy. "How could you?" she hisses, her voice too loud in the silence. "How could you do this to me?" But she knows the answer. Richard never loved her. Not like he loved Fern, his first wife. She knows that he only married her because of the children, because it was the honourable thing to do, and because Fern had just thrown him out. She knows she was the second choice, and that in the years since he'd strayed more times than she could count. The latest fling was the longest, and Fiona could see the writing on the wall. He was going to leave her. He was going to walk out on the life they had built together, on his 2 sons and his grandchild. Tobias might have forgiven him in time. Her youngest son has a kind heart and always wants to see the best in people. But she knows Felix would never have spoken to him again. and neither would she. No, Fiona would not have let him get away with disgracing her like that, tearing her from the life she loves, selling the house from under her like he had with Fern, over her dead body. Or his. Yes, she'd known all about his plans with her. He was going to sell the house and buy that monstrosity near Porthtowan. He was going to walk out on her, leaving her penniless and unable to explain to her sons, to her friends, what had happened to bring her so low. She has no family to take her in like Fern did, nowhere to run and nowhere to hide, while he disgraced her entirely. It had been bad enough when Richard was visiting the same haunts with his new woman, her hanging off his arm and on his every word, just as Fiona had once done. It hurts to remember those days, the early days of bliss, when she was still secret and exciting. She had known Richard through his brother, Peter, who briefly lived with James when they were younger, but she hadn't really taken notice of him until he moved back from Scotland and set up his business. Wealth suited Richard, that much was true. Though his parents had worked hard, Richard and his brother had grown up poor, and they had both learned very different lessons from it. Peter learned that he was better off accepting his lot. Richard learned to strive for more. And so, Fiona noticed him, the shining star at a dinner party with mutual friends. Richard still young, and fresh enough to be amazed at what his new lifestyle could give him. She'd loved him, once. He didn't believe it by the end. But she had loved him with every fibre of her being. And though she'd known it was wrong, she had tried her best to take him from Fern, to be the jewel in the crown of his new life. And it had worked, for a time. Despite his proclamations and his apparent inability to use contraception, Richard was never a family man. Small children irritated him. The daily grind of cooking and cleaning and laundry bored him. He was like a puppy, always looking for the next exciting thing, and every time he would find it. Fiona watches her husband, half wishing he would come back to life so she can kill him again. Richard's son Tobias comes next, a tissue gripped in one hand. He's too soft, Richard always said. He needs to toughen up. He's not like Felix, a proper boy, always running around and fighting and climbing. Toby preferred to play indoors, making up games with his stuffed animals, and one Christmas when he asked for a doll, Richard didn't speak to him for a week. Toby remembers this, his fists clenching by his side. He thinks of his mother's grief, and how he wishes he could take it away. He thinks of Felix, and wonders if he will cope with the business alone, and whether he will stop trying to be so much like their father now. He thinks of his sister, travelling from France to attend their father's funeral, and wonders what she will be like. She is 10 years older than Toby, and, according to her Instagram, lives with her girlfriend in Brittany. He wonders what their father would have thought about having a gay child, and smiles. He thinks of Lexi, of how good she is. Too good for this family. She has been holding the fort at work since his father died, fielding all calls, quietly taking care of the business he and his brother now own. He wishes he could take her away, her and Leo, to save her from the toxicity. But she is bound to them now, and he can't think of a way to untangle her. For all her faults, his mother loves her grandson. And besides, Toby knows that it was his father who was the problem. He wonders if they can begin to rebuild their lives, build a family they can be proud of, without Richard's overbearing presence hanging over them. But it's too late for that now. Too much water under the bridge. Toby will miss his father, he supposes. He will miss flipping him the bird as he boards a plane for Australia. His trust fund raided. the ties that bind him to this place and this family severed forever. He regrets that he will miss out on that. Chapter 6. The Daughter. We step off the ferry together. Rucksacks thrown over our shoulders, hair tangled and eyes watering. We find the hire car and I slide in behind the wheel, trying to remember to drive on the left-hand side of the road. Fleur turns to me in the passenger seat and places a hand on my arm. "We are going to our lodging?" she says, and I smile at the old-fashioned word. I can almost see the checklist in her mind. This is how she keeps herself and me on track, with a clear plan of what will happen on any given day. "Where we will shower and find something to eat. Je meurs de faim." I laugh. "You're always bloody starving." "Bloody," she repeats, shaking her head. 5 minutes back in England and you are already English again. You'd better get used to it. There will be lots of bloody hell and piss off and Scotch eggs." "Scotch eggs?" Fleur wrinkles her nose. "What is this?" I laugh again, turning on the engine and putting the car in gear. "Welcome to Angleterre, mon petit ami. Land of the Scotch egg and Yorkshire puddings. You've got a lot to learn." The sat-nav takes us down roads I haven't travelled in years. I remember the last time I came to Cornwall, for the 10-year anniversary of Safi's disappearance. Mum decided at the last minute that she couldn't face it, so I drove down alone. I had to go. I had to see the place where my sister had disappeared for one last time. It was the last time I saw my father in the flesh, too. During that brief visit in June, almost 12 years ago. Safi would have turned 20 that year, and the loss hit me as I stepped onto the beach. It was warmer than the day she disappeared, the sun high and bright, the sky blue and cloudless. The beach wasn't yet full of tourists. My father would never use the Cornish term emmets, and a small group was gathered along the shore. My dad turned towards me, one hand shielding his eyes, and his wife put up a hand to wave me over. Their 2 sons were kicking a ball around, as if it was just a normal day at the beach for them. And maybe it was. They had never met Safi, hadn't loved her as I did. What was she to them anyway? Just a sister they'd never known. Dad seemed disappointed that I was alone. He had that look in his eyes that I had grown used to over the years. It was the same way Mum looked at me. Her gaze focused on a point just over my shoulder, as if waiting for Safi to appear behind me. The question, "Where is your sister?" on the tip of her tongue. But this time, it wasn't my sister he was searching for. He was looking for Mum, the ex-wife who could barely bring herself to utter his name. "Hello, Skye," Fiona said, a smile fixed to her face. She stepped forward, as if to hug me, then appeared to change her mind and patted my shoulder awkwardly instead. I ignored her. "Good drive?" Dad asked. I nodded. It was fine. No traffic. "What time did you leave?" I checked my watch. It was almost 2 o'clock. "About 4, I think. I stopped for coffee a few times." "Hell of a journey," Dad said. "You still driving that little Focus?" That little Focus was his way of saying that fucking shit heap. But I refused to take money from him for a new one. It was his way. Throw money at a problem and hope it goes away. I knew he still gave Mum money, despite me no longer living with her. And he paid my tuition fees. But that felt different somehow. I never saw the tuition money, never knew how much he'd sent to Mum and how much she'd subsequently given to me. Somehow, I could keep that separate from my desire to be independent of him. Of my mum, too. I lost my family the day I lost my sister. and I was still learning how to navigate the world alone. But I was determined to do it. I heard a cry from behind us and turned to see the youngest of my half-brothers lying on the ground, his face pressed into the sand. Fiona took a step forward, but Dad held her back, his fingers tightening around her arm. "Get up, Tobias," he called. "Stop being such a pansy." "Yeah, Tobias," his brother mocked. "Stop crying like a girl." The way he said girl made my skin prickle, as if girls were somehow lesser than boys, as if being a girl was something to be ashamed of. The eldest, Felix, must have been about 14 or 15, his pale skin dotted with acne, braces glinting on his teeth, and I felt a surge of hatred for him. Not for him as he was then, but for the man he would become, raised in my father's image, in his shadow. I let Toby braid my hair that day, surprised by how much I enjoyed it. In a way, he reminded me of Safi, of how we would take turns painting our nails or doing our hair, always making sure we matched. Toby looked at me, his eyes wide and bright, and in them I saw my sister. It was almost too much to bear, and I left soon after, getting back into my car and driving up to Bristol to stay with a friend. I shake myself as I follow the sat-nav's directions across the Tamar and into Cornwall. Fleur stares at the shimmering river beneath us, one hand pressed against the window. "Welcome to Cornwall," she reads from the sign, pronouncing it Curnow. "Curnow," I correct her. "It's Cornish for Cornwall." "They have their own language?" "Somewhat. Not many people use it, but I think they're trying to bring it back, like Welsh, I suppose." "What other Cornish words do you know?" Fleur asks. I frown. Barely any. Emmet? That means tourist. Well, it means ant, actually, but they use it to describe tourists, because they descend in the summer like ants on a picnic. Fleur laughs. That's a good one. Emmet. I like it. We travel through the county, onto the winding A38 before picking up the A30 at Bodmin. A lot has changed since I've been away. The roads have been developed, and new mini service stations have popped up along the side of the dual carriageway. There's no motorway in Cornwall, only A roads, and lots of slightly terrifying B roads, but the drive is easy enough, despite the road signs bringing back memories with a sharpness that almost takes my breath away. Fleur reads out some of the signs as we pass. Indian Queens? She turns to me with a bemused expression on her face. Legend has it that Pocahontas once visited here, I explain, remembering the tales from my childhood. Mum always loved the folklore of Cornwall. Perhaps because it was so similar to her own Scottish history. But I think I read somewhere that that wasn't true. What does it mean, then? No idea. There's a lot in Cornwall that doesn't make any sense. We stop at a Starbucks a few miles out of St Agnes, where our Airbnb awaits. Dad's house is in Cubitt, just outside Newquay, and I couldn't face staying near Perranporth. St Agnes felt like a good choice, but as I get out of the car, I feel my heart start to race. We'll get a coffee, Fleur says over the top of the car, holding my gaze, and use the toilette. I nod, taking a deep breath and following her into Starbucks, joining the queue while she uses the loo. I pick up 2 reusable cups and ask for them to be rinsed. Fleur would be horrified if I gave her a disposable coffee cup, and wait at the end for our drinks. "One toffee nut latte for Sky," the barista shouts, and I step forward at the same time as another woman. I stare at her blankly for a second before she laughs. "Oh, sorry, I misheard the name. Mine's a caramel latte." "What's your name?" I ask, picking up my coffee and sliding a cardboard sleeve around it, wondering what name could be mixed up with mine. The woman looks about my age, with shoulder-length dark hair and black-rimmed glasses. I feel the breath catch in my throat as she shoves her hands into the pockets of her stylish coat, her head cocked slightly to one side, and I know what she is going to say. "It's Saf," she says, but I've already turned away, taking Fleur's drink and stumbling towards the sugar station, trying to calm my racing heart. Safi is not an uncommon name in the UK. It's not her. I know it can't be her. But still, my stomach lurches and my pulse beats in my ears like waves crashing against the sand. Calm down, I tell myself, stirring sugar into my coffee and lifting the wooden stick to my lips. Safi used to squirt cream straight into her mouth, grinning, looking like a rabid dog, and the memory soothes me somehow. Fleur joins me as I'm putting the lids back onto our drinks. "All set?" she asks. "I'll just use the loo. Meet you in the car?" "The loo. So English." She laughs, shaking her head, and I stick my tongue out at her as I push open the bathroom door. I grip the sides of the basin, my fingers turning white as I stare at my reflection. My hair is short now, barely touching my shoulders, and my face is bare of makeup. I used to see Safi in the mirror more often, and in the faces of the girls and women I passed in the streets. But it's been a long time since it last happened. Not since I moved to France and tried to put the past behind me. Not since I tried to forget all about my missing, presumed dead sister. Chapter 7. The Celebrant. James takes a deep breath, cherishing the silence while it lasts. The order of service is laid out on the benches, and he has tested the speakers, hastily turning down the volume when Robbie Williams' Angels came blaring out. I could probably create a playlist for the most commonly played songs at funerals, he thinks as he paces the room. You Raise Me Up is a popular one, along with You'll Never Walk Alone and, strangely, My Immortal by Evanescence. Fiona has chosen 3 songs for today's service. They will walk into Angels, the 2 sons, Richard's brother Peter, and a colleague carrying the coffin. James feels his heart give a little lurch at the thought of Peter, and tries to force his mind to carry on down the checklist. He cannot afford to be sidetracked today. He has written the words of welcome, a short introduction thanking everyone for being there. He glances up at the webcam mounted on the wall opposite him and frowns. It is a relatively new feature, this option to live stream the funeral to people who could not otherwise make it, and he's not entirely sure how he feels about it. But he reminds himself it doesn't matter how he feels about it. This is his last funeral, and he won't have to think about it again. He moves on to the tribute, which he has put together with words from various family members. He reads them back, shaking his head as he tries to correlate the Richard Asquith described here with the Richard Asquith he knew. Fiona has provided the facts: Richard's business, his children and family life, and all of his achievements. Anecdotes from his university days and heartwarming stories from his childhood. On paper, Richard appears to be a successful, well-loved husband, father, brother, colleague and friend. But James knows the real man behind this facade. The man who had done his level best to make James's life hell since he discovered his secret. He takes a deep breath, forcing his mind to return to the schedule. A couple of readings, and then they will spend a few moments in reflection, while they listen to the dulcet tones of Celine Dion before the committal. And then it will be over. Ashes to Ashes by David Bowie accompanying the final farewell to Richard Asquith, loved one, businessman, and absolute wanker. I won't be reading a eulogy, Fiona told him during their one and only meeting about the funeral. I can't abide public shows of emotion. Lexi wants to read something, Felix said, and James caught the look on Fiona's face as she turned to her son. Lexi? She repeated, as if he had spoken a foreign language. But I'd like to, Fiona, Lexi said, her soft voice smoothing over the tension that had entered the room. For Leo, if nothing else. Fiona's face had softened at the mention of her grandson, and she nodded once. What would you like to read, Lexi? James asked the young woman, who looked up and met his eyes. She was beautiful, he thought. A rare kind of beauty that seemed to shine from within. A poem, she said after a moment, smiling sadly. Richard was a fan of poetry. He told me he used to write in his younger years. Yes, Fiona scoffed, and they were bloody awful. Don't read one of those. Lexi's smile dimmed slightly before returning, her eyes sparkling. Don't worry. I know just the thing. James rubs his hands together now, his breath misting in the air in front of him as he crosses the room to turn up the thermostat. He keeps his jacket on as he reads through his notes again, mouthing the words in a last attempt to commit them to memory. He always has to refer to his notes at least once during a service, anxiety turning his mind blank as he stares out at the friends and family gathered before him. Over 20 years he's been in this job, and the nerves still get to him. Does he feel nervous today? His hands are steady now, despite the cold, and the familiar bubble of nerves is strangely absent. Perhaps it is because it's his last funeral. Perhaps it is because it's for Richard. But regardless of his feelings for the dead man, he owes it to Fiona to give him a proper send-off. Despite how Richard treated her, despite the arguments and the humiliation he subjected her to, Fiona is a woman of class. She knows how to behave in every scenario, jumps without hesitation into all situations, always doing what is expected of her. James half wishes she would turn up today in a luminous pink tracksuit, with her hair spiked up and a fag hanging out of her mouth just to liven things up. His mind turns to Eleanor, the other woman. Will she show her face today? Strangely, despite his connection to Fiona, he likes Eleanor, thinks her a kind and thoughtful woman. He remembers the way she bought drinks for everyone at Richard's birthday last year. How clear was her desperate need to fit in, to be liked. She'd even made sure the lactose-intolerant girlfriend of Richard's colleague was catered for, carefully separating the food on the buffet into different categories: vegetarian, vegan, gluten-free. She is nice, James thinks, and although the word is simplistic, it suits her. Eleanor is nice. So what on earth was she doing with Richard? How is it that Richard Asquith has managed to ensnare three, he corrects himself, remembering Fern, lovely women? Fern was one of those wild, carefree types, with long, flowing hair and a sultry Scottish burr. He only met her briefly, at an uncomfortable birthday party for Skye, her and Richard's remaining daughter, after they had separated. She had travelled down from Scotland to pick her daughter up, waiting in the driveway with her new husband. It was then that James realised how close in age Skye and Felix are. Barely 5 years. And it dawned on him that Richard had been seeing Fiona on the sly before he split up with Fern after their younger daughter went missing. An entire second family, kept hidden away from the first. And now there is Eleanor. No children involved this time, he thinks, thanking the God he doesn't believe in. Fiona's heart would have been broken if she'd discovered their affair. In fact, James suspects she might have killed him if she had. Chapter 8. The Daughter-in-Law. Leo, will you stop running about and put your socks on, please? I breathe a sigh as Leo crashes into the end of his bed and tumbles to the floor, expecting tears, but he picks himself up and runs back out of the room. I hear Felix cry, "Oi!" as Leo no doubt gets under his feet. He comes out of our bedroom, his tie half done. "Can you control your bloody child?" he says. His face pinch, and my mouth opens to protest that Leo isn't just my child, but I stop myself in time. It's the day of his father's funeral, and his temper is even shorter than usual. Best not to get into it. I get up from my place on the floor, shaking out the trousers I was turning up for my child, and go to find him. He's in the bathroom, calmly brushing his teeth as if he hadn't just been zipping around the house like a wild thing. I place a hand on his head, relishing the feel of his soft curls beneath my fingertips, and smile. He's so young. Too young to go to a funeral. But Felix has insisted. I can only hope he's tired himself out enough this morning so he behaves later. Back in his bedroom, I get Leo dressed and leave him playing with some cars. Felix is still struggling with his tie as I step up behind him. "Here," I say, holding out my hands, and he turns to let me do it. "How are you feeling?" "How do you think?" he snaps, before blowing out a breath. "I hate funerals." "It'll be over before you know it," I murmur, gently tightening his tie, "and then we can move on." I take a step back and smile, glancing up at his face. He's looking at me strangely, as if I'd grown another head. "You really didn't like him, did you?" he says, his voice full of something I can't quite identify. But I suppose he wouldn't understand. He doesn't know what went on between his father and me. Nobody does. I get dressed quickly, wriggling into a pair of black leggings and pulling a plain black dress over the top. I don't have any dark clothes, preferring to dress in bright but smart office attire. But I've had this dress for years. It's a bit tight, but it'll do. I try not to remember the last time I wore it, as I slip into black flats and turn to the mirror to brush out my hair and run the straightener over it again before I catch myself. I should leave it curly. Stop trying to tame my hair. Stop trying to tame myself. Leo comes in as I'm applying mascara and knocks into my elbow so it smudges against the side of my nose. "Whoops," I say, reaching for a tissue, and Leo giggles. He throws himself onto my bed and pretends to be a starfish. "Mummy!" he says as I pick up a light pink lipstick, the only splash of colour I'm allowed today. Of course, Richard would insist on black tie for his funeral. Even in death, he's still a pretentious, controlling git. "Yes, sweetie?" I murmur, blotting my lips with tissue. "Where will Grandad go?" I look at my son in the mirror, taking in his screwed-up face as he stares up at the ceiling, his arms and legs still flung out. "What do you mean?" "After." Oh, we haven't had the death conversation yet. He's not even 4, and the only dead things he's seen are on the beach. I apply another coat of lipstick to my bottom lip and press them together, trying to gather my thoughts. Fiona would want me to tell him about God. Some nonsense about how his grandfather is in heaven with the angels. But I won't lie to him. That's one thing I promised myself when I found out I was pregnant. I will never lie to my child about anything. Except his other grandfather, the shadow side of his family that he will never know. For that I am making an exception. For now, anyway. "Well," I say, twisting round to face him. "I don't know, sweetie. No one does, not really. Some people believe that you go to another place when you die, called heaven. I consider bringing in hell, then decide against it. Too complicated. And others believe that you don't go anywhere." "What do you believe?" "I'm not sure," I say carefully. "I think I believe that part of a person stays when they die, that they're always with us, in one way or another." I mentally grimace at my words. hoping that no part of Richard is with us any longer. Leo's little face is so earnest as he considers my answer that it makes my heart ache. "But, Mummy," he says after a moment, "I don't want Grandad to still be here." My heartbeat pulses in my ears as his words echo my own thoughts. "Why not?" "Nanny said bad people go to hell," he says, sitting up and fixing me with his gaze. "And Grandad was bad, wasn't he?" "Lexi!" Fiona's voice calling up the stairs makes me jump. "Time to go!" Leo leaps off the bed and takes off down the hall, while I try to calm my thudding heart. Grandad was bad. Was he? Had Richard mistreated my son in some way? Anger pulses through me, and I try to push it down, taking a deep breath in through my nose. This isn't the time, and Leo is just a child. Children say all kinds of things. But of all people, I knew what Richard was capable of, and I feel something smouldering inside me as I finish getting ready. Gravel crunches outside, and I turn to see the funeral cars pulling into the drive. Wreaths that spell out Dad and Richard sit in the windows of the hearse, his body laid between them in his overpriced coffin. Picking up my jacket, I leave the bedroom and make my way down the stairs, where Felix is wrestling Leo into his smart shoes. "They pinch," he protests, but his father ignores him. "It's only for a little while," I say, running one of his curls through my fingers. "I'll bring your trainers for later, all right?" He nods, his face relaxing, and he lets Felix finish putting his shoes on for him. The lace is too tight on his little feet. Felix steps back and looks at me, nodding once in a way that says, "You'll do," before turning to grab his coat. Fiona glides out of the kitchen on 3-inch heels, a fascinator with a black veil half covering her eyes. Her lips are red, as are her nails, and she clutches a small black bag that I know cost more than a month's wage for many. She looks every inch the grieving widow. It suits her. This was the role she was always supposed to play. "Ready?" Felix asks her, holding out an arm. His mother wordlessly slips a hand through the crook of his elbow, the top of her head barely reaching his shoulders, as I reach out to take Leo's hand. "Let's go then." Felix squares his shoulders and opens the front door, and we step out into the wintry sunshine. Chapter 9. The Daughter. I wake to weak sunlight filtering through the crooked blinds, and the smell of coffee coming from the living area. Fleur pads into the bedroom, her toes flashing pink against the pale floorboards, 2 steaming mugs in her hands. "What time is it?" I ask, pulling myself up and sitting against the headboard. I slept poorly last night. The tiny cottage was too cold, a thermostat nowhere in sight, and the pizza we ate for dinner sat heavily in my stomach as I tossed and turned. I gave up eventually, sitting up in an armchair for a while, trying and failing to read my book, my mind constantly returning to my father, to the memories I have tried to run from. "Almost 8 o'clock, she says, handing me a mug and sitting down at the dressing table. I notice that her hair is wet. "It is at 10, oui?" I nod, sipping my coffee. I suddenly feel exhausted. I can't shake the feeling of claustrophobia, as if this cottage and this county is closing in on me, forcing me to remember things I've spent years trying to forget. "Did you bring your peach lipstick?" Fleur asks, rummaging around in our shared makeup bag. Neither of us wear much. Fleur is blessed with golden skin that rarely needs covering up, and I often struggle to find a foundation pale enough, but we both have a fondness for bright nail polish and lipstick. "It should be in there." "Voila," she says, holding the tube in the air and turning towards the mirror. "You should get in the shower. It took forever for the water to heat up." "Oui, maman," I say, lifting my mug and tilting my head to one side. "Après mon café." She shakes her head at me as she finishes applying her lipstick. "I went for a walk this morning down on the beach." "Oh, why didn't you wake me?" "You looked so peaceful. I thought you could do with the rest." She smiles at me in the mirror, reaching for her eyebrow pencil. "It's lovely here. So quiet. Is this where you grew up?" "No, it was along the coast a bit, but we came here often enough." A memory flashes through my mind. Safi walking along the cliff towards Chapel Porth, her hair flying behind her as I followed, my step less steady, less sure. Safi was fearless, forever climbing trees or scrambling across rocks, and Mum had to make sure the first aid kit was always stocked so she could tend to her cuts and bruises. I was more careful, the elder daughter responsible for the safety of the younger. But I could never keep Safi on a leash. She was the wild one, always going out of her depth or straining against the rules our parents put in place. Is that what happened the day she disappeared? Did she go too far? Too high? Too deep? Over the years I've had visions of her body washing up on a beach somewhere, unrecognisable, one small foot missing a boot. I shake myself, forcing the image out of my mind, and get out of bed. "Right, shower," I say, more to myself than to Fleur. In the bathroom, I lather up the shampoo bar, breathing in the citrus scent and trying to push my memories away. I let the water run over my face, my eyes closed against the stream, and try to focus on my breathing. I feel as if I'm a second away from a panic attack, my chest tight and my heart pounding. It's being back here, in England, in Cornwall, where Safi disappeared, where my father lies dead, where my ghosts have been waiting for me. I squish the water out of my hair and apply a cream, watching the curls form beneath my fingertips as I scrunch. My newly cut hair will dry within the hour, even in the cold December air, while Fleur's hair can take hours to dry. I can hear the whine of the tiny hairdryer we found in one of the drawers as I exit the bathroom. She rolls her eyes at me as I pad into the bedroom, running her fingers through her damp hair as she swears in French, pulling out the strands which will dry in soft waves down her back. I do my makeup quickly, dabbing concealer on the purple rings beneath my eyes, and dress in black jeans and a plain black t-shirt before stuffing my feet into my boots. "They need a clean," Fleur says, switching the hairdryer off and pointing it at my feet. "They're all muddy." "They'll only get muddy again as soon as we step outside," I say, glancing out of the window at the grey sky. The clouds are heavy, full of promised rain. I riffle through my backpack to pull out an umbrella. "Didn't you know it always rains in England?" Fleur gives up on her hair and starts putting on her almost identical clothes, sitting on the bed to do up her boots. We are silent, in the way that two people in sync can be, comfortably moving around one another, communicating without words. As I'm making the bed, the clock ticks over to 9:30. Time to go. We stop at the Starbucks, filling up on caffeine and a blueberry muffin each, before getting on the roads towards Truro. I balked at the idea of getting into one of the funeral cars, sitting beside my so-called family and watching the body of my father in the hearse in front. Not that I was invited, mind. Not that I'd expected to be a part of it all. We arrived too early, as we always do, and I park the hire car at the far end of the car park. Fleur lights a cigarette, passing it to me before lighting her own, and we sit again in silence. eyes on the building before us, minds on the day to come. There is no question about Fleur coming with me. She is the most reliable person I have ever known. The one person who will always follow through, who will always do what is expected of her. Her promises are concrete, her love secure and enduring. She has never let me down yet. Unlike him, Richard Asquith, my father. He could never be trusted. Chapter 10. The Deceased. Then. "You've got a face like a slapped arse," Richard hissed to his daughter, his fingers tightening around her arm. She scowled at him, wrenching out of his grip, and he tried to relax his features. "Come on, Skye. Don't ruin this for me." She said nothing, turning her face away from him and looking out of the window. He saw Fiona glance in the rearview mirror, her mouth pinched, and he suppressed a sigh. Today was his 40th birthday. 40 years old. And what did he have to show for it? 3 ungrateful kids, a bitter ex-wife, and a paranoid new one. A grey hair discovered that morning, nestled amongst the brown like a cuckoo in a nest. He plucked it out, throwing it into the sink, where it curled up like a worm before the water from the tap flushed it away. His first present of the day. A grey hair. More lines around his eyes, laughter lines that were actually caused by stress, and a sudden roundness around his middle. Richard worked well under pressure, but his body was starting to suffer from the late nights and unhealthy meals grabbed whenever he could. And the alcohol, there was that too. A glass of wine at lunch, a gin and tonic in the pub after work, a bottle or 2 of beer with dinner. Was he really drinking every day? At least he had given up smoking. Had smoked the last cigarette in the pack 6 months ago, and refused to buy any more. But how he missed it. He'd taken to nibbling biscuits at his desk instead. Crumbs scattering across the keyboard and paperwork. That was it. It was the biscuits that were at fault. He resolved to replace his stash on Monday with fresh fruit and those packets of nuts Fiona kept in the cupboards at home. 40 years old. How did he get here? It seemed like only yesterday he was at university, drinking pints in the student union, sitting hunched over textbooks in the library until the early hours, fretting over his exams. Time flies, he thought, watching the countryside flash past as Fiona negotiated the tight roads. Time flies when you're no longer having fun. Fiona was looking good for her age, he had to admit. No grey hairs. At least none the hairdresser had failed to cover up. And her skin was still smooth, her stomach taut. It's the swimming, he thought, glancing down at her hand on the gear stick. She has all the time in the world to look her best when I'm the only one bringing home the bacon. Not that Fiona let him eat bacon anymore. Fried breakfasts were a thing of the past, just like cocktails at 3 p.m. and Sunday morning sex. No. He had already outlived his use as far as Fiona was concerned. Now she had the money, the kids, the house. Richard had bought their new house only last year. A new build straight off the plans, with an enclosed swimming pool and a tennis court at Fiona's demand. 7 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, 2 reception rooms, and a long dining room with a table to fit 12. He'd always wanted a pool, but so far he'd only managed to use it twice himself. I work too much, he mused. Too hard. Too much pressure. Not enough fun. But now he was 40. 40! And he intended to make some changes. First his diet, then his family. Start off easy, he told himself, knowing that Fiona would be the hardest of all. She spent too much money, flashing the card for their joint bank account far too often. He watched with dismay as the balance continued to dwindle, despite all the money he put in. It wasn't enough, not for him. He was building an empire, and he intended to retire by the time he was 55. They wouldn't have 2 pennies to rub together if Fiona carried on the way she was. "Are we there yet?" Felix piped up from the front seat, and Richard frowned from his seat in the back of the car. Why am I in the back? He thought, not for the first time. I bloody bought this car. But Felix, the apple of his mother's eye, had to sit in the front because he got travel sickness. Bollocks, Richard thought unkindly, turning to look at his other son, who was reading quietly beside Skye. "What you got there?" he asked, and Tobias looked up, his eyes wide with the apparent fear he showed whenever his father spoke to him. It always irked Richard. "Sabrina." "Sabrina?" Richard looked at Skye, who shrugged. "It was mine. I gave it to him." "You're reading a girl's book?" Richard was incredulous. "It's not a girl's book," Skye scoffed, and he glared at her. "It's just a book." "About a girl? He reached out and took the book from Tobias, who opened his mouth to protest. "Teenage witch?" He shook his head. "Did you know about this, Fee?" Fiona said, glancing up at the rearview mirror. "What's that, darling?" "Your son," Richard said, holding the book up, "is reading a book about a teenage witch." "Is he now?" she replied, her eyes back on the road, her tone flat. "This one's about a cat, actually," Tobias said, and Richard sighed heavily. Well, that's all right then." He gave the book back to his son, who immediately buried his nose inside the pages, hiding from his father's judgment. Richard studied his daughter's face, her untidy eyebrows, her flushed cheeks. She was 16 now, and almost constantly in a fury. Why was she always angry with him? Since her mother kicked him out of his house, until she eventually ran off back to Scotland and he could finally sell it, that is, Skye had seemed to view her father with nothing but contempt. She didn't like Felix much either, though she did seem to have a soft spot for Tobias. No surprise there, he thought, crossing his arms over his chest. He may as well be a bloody girl, the way he carries on. They arrived at the beach, leaving the car in the car park and walking down towards the pub. They'd booked the entire place for the night, it being Richard's favourite place, and he was looking forward to an evening of flowing booze and good food. The diet would start tomorrow, he told himself, opening the door to let his family go in before him. And maybe Skye could do with going on it too. She was starting to look a bit porky. At around 9 o'clock, Richard found himself on the terrace, leaning over the glass railing with a glass of champagne dangling from his fingers. The sun was setting. The sea turned a deep pink gold, and the children were on the beach, building sandcastles in the fading light. Fiona came up behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her face in his shoulder. He turned and kissed her, tasting the lemonade she'd been drinking all night. The designated driver. "Happy birthday, darling," she said, pressing herself against him, and he felt arousal flood through him for the first time in, well, too long. She moved so she was leaning against the barrier, one bare foot pressed against the glass as he kissed her neck. She reminded him of their early days then, the days of their illicit affair, when she would wait for him at her flat, naked beneath an apron, dinner keeping warm in the oven while they fucked on the kitchen table. She was exciting then, young and interesting and new. She wasn't Fern, with her unsightly caesarean scar and limp hair. She was fresh, alive, and she made him feel alive too. "We should go somewhere more private," she whispered in his ear, tugging on his hair. And he looked up, seeing the hunger in her eyes. But something moved beyond her shoulder. a shadow flitting across the beach, and his eyes followed it automatically. It was Skye, her long red hair flowing behind her, the spitting image of Safi, and his heart lurched at the ghost of his lost daughter. What is she? He trailed off as he watched Skye run fully dressed into the waves. A shout rang out, and Fiona's body jerked, her head snapping towards the sound. "Felix!" she cried, shoving Richard away and hurtling down the steps, stumbling across the sand. Richard watched as she reached their eldest son, her arms going around him as he spoke to her, his words too low for Richard to hear. Fiona turned back towards him then, her mouth open in horror. "Tobias!" she screamed, her eyes meeting Richard's, and understanding flooded through him. Shit! He left his glass on the table and ran towards the beach, passing his wife and son and plunging straight into the sea. He gasped as the cold hit him, his eyes focused on the two figures a few feet away, struggling against the current. Skye's hair was plastered to her head, one arm wrapped around her half-brother as she dragged him towards the shore. Richard met them halfway, reaching out and grabbing Tobias and throwing him over his shoulder as he waded through the water. Skye swam at his side, the pale skin glinting in the dim light. "Tobias," he said, laying his son down on the sand and patting the boy's cheek. His eyes were closed, his mouth slack, and Richard felt his own mouth go dry as he looked down at him. "Tobias!" He sat back on his heels, trying to remember the first aid training he'd received at work a few years before. Would he have to give mouth to mouth? Skye pushed past him, her wet hair falling over her brother's face like strands of seaweed as she placed her ear by his mouth. Richard watched, stupefied, as his daughter began pressing on his son's chest, her upper body moving up and down with the motion. After what felt like forever, Tobias coughed, and Skye moved back as seawater came spewing from his mouth. "Oh, thank God!" Fiona cried, falling upon her son like a Victorian widow. Tears rolled down her face as she pushed Tobias's wet hair away from his forehead, and he blinked up at her, his mouth working but not making a sound. Richard knelt there, in his wet, sandy trousers, his erection long since withered away. The pleasant buzz from his birthday party all but faded, and wondered what he'd done to deserve a child as stupid as his second son. Chapter 11. The Mistress. I stand in the hallway, the clock hanging on the wall telling me that it's almost 9:15. Time to get a wriggle on, as my late mother would have said. Despite Felix's message, I will be attending the funeral today. I will say goodbye to the man I loved. The man I thought I knew, anyway. My right hand goes automatically to the ring finger on my left, and the diamond that has sat there for almost 2 years. It was a gift from Richard, presented to me on Christmas Eve as we ate the meal I had spent all day preparing. My fork clattered against my plate as he went down on one knee, his lips stretched into a grin. "Ellie," he said, reaching out and taking my hand. And that was all he had to say. I knew what the question was, knew instantly what my answer would be. "Yes," I gushed, feeling a wave of emotion roll over me as he slid the ring onto my finger. "Yes, Richard, yes." We made love on the kitchen floor, the blinds wide open, the candles burning down as I lay in his arms. It was perfect. He was perfect. I'd never been so happy. Even when my ex-husband proposed when we were both 19, I had wondered if I was doing the right thing. And when my son was born, my beloved Sean, I was filled with a mixture of pure love and pure terror as I held him in my arms. I checked on him constantly when he was small, carried the baby monitor with me wherever I went, even to the toilet. I was a young mother, barely 21 when he was born, and sometimes I felt as if I would never get it right. And when the cancer came to take him away, I knew it was because of my failings. I was never cut out to be a mother. Should never have let people's opinions and expectations force me down a road I'd never wanted to take. God help me. But sometimes on the darkest of nights, when I am alone, I am glad Sean didn't live long enough for me to let him down. I try not to cry as I pull my coat down from the hook and pick up my handbag. Images of Sean's funeral flash through my mind as I leave the house and get into the car. His tiny coffin, his little toy bear propped up on top. The flowers. So many flowers and wreaths filling the earth. My husband's pale face, his mother's hand on my arm, fingernails digging into my skin as she struggled to stay upright, and my gaze focused on the cross nailed to the wall above my son's coffin. My heartbeat pounding in my ears, drowning out the vicar's words. My eyes bone dry. I roll down the window as I drive, breathing in the cold air. Too late, I realise I will pass the tree Richard crashed into and knocked sideways, its roots lifting from the soil. I slow down as I draw nearer, my eyes glued to the skid marks on the road. This is where it happened, where my life changed again. Images fill my mind as I crawl past, the road blurring before me. He was 3 times over the limit, according to the coroner. He had been coming to see me. I had called him, asked him to come over. It was important, I said, and it had been. Life or death. I've had too much to drink. He hissed down the phone at me. Fiona is coming to pick me up in an hour. But I insisted, begged, threatened, and he came. But he never arrived. So I went to look for him. I turned my attention back to the road, speeding up as I notice another car behind me, and make my way towards the crematorium. I park at the far end, a few spaces away from another car which contains 2 young women. I wrinkle my nose at the smell of cigarette smoke and close the window, leaning my head against the seat, eyes fixed on the building ahead. I am not wanted here. Fiona knows who I am, as does Felix, and probably everyone else does too. I know Richard's brother and many of his friends. There is no chance of me slipping in unnoticed. But I have to try. For Richard. For what I thought we had. Otherwise it would all have been for nothing. Otherwise I would have wasted 3 years of my life with a man who did not deserve me. Movement from my right catches my attention, and I turn to see the hearse arriving, 2 cars following closely behind. Here he is, hidden beneath a dark wooden casket and large flower displays. I close my eyes and picture him dressed in his best suit, the white shirt crisp and spotless, his favourite tie, the one I bought him on a trip to Oxford, sitting neatly down the row of buttons. His shoes will be polished to a shine, his hair slicked back in its usual timeless style. Nausea rises as the image of the night he died flashes through my mind. His face slack, his eyes open and unseeing. No, I should not remember him like that. I cannot bear it. My eyes fly open as a car door slams. Fiona steps out, clad in a stylish black dress, a fascinator perched on her head, the short black veil covering her eyes. The widow, followed by the sons. We are all bound by one person. Our relationship to him marking our path, giving us our status. As always, I am at the back of the queue. Chapter 12. The Celebrant. Showtime. The cars are outside, the actors all in their places. Through the glass door, he catches a glimpse of Fiona as she gets out of the car, a tissue clutched in her left hand, bright against her dark clothing. She plays the role well, James thinks, not unkindly, as he watches her tuck her other hand in the crook of her eldest son's elbow. The younger son emerges next from the car, his tie crooked, his hair looking slightly damp, followed by a small child with blonde curls, and a woman with matching hair falling almost to her waist. She takes the hand of the child, and James recognises her as Lexi. He's never seen her with curly hair before, but judging by her son, it looks as if it is natural. It suits her, giving her a slightly wild look, like a lioness. When she turns her face towards the crematorium, James thinks he sees something in her eyes, something bubbling beneath the surface. Another car draws up, its passengers getting out, and James feels his heart skip a beat. Peter looks older, he realises, his hair thinner, his eyes weighed down with heavy bags. In the many years they've known one another, James has never seen his old friend looking so tired, so worn out, or worn down. Not even when he was with his first wife, when he was lost for a while. His second wife comes up behind him, a short woman with a blonde bob, their 2 children following in their wake. The girl must be 16 by now, if not older, and the boy has just started secondary school. It is his second family, his eldest son long grown up and living in India, and James wonders if the stresses of family life are taking their toll. The stress of keeping secrets, of desperately trying to keep everything together. The clock ticks silently above the door, and James begins to move through the room, his heart beating too loud in the quiet. He doesn't want to do this, doesn't feel he can bring himself to talk about Richard in the way he talked about all of the people for whom he has led funerals. But then the doors open, and it is time for him to slip on his mask. Showtime. He greets the family at the door, pressing Fiona's hand between both of his in the way he has always done, showing his respect for both the deceased and those they have left behind. He is a professional, he reminds himself. This is his job. Peter, stone-faced, steps up to the coffin and places his left shoulder beneath it. Felix stands opposite and Tobias behind, and a colleague of Richard's takes the final slot. James stands at the front, awaiting his cue. A beat, 2, and then they are moving. 5 pairs of legs almost marching in time to the song that has started playing from the speakers. Robbie Williams is Loving Angels instead, but James doubts Richard has gone anywhere but the fiery pits of hell. If he believed in hell, that is. As James takes his place at the front of the room, he suddenly realises how close he is to the coffin, and the dead man inside it. He suppresses a shudder, turning his mind instead to the benches, which are beginning to fill with people, men and women, who have come to pay their respects to Richard Asquith. I wonder how many of them would be here if they knew what he was really like, James thinks, then mentally reprimands himself. Today is about Fiona, and the family who, for better, for worse, Richard has left behind. The family that has followed the coffin into the room. Lexi supporting Fiona, her young son clasping her other hand, his face hidden behind the body of his grandfather. As the family take their seats at the front, he gives Fiona a small nod before his eyes roam around the room again, grazing the top of the heads of the people filling the benches. His gaze finds the burnt copper head of Richard's eldest daughter, sat 2 rows behind the rest of the family, and he feels a current of anxiety flicker through him. He is surprised to see her here, after everything. Fiona is still clutching a tissue in one hand, her shoulder pressed against Felix's, who stares resolutely at the front, his gaze unfocused. Lexi sits on his other side, her son blinking his huge eyes as he takes in his surroundings, and Toby sits beside him, his jaw set, his face an unreadable mask. Silence has descended on the room. Everyone has taken their seats, and they are waiting for the show to begin. James shuffles his papers, clearing his throat and raising his eyes to the clock hanging above the door, the spot he uses to centre himself. It is time. "Welcome," he says, his voice echoing through the room. "Welcome, everyone. It is lovely to see so many of you here today, and I'm sure the family are delighted that so many people have come to honour and celebrate the life of Richard Asquith." The door creaks open, and James looks up to find Eleanor slipping onto the bench at the very back, her shoulders hunched, her eyes firmly trained on the coffin at the front. Or is it the back of Fiona's head she is staring at? He pulls his attention away. "As many of you will be aware, I have known the Asquith family for many years, and I have the honour of leading this service today. I recently spent time with Fiona, Richard's wife, and their 2 sons, Felix and Tobias, and they told me so many wonderful stories about the man they knew and loved. The man we all knew and loved, in our own way." James pauses, lifting the plastic cup of water to his lips, taking small sips, and notices the tremble in his hand as he sets it back down. This is his generic speech, slightly adapted to suit every funeral service, but the lies are burning like acid as they spill from his mouth. "You should have received an order of service on your way in, which outlines the structure that this service will take. The family has requested that any donations be given to Yay Cornwall, an organisation which supports LGBTQ+ young people in the local area." James can feel the energy in the room shift, and he knows immediately what Fiona has done. He stifles a grin. "And we have some people joining us on the live stream from across the world. America, Thailand, and all over Europe." He nods towards the camera positioned on the wall above, and almost every head swivels to follow his gaze, mouths open in surprise, brows knitted. James feels a bubble of laughter rise in his chest and forces it down, focusing his eyes on the words in front of him. "I asked Fiona to describe her husband to me, and the first word she used was funny. Richard had a great sense of humour, and he never failed to make her laugh, even if she was cross with him. Felix described his father as a role model, a strong man who supported his family, and who would do anything for those he loved." James can feel Sky's eyes on him as he speaks. "Family was very important to Richard, almost as important as his business." A few titters from the benches, some raised eyebrows. "Richard started a property development business when he was in his 20s, which his brother Peter later joined, followed by Richard's sons. Asquith and Son is a successful business, but it is also a family business, and Richard was immensely proud that he had built something that his children could enjoy for years to come. He was also proud of his charitable work, funding and building sleep pods for the homeless, and ensuring his portfolio included affordable housing for local people. His 2 sons have now taken over the company, and Felix told me how pleased he is that he can carry on his father's work." James pauses as he flips the page. "Richard was born in 1964, in Redruth to parents Alan and Dawn. He had an older brother, Peter, and they lived in a 2-up, 2-down terrace until the boys left for university. Their father worked on the railways, and their mother worked part-time in a local bakery. Peter describes his childhood as happy. His brother was his best friend, and he has many memories of kicking balls up and down the cobbled alley behind their house. They had a dog called Blackie, a stray their father found on the railway one day and brought home. And although they didn't have much, their house was always full of laughter. James has, of course, failed to mention that Peter refused to give any information for the eulogy, and that this part is based on James's own memory. Richard studied business at the University of Edinburgh, where he met his first wife, Fern. They stayed in her native Scotland and were married, before returning to Cornwall and having their 2 daughters, Skye and Sapphy. He tries not to look at Skye, but her penetrating gaze is too hard to ignore, and he cannot fail to see the pain written across her face at the mention of her lost sister. He moves on quickly. Richard married Fiona in the mid-90s, and they have 2 boys together. He nods at the front bench, at the 2 men sitting there. Felix's eyes are fixed firmly on the coffin, but Tobias is now looking up at the windows set along the top of the wall, his head tilted slightly, as if searching for something. Fiona dabs at her eyes with a tissue and sniffs quietly. Richard built their beautiful home just outside Newquay, where they spent many happy years together. He was, of course, a keen golfer, enjoying weekends away with friends, and he loved to travel, often working away in different countries around the world. The family enjoyed foreign holidays, and they ensured that the children received the best education. Richard built a life which was full of love and fun, and he was proud of all he had achieved. His son, Tobias, is now in his final year at university, and Felix has been working at the family company since he left higher education. He and Lexi are engaged to be married, and they have a young son together, making Richard a grandfather in his early 50s, something he liked to joke about in the pub. Smiles and nods from the crowd, and James sees Lexi place a hand on her son's head, her expression unreadable. "Now, Lexi is going to read a poem," James says, meeting her gaze and giving her a small nod. He takes a step back, sipping his water as the congregation fidget, waiting for Lexi to take her place at the front of the room. He has done well, he tells himself, kept his voice steady and didn't trip on his words. He has almost fooled himself. Chapter 13. The Daughter-in-Law. I feel light-headed as I stand, reaching for the piece of paper in my bag and taking a deep breath. I see Toby's jaw tighten, and I want to tell him to relax, not to let today get to him. We all know what funerals are like. A rose-tinted view into the life of the deceased. It will not show the real Richard Asquith, the real man we knew, the man we endured. I walk slowly towards the front, trying to keep my step steady. The room is full, though that comes as no surprise. Richard was a popular man. He did business with hundreds of people every year, wined and dined clients across the world, and he had a way of making you feel special, as if you were the most important person to him. Everyone falls for it, their shoulders relaxing in the face of his charm. Even I did, once. The first time I met the celebrant was when he came to the house to discuss the funeral service. He has kind eyes, the colour of a bright summer sky, and a soft but commanding voice. Felix told me that they have known him for years, that he is a friend of Fiona's from when they were young. Gay, Tobias said. Camp, Felix said. Fiona clearly has a soft spot for him, though, from the way she lightly touched his arm as she spoke, and the way she knew how he took his coffee. Milk, 1 sugar, without asking. They have a long history, but I cannot remember ever seeing James and Richard anywhere near one another. And as I approach him now, I suddenly realise why. "In case you hadn't noticed, Fiona," Richard had hissed one day in the kitchen not long after I moved in, I hovered in the hallway, not wanting to interrupt, but unable to stop myself from listening.
He's married.
Fiona's reply was almost too low for me to hear.
That never stopped you. He's married to a woman. I think that's an important distinction.
A bark of laughter.
Oh, do you? What does that mean?
A pause.
Well, Fiona, what does that mean?
What I would like to know, Fiona said, is why you're so obsessed with him.
With who? Peter's my brother, for fuck's sake.
Not Peter, James.
Ever since his partner died, you've had it in for him.
Richard was silent, but I could hear his breathing, almost hear his heart beating in his chest.
Partner, he scoffed. They were only together for 5 minutes.
They were together for years! Fiona's voice was shrill. I could picture her face as she turned to her husband, her eyes wide and burning with rage.
But they never stood a chance. You never gave them a chance.
What are you doing? Felix's voice from behind startled me, and the voices in the kitchen fell silent, the words still shimmering in the air. But what did it all mean? From my place at the podium, I catch a glimpse of red and look up to see a woman staring at me. Skye. I recognise her instantly from the Instagram pictures Toby showed me. She is beautiful. Her eyes are bright green, sparkling beneath dark eyebrows. Something is written on her face, some emotion I cannot quite make out, and I drop my gaze, my cheeks burning. What must she see in me? I glance at Leo, see his feet dangling from the bench, his shoulder pressed against Toby's arm. He really is too young for a funeral, but I can trust him to be good. And besides, I wasn't going to miss this. Not for anything. But then I feel my throat constrict, and I wonder if I've made a mistake. I felt so confident that day with James, telling him that I would read a poem for my would-be father-in-law. I felt invincible, safe in the knowledge that the truth would be burned along with Richard. But now anxiety claws at me, and I feel my hands shaking as I stand at the front of the room. Dozens of pairs of eyes are on me now, spotlights homing in on me, and I clear my throat, my eyes on the paper before me. I have chosen a sonnet, not only because it is beautiful, but also because it is easy to hide behind. The paper trembles in my hands as I open my mouth to speak. Thank you. I will be reading a sonnet by William Shakespeare to pay tribute to the life of my father-in-law. No longer mourn for me when I am dead, then you shall hear the surly sullen bell. Give warning to the world that I am fled from this vile world, with vilest worms to dwell. Nay, if you read this line, remember not the hand that writ it, for I love you so, that I in your sweet thoughts would be forgot, if thinking on me then should make you woe. Oh, if I say you look upon this verse, when I perhaps compounded am with clay, do not so much as my poor name rehearse, but let your love even with my life decay, lest the wise world should look into your moan, and mock you with me after I am gone. My voice cracks on the last word, the breath catching in my throat. But let your love even with my life decay. But it is not love for Richard which has brought me here today. It is the love of my son, and my deepest desire to keep him safe. Chapter 14. The Daughter. Fleur took my hand as we turned to watch the coffin make its way down the aisle. Her fingers were warm in mine, and I tried to take comfort from her, but there is none to be found today. How do you comfort a woman at the funeral of her estranged father? How can she know what I need from her today? I don't even know. My eyes found a face in the small group following the coffin, a face which stands out amongst the Asquith breeding, and I wondered who she was. She held the hand of a little boy, and when her eyes met mine, I felt something fizz through me. And then she was gone, past our pew and sliding onto the bench at the front beside Fiona, shifting along when Felix joined them. I felt something else when I looked at my half-brother. The brother who should not have been, who split my family apart. He was born when I was 5 years old, my sister 4, though we did not know about him until Safi disappeared, and my father was forced to leave. The second son had been born by then too, Toby, my father's secret family. They lived barely 10 minutes away from us, in a house which was on his way home from the office, so he could pop in before coming back for dinner with us. I've often wondered what experiences they had that we didn't. Did he miss out on my school play to attend one of theirs? Did we forego new trainers so they could have some? Was he talking to Fiona about his other children when Safi disappeared? Now I will never know the answers to those questions. He is dead, lying in the wooden box before me, and I will never know the truth. I will never know why we weren't good enough for him, why I was never enough. The celebrant began to speak, his strong Cornish accent washing over me as my thoughts clouded in my mind. I felt the urge to laugh when he announced the name of the charity. He was a bigot, my father, a conservative-funding, leave-voting, casual racist. He had no time for anyone who didn't fit into his little worldview. Could not understand that being gay is not a lifestyle choice. His favourite insult was poof, and I heard him use it on Toby a few times when he was little. Imagine calling your 5-year-old son a poof because he likes to play with dolls and braid hair. Toby was an expert at French braiding by the time he was 8 or so. I remembered again the feeling of his fingers in my hair, gently tugging the strands into place, and felt a wave of sadness wash over me. His new sons may have gained the father I lost, gained the advantages that came with him, but they were also burdened with him, forced to live under his constant criticism. Who is the true winner? I wondered. Did I really lose that much? My stomach lurched when I heard the name Fern, my mind instantly turning to Safi. In the absence of a body, we never held a funeral for her, never wanted to admit that she was gone. I still tell myself that she is lost, that she will make her way back to me someday. But my mother gave up years ago. She lights a candle on Safi's birthday every year, taking solace in the Edinburgh church in which she was married both times. She has gone back to her roots, marrying a Scotsman and moving to a remote village out past Stirling. They run a camping ground near Loch Acre and live with 3 large dogs and 2 wild cats. She has moved on with her life, seeking only the strength to live with the grief of losing a daughter, the strength she needed to pull herself out of that deep, dark depression. 2 daughters. She has lost 2 daughters, really. I haven't visited in years. I've not seen her new home, nor taken the time to get to know the new husband who saved her from herself. We Skype sometimes, Mum in her dark dining room, the days so short during winter, me in the kitchen in our house in Brittany, Fleur cooking in the background. Mother and daughter, separated by so much more than the English Channel. Now Fleur squeezes my hand, and I jolt back to the present to find the celebrant sitting down on the edge of the room, and the woman with the dark skin and long curls making her way towards the front. "Thank you," she says, her eyes landing on me for a second before dropping again to the podium before her. She seems nervous, her voice small in the crowded room as she brushes a stray hair from her face. "I will be reading a sonnet by William Shakespeare to pay tribute to the life of my father-in-law." My stomach drops. Father-in-law. I look across at my two half-brothers and realise that she must be married to Felix. Is the boy his son? As if feeling my gaze on him, the child glances over his shoulder at me, his eyes wide and sparkling. I give him a small smile, and he returns it, a dimple appearing on one of his cheeks, before his father places a hand on his head and turns him back towards the front. So, Felix has a son, and I have a nephew. I look again at the woman who shares this child with my half-brother, and try to take in the words of the sonnet, but my mind is too chaotic. I hear Fleur give a sharp intake of breath, and I glance at her, a question on my lips, but she shakes her head. The woman steps down from the front, her eyes trained on Fiona, her lips pursed as she sits down beside her son, wrapping a protective arm around his shoulders, suddenly every inch the lioness. The celebrant stands, his hands clasped on the podium before him. "Thank you, Lexi. And now Richard's friend and business associate Stuart would like to say a few words." My eyes follow Stuart as he shuffles out of the pew and towards the front of the room. When he turns to face us, recognition blooms. I remember him from Sunday barbecues and afternoons on the beach, his daughters chasing us around as we played, kicking up sand and shrieking like the gulls whirling above us. His eyes were soft as he laughed at something my mother said. He was her friend first, us children bringing them together like children do. Polite small talk as we played together, one beady eye watching us in case we drifted too close to the water, progressing to enjoyable conversation and real laughter. Unexpected friendship. I listen as he speaks, relaying tales of Fiona's dinner parties and my father's extravagance, though he calls it generosity, office banter and anecdotes. I hadn't realised Stuart worked with him, though I haven't seen him since we moved to Scotland. Perhaps Mum kept in touch with him. A strange coldness settles on my skin like snow, and when our eyes meet, something passes between us before he looks away. Guilt. The celebrant thanks him, Stuart finding his seat again with his head bowed, eyes averted. "Now we are going to take a moment to reflect on the life of Richard Asquith," the celebrant says, "and what he meant to us. Please use this period of quiet to remember him however you wish." Celine Dion pours from the speakers, and I turn to see Fleur clutching a tissue in her hand. "Ça va?" I whisper, and she nods, her eyelids closing as she bows her head. She's a strong person, always calm and collected, but I can see something else in her now, something more vulnerable. Perhaps she is remembering the funeral of a loved one, someone she hasn't told me about yet. There's so much we still don't know about each other, so much left to explore. I only hope we get the time to do so. I squeeze her hand and stare up at the ceiling, at the plain white paint and the bright spotlights. I try to bring my emotions to the surface, allow myself to feel whatever I need to feel. But I am empty. For so many years, I hated my father for what he did. For losing Safi, for his affair, for breaking Mum's heart, for leaving me to pick up the pieces, for the secret sons who seemed to get so much more than I did, and later for the times he forced me to play along with them all, to pretend we were all one big happy family. But I always stood out like a sore thumb. Felix and Tobias are both fair-haired, their skin turning a warm gold beneath the Cornish sun. Their accents are refined, any regional inflections no doubt beaten out of them at boarding school in the home counties. Felix is my father's image, the heir he always wanted, and it is towards him that most of my hatred is now directed. At barely 21, Tobias still seems so young to me, so innocent, just like Safi was. The younger daughter and the younger son, hidden in the shadows of their elder siblings. The music continues, and I glance around the room at the faces gathered beside me. Almost every pew is full. There are people I don't recognise, I've probably never met before. People who meant something to my father, apparently, and I don't know them. I don't belong here. I never have. The celebrant clears his throat as the music ends. On behalf of the family, thank you for joining us here today to remember the life of Richard Asquith. The family would like you to join them at the Golden Lion pub in Perranporth for light refreshments. More music begins to play, and the coffin begins to move backwards, curtains sliding closed around it. I watch Fiona stand, her back ramrod straight, one hand holding tightly onto Felix's arm as he leads her across the room. I pause for a second to glance at the now closed curtains before they approach the celebrant by the door. Lexi stands next, her son holding her hand, and Toby follows, his eyes roaming the room. They land on me, and I feel something flicker. Electricity shooting between us. Chapter 15. The Deceased. Then. Richard opened his eyes to see his wife standing at the end of the bed, a knife held out in front of her. Her eyes were red and swollen, her vivid hair piled on top of her head, and he saw a dark stain on the hem of her nightshirt. His chest tightened. The baby. Fern, he said quietly, his eyes trained on the knife in her hand. What are you doing? She moved further into the room, closing the door behind her with a click, but her eyes never left his face. What have you done? He tried again, nodding towards the stain that seemed to be getting bigger. What's happened? You know what's happened, she hissed, her Scottish accent stronger than usual. She had been drinking, he realised. At this time in the morning? Or had she been up all night? He tried to remember whether he noticed her getting into bed at any point during the night. He had collapsed at around 11, exhausted after a busy week, but she had stayed downstairs watching TV. Had she come to bed at all? Richard tried to push himself up, slowly untangling his legs from the duvet. Don't fucking move, she said, and he froze, his hands pressed against the mattress on either side of his body. Okay. All right, I won't move. He felt panic flash through him as her eyes widened, her empty hand going to clutch at her stomach. But Fern, is it? It's gone, she said, her voice strangled. Tears erupted from her eyes and spilled down her face. I killed it, and it's all your fault. Safi tried to peer through the gap in her parents' bedroom door. She pressed her face against the wood, but she could only see the corner of the wardrobe. She had heard her mum screaming earlier, her dad shouting, a loud bang. Then silence. Now someone was walking around in the bedroom. Quick, quiet steps, like she tried to do whenever she went downstairs during the night for a glass of water. Whenever she didn't want to be heard. Gently, she pushed the door wider, trying to keep her breathing silent, wishing she could turn into a mouse or a spider and wriggle through the gap. Spiders were her favourite friends. But Skye didn't like them, so Safi wasn't allowed to keep them in their room anymore. She was often cross with her sister for that, who would always run screaming from the room, and then their father would come upstairs and whack it with his shoe. "Safi," a whisper from behind her, the warm shape of her sister crouching beside her. "What are you doing out of bed?" Safi held a finger to her lips and shook her head. "Come back to bed," Skye said in her big sister voice. "It's not time to get up yet." "You're up too," Safi pointed out, and Skye frowned. But before she could respond, the door she was leaning against swung open, and the sisters almost tumbled onto the floor. "Girls," Richard said, crouching down in front of them. He held a finger to his lips. "Your mum's asleep. How about some breakfast?" "Yay!" Safi whispered. She suddenly realised she was starving. How did he always manage to do that? To give her what she needed before she knew she needed it. Her dad was magic, she'd decided long ago. Skye tried to look past her father, craning her neck to see the figure lying on the bed, but he moved in front of her, reaching down and scooping her up. "Come on, you," he said. She wanted to protest, wanted to wriggle free and run into the room, curl up beside her mother. But Richard picked up her sister and carried them both downstairs. "Why was Mummy screaming?" Skye asked as he deposited them both on dining chairs. Richard frowned. "She's not very well." "Is that why she's sleeping?" Safi asked, though Skye could tell that she didn't really care. Safi was a daddy's girl, always wanting him to read the bedtime story or to give them a bath instead of their mum. Sometimes Skye noticed a strange look on their mum's face when Safi said those things. "No, not you, Mummy. I want Daddy." And although she didn't know what it meant, she felt a strange squirming feeling in her tummy. She preferred Mummy anyway. Their mother was all soft edges and long, flowing fabrics. She had the longest hair Skye had ever seen, usually braided down her back, and her cheeks were always pink. Daddy scared her, she realised as she watched him take out a frying pan from the cupboard. She didn't understand him, not like she understood her mother. She knew what her mum liked: bourbon biscuits, jigsaw puzzles, and next door's cat. But she had no idea what her father liked, or didn't like. Though somehow she felt that she fell into the latter category. Fern slept through the day, as she always did when she had an episode. That's what Richard called them, her episodes. They had become more frequent in recent months. Or was it years now? He remembered her coming home from the hospital after having Safi, how her eyes seemed sunken, her skin grey. Not like when she came home with Skye. With their first daughter, Fern had glowed all throughout her pregnancy, and the birth had been easy according to the midwives. He remembered the way Skye had latched straight onto Fern's breast, one tiny hand reaching towards her mother's face, as if she knew what she needed to do, and she didn't need any help whatsoever, thank you very much. She had slept well, waking only a few times in the night for the first 6 months before she started to sleep through, and Richard loved pushing open their daughter's bedroom door to find Fern asleep in the rocking chair beside the cot, Skye held safely in her arms. He would drape a blanket over them, carefully so not to disturb them. But Skye would often open her eyes and find his face instantly, pinning him to the spot. "I know you," her eye said to him. "I know your game." When Fern discovered she was pregnant again, barely 3 months later, after their first tentative foray in the bedroom after Skye's birth, Richard had been thrilled. "2 children!" he'd exclaimed, taking Fern's hands in his and squeezing them. "They'll be like twins!" But Fern did not share his excitement. Her second pregnancy was hard. She suffered badly from morning sickness that lasted most of the day, and a sudden heavy fatigue settled over her. Her appetite disappeared. Her weird and wonderful cravings absent this time, and she spent most of her days on the sofa, watching mindless television shows. She was lonely, having moved back to Cornwall just before Skye was born, and she hadn't found the time to make friends yet. She lost weight and her hair began to fall out, the drain clogging with her long strands. And as her pregnancy progressed, she started to become more and more paranoid. Richard was spending long hours at the office, often leaving before 7 in the morning and returning just in time to see Skye before she went down for the night. And then he started travelling. A weekend in London, 4 days in Paris, a week in California. "It's for the business, love," he told her, rubbing her shoulders. "It's for us, for our beautiful girls, for their future." He told her that he didn't like being away from home so much, that he wanted to be there for his children. But the mortgage needed to be paid, and he'd taken out a sizable loan to build up his company developing properties. At first it was fine, before Skye was born and when his work kept him in the local area. But as the business grew, so did his days, stretching to 12, 14 hours, taking him further and further away from home. Fern continued to withdraw, to glare at him with suspicion in her eyes and venom in her words. And then she disappeared. When Safi was born and Richard arrived at the hospital to take them home, he found their daughter lying in a cot beside an empty bed. "Have you seen my wife?" he asked the nurses, who shook their heads, watching with wide eyes as he ran down the corridors, searching every room he could get into, bursting in on cleaners and wards and one woman in the middle of giving birth. He was frantic, panic clawing at his throat as he called her name. When a security officer grabbed him by the arm and began to speak, he fought like a caged animal. Fern was missing, and their daughter had been left alone. Fern had abandoned them. Abandoned him, leaving him to bring up 2 young daughters alone, and he felt a ripple of anger pass over him. How could she do this? "Sir! Sir!" the security guard said, clamping a large hand on Richard's shoulder. "We found her. It's all right, sir. We've got her." As his words sank in, Richard dropped to the floor. The wind knocked out of him. "Oh, thank God," he thought, his forehead pressed against the cold, sticky tiles. "Oh, thank God." It was over. She was safe. A misunderstanding, he told himself. She'd never abandoned him like that. She'd simply wandered off and got lost. She was okay. Everything was going to be okay. But he was wrong. Chapter 16. The Mistress. I managed to hold myself together until the curtain begins to close around the coffin, taking Richard away. I see Fiona stand, her son supporting her as they walk stiffly towards the exit. Others begin to file out, and I catch a glimpse of short red hair glinting in the light. Skye, the daughter Richard rarely spoke of, the woman I have never met. Although I knew there would be no mention of me in the eulogy, no mention at all of my life with Richard, my heart still hurt as the celebrant talked about Fern and Fiona. He had loved them both once, I know that, but when he died, they hadn't been on his mind at all. It was me he had been coming to see. Me. He was leaving Fiona, had given up on the marriage even before I met him, and we were going to start a life together. We were going to grow old together, in our little house by the sea. We had a plan. I feel lightheaded as the future I'd been imagining has ripped away. The reality of just how much I have lost, hitting me once again. I try to take deep breaths, counting to 10 as the room empties around me.
It was a lovely service, Vicar,
an elderly woman says as she shakes the celebrant's hand, a voice carrying across the room. I'm not certain he is a vicar. There was no mention of God or praying throughout the service, but he smiles anyway and takes her hand in his.
Poor Peter was a lovely man,
she continues, and I see Peter's wife flash him a look. It would almost be comical if the weight of my grief wasn't pressing down on me, taking the breath from my lungs. As I watch from my place at the back, Fiona stops at the door to shake hands with the celebrant, her lips moving as the mourners flow out of the room. I stay in my seat, shifting sideways so people can slip past me, my eyes fixed on the back of Fiona's head. Why isn't she leaving? I want a few moments alone with Richard, my only chance to say goodbye without a few dozen bodies crowding around me, without her presence overshadowing us, like it had when Richard was alive. But he was always too cocky, I realise now, forever underestimating her.
She's barely got 2 brain cells to rub together, Ellie,
he'd say, grinning his wolfish grin. He liked to put her down, to compare her to me. She was losing her figure, he said. Her youth was deserting her. She was boring, didn't challenge him enough, didn't excite him. She had long since banished him to the spare room, after years of pleading headaches to get out of sex with him. She was probably seeing one of the waiters at their favourite pub, the obscenely young man she always made sure to talk to, twirling her hair as she leaned against the bar. She was having affairs long before he started seeing me. She had broken their marriage vows first, and practically pushed him into my arms. Or so he said. I have to believe that what Richard and I had was real. Real, passionate, lasting love. Love that would have seen us through the rest of our days. That would have kept us warm on cold nights. I have to believe that. I do believe that. Because otherwise it was all for nothing. The room is empty now. Fiona and the celebrant have moved through the doorway. I watch them through the glass as I make my way up the aisle and stand before the curtains. Where do the bodies go after the curtains are closed? Are they cremated one at a time, straight after the service, or do they do a group at a time? No, that can't be right. How would you know you have your loved one's ashes? It could be anyone in there, after all. I shudder, trying to push such macabre thoughts from my mind. Stop being silly, Ellie, Richard says in my mind, and I feel my eyes burn with tears. Oh, Richard, how has this happened? How could you leave me like this? I riffle in my pockets and pull out an handkerchief, one he gave me a year or so ago. I remember calling him old-fashioned. Who carries around a handkerchief anymore? But I loved it, really. It could be old-fashioned sometimes, but in the best of ways. Chivalrous, always holding doors open and pulling out my chair for me. Generous with lavish gifts and fine meals. He liked to order for me sometimes, whisking the menu out of my hands and choosing what he thought I'd like the most. He was usually right, so I didn't mind. He was that kind of man, I suppose, the kind who likes to lead. And I would have followed him anywhere. Excuse me, a voice says as I'm blowing my nose. I look up to see Fiona standing in the doorway, her face a mask of stone. My stomach lurches. Can I help you? The celebrant comes up behind her, his eyes widening as we recognise one another. James, Peter's friend from university. What a small world. How closely connected we all are.
I'm afraid we need to leave the room for the next service, Fiona, he says, placing a hand on her arm.
She shakes him off.
Remove her first, she hisses,
and I can almost feel the venom pouring from her mouth. She knows, I realise with a jolt.
Oh, yes, she says, raising one eyebrow. I know who you are, Ellie, and you don't belong here.
I'm just saying goodbye, I say, my voice a whimper, and I hate myself for my weakness. I hate her for making me feel this way.
You have no right, she shrieks,
her words bouncing off the walls. James steps forward, putting himself between us.
He was my husband. Mine.
Let's not cause a scene, James says, and Fiona stamps her foot in outrage. She actually stamps her foot, her small heel clicking against the hard floor.
Me? It's her who is causing a scene, showing up where she isn't wanted.
I'm going, I say, risking one last glance at the closed curtains before buttoning up my coat and moving towards the door. James gives me a small, almost grateful smile as I pass, and I nod, trying to keep the tears at bay. Fiona glares at me as I near her, and when our eyes meet, I open my mouth to say something. Anything, an apology even. Before I can speak, her hand flies up and connects with my cheek.
You're nothing but a whore,
she hisses into my ear, her nails catching my skin.
A dirty, disgusting whore.
My head jerks back, my skin stinging from the impact. Tiny lines of fire burning down my cheek. I meet her gaze, and I see nothing but hatred. Tears fill my eyes, and I stumble back, away from her, my heart thudding. Then there are hands on my elbows, helping me out of the door and into the atrium.
Are you okay, Eleanor?
James asks as I reach up to touch my stinging cheek.
Maybe it's best if you...
I know! I snap, ignoring the concern on his face.
I'm leaving.
Lifting my handbag onto my shoulder, I straighten my back and look him in the eye. I'm leaving. And I go. Out into the bright December morning, walking past the groups of mourners, trying not to hear their whispers. Chapter 17. The Daughter-in-Law. We're filing out of the crematorium when Leo tugs at my dress.
Mummy,
he whispers, I need a wee. His whisper is probably just as loud as his normal speaking voice, and I see several people turn to look at us. One older woman smiles, giving me a look that says, Kids, who'd have them? And I return it, grateful for the recognition, before turning to my son. All right, let's go find a toilet. Taking his hand, I spot a sign and make a beeline for a small building set to the side of the crematorium. I hover in the open doorway, back turned, while Leo sits on the toilet. Felix would be horrified to see his son sitting down to pee. But there are no steps here for Leo to use, and I'm not making the mistake of lifting him up again. I didn't bring a spare pair of shoes with me. Finished, I help Leo wash his hands before using the toilet myself. Leo takes up my position in the doorway, his tiny fists on his hips, his legs apart as if he's standing guard. I can't help but smile. Leo is such a gentle child, but he is fiercely protective of me, even at such a young age. A memory flashes through my mind without warning, and I feel my heart lurch as I watch it replay, unable to stop it. Felix's hand around my throat. A burst of movement as Leo threw himself at his father's leg, his baby teeth cutting through material and drawing blood. I stand, trying to flush the memory from my mind as I wash my hands. What have I done? Bringing a child into this family. How could I have been so stupid? Mummy, Leo says, breaking into my thoughts. I turn, pasting a smile onto my face. When can we eat? I laugh despite myself, crouching to pick him up and hefting him onto my hip. You're like a dustbin. Leo scrunches up his face. That's not very nice, he says seriously, and I laugh again, feeling myself overcome with love for this sweet, intelligent child of mine. This child who deserves so much better. We arrive back at the front entrance to see one of the funeral cars leaving. Felix is nowhere in sight, and I realise with a jolt that he is gone, has climbed into the car with his mother and left us behind. I'm more annoyed to discover that I'm not at all surprised. I see someone approaching out of the corner of my eye, and I rearrange my face to greet them before realising who it is. My smile freezes on my face as Skye steps up beside me, holding out a hand. You must be Lexi, she says, her Scottish accent surprising me for a second. I'm Skye, the daughter. She appears to choke on the word, her eyes narrowing as if it is foreign to her. I'm sorry for your loss, I say, my mouth moving without thought, and a shadow crosses her face. It clears when another woman arrives, with beautiful dark hair and, as Toby would say, brows on fleek. This is Fleur, Skye says, giving the woman a smile before turning back to me. My partner. I hear a noise from behind me. A scoff? A clearing of the throat, and notice Skye's eyes darken. But Fleur beams at me, oblivious. So good to meet you, she says, her French accent turning the S to a Z. Her eyes brighten as she looks at Leo, who is snuggled against my shoulder, his thumb firmly in his mouth. And who is this? This is Leo, I say, turning slightly so he can see the women. Leo, this is your... I stumble over the words, suddenly unsure. Aunt? Skye's eyes crinkle as she smiles knowingly, and I relax a fraction. She gets it. She's just as unsure as I am. How old is he? She asks as Leo ignores them both. He's missed his late morning nap, and he always gets grumpy like this when he's tired. I consider apologising, but stop myself. He's a child. I don't need to apologise for him acting like one. 3 and 6 months, Leo mumbles, and I smile. He's scrupulous about his age. That's right, sweetie. Not long until you're 4. So cute, Fleur remarks. Such a precious age. Do you have children? I ask. I catch the look that passes between them and wonder if I've said the wrong thing. With what sperm? Skye jokes, and I almost choke on my laughter, hastily disguising it as a cough when I feel eyes turn towards us. Her eyes are twinkling the same way Toby's do, with that kind of innocent naughtiness my son also seems to have inherited, and I think, there he is. There's Richard. He is everywhere. Inescapable. Toby pops up beside me, out of breath as if he's been running. Where's Mum? He asks before he realises that we aren't alone. I prod him with my elbow and he looks up, his eyes widening. Oh, shit, he says, and I roll my eyes. Hello, littlest brother, Skye says, her face apparently relaxed, but I see Fleur's gaze flip between the two of them, her body language guarded. Long time no see. Toby continues to gawp, suddenly the teenager I met all those years ago again. I feel a surge of protection, my motherly instinct expanding to encompass my brother-in-law, this boy I love as my own flesh and blood. How are you getting to the wake? I ask Skye, breaking the silence. She nods towards the car park. We drove. Hire car. Are you coming? Toby breaks in, his cheeks flushed. I mean, I wasn't sure if we're welcome. Skye turns her gaze to me, as if seeking my permission. Of course, I reply, flustered. Of course you are. Has Mum already left? Toby asks. Oui, Skye says, shaking her head and giving a small smile. Yes, with your brother. I notice the absence of my fiancé's name, and wonder how this woman who has been gone for so long could have already formed an opinion of him. Or perhaps he has always been the same. Do you need a lift? Fleur asks. Skye shoots her a look, which she ignores. Could we? Toby says, his face lighting up, and I realise suddenly how desperate he is to get to know his sister. This woman who he last saw over a decade ago. How desperate he is to find his tribe, the people he is most like. I suppose that's why he welcomed me so easily. He saw the fractures inside me, the cracks I thought I'd hidden so well. He is incredibly sensitive, just like Leo. Skye blows out a breath before answering, her face suddenly softening, and I see the knowledge in her too. She knows what Toby wants, what he needs, but she isn't sure she can give it to him. Why not? She says, then looks at me. Oh, but we don't have a car seat. Leo can sit on my lap, I say. He has fallen asleep in my arms, his body growing heavy, and I welcome the opportunity to put him down. That's if you don't mind. Fleur beams at my sleeping son. Of course not. The more the merrier. Chapter 18. The Celebrant. James watches the mourners from the sideline, feeling himself pulling back. He is looking forward to going home and opening the jigsaw puzzle he bought last week as a retirement gift to himself. He will sit at the dining table, where his mother can see him from her bed in the living room. She's been sleeping downstairs for over a month now, no longer able to manage the stairs. He often sits up late with her, both of them listening to an audiobook on his phone until she drifts off. Sometimes he wakes hours later, back stiff from the chair, his eyes drawn immediately to his mother's chest, watching it rise and fall, waiting for her to take her last breath. A voice breaks into his thoughts, a face suddenly appearing before him. It was a lovely service, Vicar, the woman says, placing one wrinkled hand on his arm. He smiles, nods, knowing any attempts at correction would be futile. He has learned not to bother telling people that he isn't a vicar or a priest. And now he has done it. He has led his final funeral, and he can hang up his proverbial dog collar with a clear conscience. He sees Fiona exit the vestibule, Felix on her heels, her eyes hidden by her fascinator. She has gone down in his estimation in the past few minutes, since he witnessed her attack on Eleanor. He'd always believed Fiona to be a woman of class, of composure, but it would appear that the sight of her husband's most recent lover was enough to push her over the edge. He only hopes she can move on and leave Eleanor to her grief. James is not without sympathy for Fiona. He understands how it must feel to know your spouse is cheating on you. But it's as if he has conjured two Richards in his mind. One, the husband to Fiona, the other, the partner of Eleanor. And both were very different men. But one Richard was quite enough for everyone. Fiona spots him and makes her way over, a tissue clutched in one hand. You will come to the wake, James, she says, lifting her red-rimmed eyes to his, and he curses himself for his unkind thoughts. Not everyone feels the way he does about Richard. Some people here will genuinely be in mourning, and despite everything, he knows what Fiona is going through. He has become accustomed to funerals now, and though he does not see Tom at every one, he still occasionally feels his presence.
"I'm afraid not,"
he replies carefully, reaching out and taking her hand.
"I'm needed at home."
It isn't the whole truth, and he sees that she knows it, but she nods anyway. She is a compassionate woman, a lifelong friend for whom he should feel privileged to have performed this service. Giving his hand a last squeeze, Fiona adjusts her fascinator and turns on her heel, striding towards the row of funeral cars, and James can't help but wonder if this is the last time he will see her. He feels as if he is closing the door on this part of his life, and though he doesn't know what the future holds, he finds he is looking forward to it all the same. A flash of copper catches his eye, and he turns to find Skye approaching, her pale skin almost translucent in the winter light. She tilts her head as if appraising him, and he arranges his features in its usual sympathetic mask.
"I suppose I should thank you," she says, one eyebrow raised, "though I was not involved in the preparations."
He feels his heart sink. It is the client's choice who the celebrant speaks to, and who is involved in the organisation of a funeral. They are the one paying the bill, after all. He feels as if he could say this to Skye, that she would understand, and besides, what has he got to lose? But another woman steps up beside her as he opens his mouth and silences him with a warm smile that catches him off guard. She steps forward, brushing her cheek against his.
"Merci,"
she says, flicking her eyes at Skye before settling on him.
"My first English funeral."
"And how was it?" he asks, somewhat bemused by the Frenchwoman. She tilts her head in the same way Skye did a moment before, considering his question.
"Different,"
she says finally.
"We usually have
She flounders, looking to Skye for help. "Open coffin," Skye supplies, and the woman nods. James feels his throat constrict. He has never been comfortable with open coffins, and is thankful that it has happened only rarely during his career. Perhaps it was a story his colleague told him early on, about two mourners resorting to fisticuffs over the open coffin of an elderly relative, which resulted in one of them climbing inside the coffin and lying on top of the deceased, which marked the start of his fear. "Well," he says, fumbling for an appropriate response. He is saved by Lexi walking past, Leo on her hip, and the women's eyes follow her. They turn back to him and nod once before heading towards her. James breathes out. He can see some of Fern in Skye, though he hadn't known her well. It's that twinkle in her eyes, he decides. Eyes that leave a mark on your skin, like they can see straight into your soul. He hopes she has found peace back in her homeland, and that Skye has with the Frenchwoman what he had had with Tom. "Your gaydar is working, then?" he hears Tom say, and suppresses a chuckle. He has never stopped speaking to him, not in all the years he's been gone. Tom has stayed tethered to him, his spirit, if James believed in such a thing, refusing to move on. He catches the eye of Peter's wife as she strides past, her children filing silently behind her, and quickly drops his gaze. His cheeks burn as he remembers the last time he saw her, the way her face changed from her usual polite greeting to utter disgust, the letter shaking between her fingers. The letter Richard wrote, exposing his brother's affair with his university friend, the man who has just led his funeral. Life is full of little ironies, he muses. Death, too. His phone buzzes in his pocket. A text from Fiona. "Please come. This is harder than I expected." He sighs, staring up at the blue-grey sky, listening to the low voices of the mourners filling the air around him. One last time, he thinks. One last time. Chapter 19. The Deceased. And just like that, Richard Asquith is left behind. He lies in his coffin awaiting the next and final chapter of his time on Earth. If he were able, he might reflect on his life. He might think about the children he brought into this world, and the one he lost on a bright June day. He might think about the women he leaves behind. The first wife, who can barely bring herself to speak his name. The second, who is enjoying her role as his widow more than she enjoyed being his wife. And the third, the one that never was. The one who would have seen him through his twilight years. Or so she hoped. Eleanor was good to him. That much he knew. And he had appreciated her. He'd appreciated the way she would lay a cool hand on his cheek when he was stressed, her eyes twinkling as he relaxed in her arms. He'd appreciated how kind and loving she was, how easily she saw past his flaws. She was, he quickly realised, too good for him in so many ways. But this was not something he could have admitted to her. No, this was a private thought, often creeping up on him in the middle of the night, stealing into the bed between them, filling the air and his mind with his failings. With Eleanor, he was starting to develop a conscience. He was starting to see a different man in the mirror, one he hadn't known existed, and it had scared him. The possibility that his newfound conscience could alter the course of his life. But he was going to leave Fiona, and with her, he was going to leave the man he used to be. Things were going to change. But Fiona had a way with words. She knew how to twist everything to her advantage, and the steel in her eyes he used to admire had started to leave him cold. She wanted to bring him down, would have burned their lives to the ground to get what she wanted. And he was afraid of her. Afraid of what she was capable of what she knew, what she could reveal. Richard was, above all else, a man of reputation. He cared what others thought. He had spent hours in the gym every week, dyed over the grey hairs that started to appear until he realised that the streak made him look distinguished, and his wardrobe was full of expensive tailored clothes. He always had to look his best. But as he drove towards Eleanor's house on the night he died, he knew he would never come out of it smelling of roses. He needed to find someone to blame, a way of papering over the cracks. For it wasn't just Fiona who despised him enough to tear him down. The enemies he'd made along the way had all started to come out of the woodwork, the consequences of his 55 years finally catching up with him, and he had left behind a tangled web of lies, one which was going to unravel. And what of the fourth woman? The woman who was always half hidden in the shadow, whose true nature was known only to him. Where did his newly found conscience go when he was with her? While Eleanor was his light, the other woman was his darkness. With her he could not control himself, and he might wonder if it was fair to blame her for his actions, for the way she made him feel. But who else was there to blame? Richard Asquith might be forgiven for these thoughts. He is dead, after all. His journey at an end. What else is a funeral for but reflection? But those who know Richard, truly know him, would know that his only thought, his only wish, is that his secrets have died with him. If he were able, Richard might wonder whether it was all worth it, whether he had truly done the best he could in the circumstances. He might wonder if he would have gotten away with it all. If he knew what was in store, would he bang on the coffin lid, screaming that he was alive? Or would he prefer to be out of the picture, away from the line of fire, when it all comes crumbling down? That's the Richard people knew. The man who was incapable of taking responsibility for his actions. The man who caused suffering, sparking the match before walking away unscathed. But not this time. Part 2. The Wake. Chapter 20. The Mistress. I am banished. Cheek stinging, eyes blurry with tears, I drive myself home, stopping only at the off-licence for 3 bottles of Richard's favourite wine. I picture Fiona and her sons arriving for the wake, the pub hushed as they enter, their grief respected. But mine is not. My grief does not exist for them. I do not exist. Those years with Richard have been ripped away from me, leaving me vulnerable and alone. I should have expected this. I should have known that I would not be welcome, that I would not be allowed to share in their mourning. I'm halfway through the first bottle when my phone rings, and as I reach for it, I knock it to the floor, my hand overshooting. It skitters against the tiles, landing against the washing machine. I fall to my knees to retrieve it, the floor cold beneath my tights, and answer it without looking at the screen. Hello? Even to my own ears I sound drunk, my syllables slurring into one another. Hello, am I speaking to Miss Hart? Yes, I stammer, getting painfully to my feet and falling back onto the kitchen chair. The clock on the wall seems to stare down at me reproachfully. It is barely midday, and I am pissed. I shake myself, trying to focus. Yes, this is she. This is Anna from Castlegate Surgery. The doctor has requested you make an appointment to see him. I feel my stomach lurch as a word sink in. Doctor. Appointment. Is it about the test results? Have they come back? A pause. Then, when can you come in? Richard was with me when I found the lump a few months ago. What cliché I am. A 6-year-old woman finding a suspicious lump in her breast while in the shower. But here we are. He had come into the bathroom to use the toilet, had found me lifting my left breast to expose the hard bump on the underside, and he saw the anxiety in my face. It was Richard who booked the appointment, who held my hand in the waiting room, who accompanied me to the hospital where they took a biopsy. We'll go private, he whispered as we waited on the hard chairs, plastic cups of lukewarm water beside us. We'll get you whatever you need. It'll be fine. You'll see. I nodded, trying to force myself to believe his words, desperate to absorb some of his positivity. But I'd known, even then. I'd known what I would be facing, and a part of me is glad that Richard isn't here to witness it. Appointment made, I continue to drink as the afternoon ticks by. What does it matter, if I'm going to die anyway? My head is full of Richard, and the fury on Fiona's face when she slapped me. She had every right to, I think, draining my glass and opening the second bottle. I would have done the same thing to the woman who stole my husband away. My cheeks flush in anger. No, Richard was not a possession to be stolen. He was his own man, a fully grown adult, capable of making his own decisions. He had a choice between me and Fiona, and he made it. I pick up the bundle of letters from the kitchen table, left unopened in the days since Richard's death. I drop the few leaflets, one advertising a new vegan pizza, onto the floor, and a letter from my broadband provider about an increase in my direct debit follows them. My hand hovers over the next letter, the logo of my bank coming into focus. Fingers trembling, I pull out the letter, tearing the envelope and letting it flutter to the floor. To Mr. Asquith,
We are writing to confirm the removal of Miss Eleanor Hart from your joint account. My stomach clenches as I read the words over and over. The removal. Joint account. I unlock my phone and dial the number on the top of the letter, misdialing several times as I struggle to focus on the numbers. The wine has got the better of me. I take deep breaths as I select the options and wait for someone to pick up. "Hello? Welcome to TSB," a Welsh voice says after 10 minutes of irritating music, and promises that my call is important. "My name's Jane. How can I help you today?" I let out a breath, forcing my voice to be steady. "Hello. Yes, I'd like to request some information, please." "Certainly. Can you tell me the account number and sort code?" I read out the details. "One moment, please." I listen to the buzzing of the call centre as Jane tries to locate the details. My heart is racing, making me lightheaded, and I lean against the counter, one hand gripping the polished marble. A memory flashes into my mind. Me sitting on the counter like a child, legs dangling. Richard between my knees, his face buried in my neck. The scent of him is almost overpowering, and I totter, gasping as Jane comes back on the line. "Hello? Can you please confirm your name?" "Eleanor Hart." A pause. "Miss Hart, I'm afraid you've been removed from this account. We received the signed form back some weeks ago, authorising this request." The world tilts, the edges of my vision blurring. "Signed form? Signed by whom?" "By you," she says. "And Mr. Asquith. It's dated the 7th of November. The 7th of November? I tried to cast my mind back, tried to remember what we were doing that day. I glance up at my calendar, stagger across the room to tear it down from the pinboard. Thursday the 7th of November. Lunch at Willow, 1 p.m. The memory comes back. A steak sandwich for him, a Caesar salad for me. 2 glasses of rosé, clinked together in a toast. To us. To us. How could he do this to me? "Miss Hart?" Jane's voice makes me jump. "Are you still there?" "Yes, I'm still here." I take a deep breath, squaring my shoulders. There has to be a reasonable explanation for this. "I'm afraid there's been some kind of mistake. I did not sign that form, and neither did Mr. Asquith." "I see," Jane says, in a tone that makes it clear she doesn't see at all. "Is Mr. Asquith available to speak to?" My throat constricts, saliva flooding my mouth as nausea rises. No, he isn't," I say in a strangled voice. "He's dead." I hang up, dropping my phone to the counter with a thud and resting my head in my hands. It's no use. The wine flooding through my body is revealing a truth I've kept hidden from myself since Richard died. The truth that Richard was going to leave Fiona. But he wasn't leaving her for me. I was not the one he wanted, after all. Chapter 21. The Daughter. I drive the once familiar roads back towards St. Agnes, taking the turning for Perranporth, and feeling my heart lurch as I read the sign. Fleur shifts in her seat and glances at me before turning towards the back of the car. "So, Lexi," she says, the name drawn out by her accent. "How long have you been with Felix?" I catch Lexi's eye in the rearview mirror and register something in her face. It's the same look she had when she was reading the poem. The way she looked at Fiona as she made her way back to her seat. Is it fear? Anxiety? "We met at university," Lexi says.
I went a bit late, when I was 21. I do the calculations in my head. Felix is almost 26, which makes Lexi a couple of years older. You had what's the term? A gap year? Fleur asks, her voice tentative as it always is when she uses unfamiliar English terms. Her English is flawless. Her understanding of the language better than many who have it as their first and only language. But she is often nervous speaking it in larger groups. She does not like to get things wrong, and she finds it difficult to accept it when she makes a mistake. It's something I love about her. Her perfectionism, though it drives me bonkers at times too. Lexi smiles briefly. Something like that. I consider her accent. It isn't Cornish, isn't even from the West Country, but she's not from as far north as I am. Birmingham, perhaps? It sounds like a mixture of different accents, as if she has travelled across the country and picked up something from everywhere. Which university did you go to? Fleur asks. Plymouth. I was studying languages, actually. I see a shy smile creep onto her face as Fleur grins. Parlez-vous français? Un peu, Lexi responds, her cheeks flushed. Now she will know when we talk about her, Fleur says to me, winking, and Lexi laughs. Felix was studying business. We met in the student union in our final year. I consider this for a moment. Lexi would have been about 24 when she graduated, which means she fell pregnant not long after that. I wonder how Fiona felt about her darling son knocking someone up at the tender age of 22, squandering his expensive education to move back home with a pregnant girlfriend. Where did you grow up? I ask, and I see something flit across Lexi's face. Oh, around, all over. We moved a lot. I want to ask more, but she turns back to Fleur. Whereabouts in France do you live? Bretagne, Fleur says. Brittany. We live in a small house in a beautiful town, not far from where I grew up. It is wonderful. I've never been to France, Lexi muses. I'd love to go. Oh, but you must visit, Fleur exclaims, clapping her hands together. And Leo too? He would love it. I feel my stomach drop as we enter Perranporth. The familiar winding road suddenly too much. I crack the window and try to breathe in the cool air. My eyes flick to Toby in the mirror. He's staring out of the window, arms crossed over his chest. And you, mon petit frère? I ask him, trying to keep my voice steady. Have you ever been to France? I know he hasn't. I would have known if Richard had brought them over for a holiday. He always tried to contact me when he was crossing the English Channel, asking to meet in Paris or Bruges or Leipzig, and I always refused. Toby looks up, our eyes meeting, and I know that he's remembering the same thing I am. That day on the beach, his fingers carefully braiding my hair. The way our father shouted at him. I wonder what his life has been like, growing up in that house. The pressure of trying to please someone who was impossible to please. Richard's whims were like the wind, and he was forever moving the goalposts. I couldn't keep up, and I get the feeling that Toby couldn't either. I'd like to, he says after a moment, glancing at Lexi. I've always wanted to go travelling. Fleur reaches out and places a hand on his knee, and I realise that she sees the same thing I do. A lost little boy, without direction or purpose, drifting alone in the sea. She wants to help him, wants to be his rock like she is mine. It's her way. You will see the world, she says firmly.
And when you visit France, you will stay with us. We are family, oui?
The car is silent, her words hanging heavy above us all as we reach the car park. I pull into a space by the entrance, and Toby begins to fish around in his pockets, coming up with a bank card.
I'll go and get a ticket. What's the reg?
He's a sweet boy, Fleur says, as we watch him half jog across the car park.
But troubled, no?
She turns to Lexi, who drops her head to plant a kiss on her son's head.
Yes,
she says, her voice so quiet it's almost a whisper.
He is troubled.
We enter the Golden Lion together, Leo still sleeping in Lexi's arms. Toby leads the way up the weather-beaten steps. It is dark inside, all mahogany and low lighting, and outside the sea matches the grey sky. There are a surprising number of people already inside. I note the sign on the outer door that reads, "Closed for private function," so everyone here must have been invited. I spot my Uncle Peter, hovering at the end of the bar, 2 £10 notes clutched in his fist as he waits to be served. He doesn't look up as we pass, his eyes fixed firmly on the back of the bartender's head, as if he is trying to use telepathy to call him over. Lexi finds an empty booth and slides in, carefully laying Leo down next to her. Toby squeezes in beside her, and Fleur and I sit opposite, suddenly warm in our winter coats. We shrug them off, laying them over the back of the leather seat. "Drink?" Lexi asks, and I open my bag to find my purse.
"It's a free bar," Toby says with a grin.
He seems more relaxed now we are away from the beach and our shared memories. "White wine, please," I say, and Fleur asks for a gin and tonic. Toby moves to let Lexi out, and I slide out of the booth, following her towards the bar. "I'll give you a hand," I say, when she glances at me, and she smiles. "Felix tells me you've lived in France for 10 years, she says once she's placed our order. She picks up a beer mat and begins to shred it into tiny pieces. "Thereabouts. I went straight after uni." "And how long have you and Fleur been together?" "Just over 4 years, I say. About the same time you and Felix have been together, I suppose." She doesn't say anything, just continues to shred the beer mat as my glass of wine is placed before me. I take a sip. I'm not a big drinker as a rule. My mother's descent into alcoholism put me off it. But I do enjoy the odd glass of wine. God knows I'm going to need it today.
"Lovely service," a woman says beside us,
a glass of sherry in one hand.
"He was a wonderful man."
I don't know this woman, and by the look on Lexi's face, she doesn't either. "Thank you," I say, after an awkward moment, and the woman smiles sadly, before gliding towards the far end, where a waiter is laying out platters covered in cling film. Fiona has put on a spread, it would seem. I look around the room for her, finally spotting her in a corner with Felix, their heads pressed together, lips moving quickly. Are they arguing? I'm about to turn away when Felix lifts his head and his eyes meet mine, and a shiver runs down my spine. He gets up, and I realise with a jolt that he's heading towards us. Lexi turns as he approaches and reaches out to place a hand on his arm, but he sidesteps her, slotting himself between us, one elbow on the bar, his cold eyes fixed on mine.
"So, the prodigal daughter returns," he sneers, and for a moment it is Richard I see before me.
The father who was always criticising me, never happy. "That's me," I say, pasting on a wide smile. I catch Lexi staring at me and give a small shake of my head that says, "It's okay, I can handle him."
And I can. Try as he might, Felix could never intimidate me. Felix notices the exchange, his lip curling as he glances back at his fiancée before speaking. You'll be happy to know your trip was worthwhile. There's enough in there to set you up for life. I frown, caught off guard. Enough in where? He rolls his eyes. The will. That is why you came, isn't it? I open my mouth to speak, my skin prickling as his accusation sinks in. But he continues. A nice sum for the daughter who abandoned him. It's hardly fair, is it? His eyes flash then, and I notice a flush creeping up his neck. Considering it wasn't you who had to deal with him. Felix! Lexi hisses, eyes wide. That's enough! Oh, is it? I don't think so. He leans in close to me. I can smell whiskey on his breath, and I recoil. I think we're only just getting started, sis. Chapter 22. The Deceased. Then. Richard woke to a pounding headache, his eyes blurry and sore. He rubbed them, feeling the grit beneath his fingers, and tried to take a deep breath in. For a moment, he forgot where he was, the spare bedroom around him unfamiliar. The pounding continued, hammering against his skull like a drum. He breathed out, grimaced when he smelled the alcohol on his own breath and a whiff of the cheap kebab he'd shared with a friend on the way home. He sat up, untangling the duvet from around his legs and slowly shifting towards the end of the bed. The floorboards were cold beneath his feet. His head swam, and he paused, his eyes closed, as he waited for the nausea to pass. When he opened the bedroom door, he realized the pounding wasn't just coming from inside his head. Stumbling across the landing, he banged a fist against Tobias's door, wincing at the additional noise. His son didn't answer. Probably couldn't hear him over the din. Tobias! Richard called, trying the handle. Locked. He swore under his breath and staggered back into the bedroom, fumbling for his phone on the bedside table. What a modern parent I am, he thought sardonically, as he found Toby's name and pressed it, calling my son from the next room. He answered on the 5th ring. Yeah? Will you turn the music down, please? What? Richard sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose and closing his eyes. Turn the music down, please. What? Turn the bloody music down! His own shouting tore through his head, and he winced. Do you hear me? Turn it down! The music reduced slightly, enough for Richard to hear Toby huff. Happy now, he said, in a way that told Richard his son didn't give a stuff about his happiness. Yes, thank you, he replied through gritted teeth. Are you... Tobias hung up. Richard threw the phone onto the bed and took another deep breath. His youngest child, now almost 16, had been the most challenging of them all. Skye was always quiet, content to play by herself, or spend the afternoon drawing. She became quite the artist, as Richard recalled, but Fern had told him that she'd stopped painting when she was at secondary school. Pity. Still, there was no money in art. Felix was everything a boy should be, in Richard's opinion. Sporty, confident, academic, but not a swot. He played football, had lots of friends and a few girlfriends too. Now he was at university, and by all accounts was living the dream. Exactly what Richard had always wanted for him. But Tobias was a challenge. Where Skye was quiet, he was sulky. While Felix played rugby and football, Toby had always been drawn to dance and playing with hair, of all things.
He refused to stay inside the lines society had drawn for him, and it infuriated Richard. His younger son was determined to do whatever the hell he wanted. Just like Safi. He felt a pang as her face filled his mind. His younger daughter had been a free spirit, a regular tomboy who loved nothing more than running around and climbing trees and splashing in puddles. She refused to wear skirts and dresses, was happiest rolling around in a muddy field, Nala chasing her through the grass. She, too, refused to stay inside the lines. But it had been different with her. The hypocrisy didn't even cross Richard's mind. To him, there was nothing wrong with girls wanting to be more like boys. Boys had more fun, didn't they? Boys were easier, less complicated. There was no bitchiness, no gossiping. A few punches on a night out and they were the best of friends again by the morning. No, Richard had never been concerned about Safi's inclination towards more boisterous activities. But he was concerned about Toby. What kind of man would he become? What woman would be drawn to someone so sensitive and, well, weak? Finding himself in the bathroom, Richard relieved himself and turned on the shower. The hot water pounded on his shoulders, releasing some of the tension built up from the uncomfortable bed, and he allowed his mind to drift from his son to the night before. A late one. He remembered stumbling home somewhere around 4 a.m. to find his bedroom door locked against him. He pictured Fiona's hard face as she turned the key, sitting in bed with a book on her knees. It was becoming a habit, sleeping apart. The first time, before he'd had a chance to grab the spare bedding from the wardrobe in his bedroom, he spent the night on the sofa, his legs dangling off the end, his neck developing a crick as he tossed and turned. Why was it always Richard who was shut out of the bedroom? It was just as much his as it was hers. More so, even. He had paid for this house, designed and built it through his company, and filled it with everything Fiona could ever want. A walk-in wardrobe, an ensuite bathroom, a bloody indoor swimming pool he rarely got to use. The kitchen was kitted out with the latest models, a huge American fridge freezer and touchscreen hob, and he gave her the freedom to update the house as often as she liked. Only last week she'd had a new tumble dryer delivered and had redecorated the living room, complete with a brand new carpet. His money was hers, and she used it freely. And this is how she repaid him. He closed his eyes as he worked the shampoo into a lather and tried to force Fiona from his mind. His brother popped in instead, and he felt unease curdle in his stomach. They had had a falling out, he remembered. A few sharp words exchanged in the toilets of the pub. But what had it been about? Another face flickered through his mind, and he groaned. James. Bloody James. He was like a weight around his neck. This man who was a friend to both Peter and Fiona, but who had never taken to Richard. Always glaring at him from the corner of his eye, ignoring his witty comments or butting into his conversations. He was a busybody, Richard thought. Nothing but trouble. You're fucking married, Peter! His words drifted back to him as he rinsed his hair. To a woman, in case you hadn't noticed. Peter's eyes hardening, his cheeks flushing at the accusation. It's not what you think. It never is it? But it was. Richard had seen the way Peter's hand lingered on James's when he passed him his pint. He'd noticed the secret glances, the hidden smiles, and he had guessed what his brother was trying to hide. Poor Sandra, he'd said as they'd washed their hands at the sink together. Your poor children. I wonder what they'd think if they knew. What Richard didn't tell him, would not tell him, not as long as he lived, was that they already did.
and it was he who had spilled the beans. Chapter 23. The Celebrant. James slips into the pub, his eyes adjusting to the dimly lit area. I shouldn't be here, he thinks, annoyed at himself. I should have been stronger. Why can I never say no to people? It's a weakness of his, he knows. Tom used to nag him about it all the time. His lips curved into a smile. Just say no, James. It's easy, see? No, no, no. He shakes off the voice, wondering if he will ever stop replaying his life with Tom inside his head. Their time together was short in comparison to the rest of his life, but it remains his most treasured. Even his mother still mourns Tom. At least, she did, before the dementia kicked in. Now she often asks how Tom is, and it is like a knife to the chest for James to say, He's fine, Mum. Just busy at work. Well, you give him my love, she always says. He works too hard. You both do. There's more to life than work. Yes, there is, Mum, he thinks as he approaches the bar. But it's all I've got. Until now. Now you're all I've got. He orders a gin and tonic for his nerves and scans the room. His eyes are lighting on Skye at the other end of the bar, the back of her head visible as someone leans in close. Squinting, cursing the vanity which makes him forget his glasses more often than not, James tries to make out the other person. Short, fair hair, a dark, crisp suit. For a second, James thinks it is Richard standing there, his hand on his daughter's arm, his face twisted in distaste. But he blinks and sees that it is Felix, and his mouth goes dry. Felix glances up then, meeting his gaze, and his lips twist into a smirk. He says something else to Skye, his fingers tightening on her arm for a moment before he slips past her, making his way around the bar. Oh, shit, James thinks as the man approaches. He's never liked Felix, even when he was a child. He wonders if it is unfair to dislike someone so young, whether he should have saved his dislike for the grown-ups responsible for him. But Felix has grown from an unlikable child to an even more unpleasant adult. Vicar, Felix says, leaning against the bar beside him, a smirk still plastered to his lips. James sighs and ignores him, averting his gaze and sipping his drink instead. I didn't think you would have the nerve, he continues, and James looks at him then. Excuse me? He asks, injecting as much incredulity into his voice as he can muster. But his hand has begun to tremble, the liquid sloshing against the side of the glass. He puts it down. Tell me again why you were chosen to lead my father's funeral. You were hardly bosom buddies. Your mum asked me to, James replies, trying to appear nonchalant. It was a comfort to her. A favour. A favour? Felix sneers. So you weren't paid, then? James feels his cheeks redden, and Felix nods once. Just as I thought. You just wanted to make sure he was dead, didn't you? And take a nice cut of my inheritance while you did so. James is speechless in the face of the young man's sudden fury. He catches a flash of copper out of the corner of his eye, and he sees Skye still standing a few feet away, her face a mask of concern. What had Felix been saying to her? Was he this cruel to everyone? He opens his mouth to speak, but a hand lands on his arm and he turns to find Fiona behind him, her eyes red, her lipstick faded. James, she says, her voice quiet. Thank you for coming. Her eyes flit between the two men, and James wonders what she sees in her son's face. Felix, why don't you go and check on Lexi? I saw her go outside just now." For a second, Felix looks as if he's about to argue, but then his face changes, his features flattening to an unreadable mask. "Yes, Mother," he says, giving James one last look before storming out of the pub. "Oh dear," Fiona says, leaning against the bar and closing her eyes. "He's taking it rather hard." "Is that what you really believe?" James thinks, but doesn't say. Aren't all mothers blind when it comes to their children? His certainly is. His mum has always been James's biggest cheerleader, even when he was in the wrong. "Yes," he says instead, sipping his drink. "How are you doing?" Fiona sighs, her eyes fluttering open. "As well as can be expected, I suppose." She signals the bartender and orders a glass of wine. This was his favourite pub, you know. James nods. "Didn't he have a party here once?" Fiona smiles. "Yes, his 40th. I remember it being pretty wild." "It was," Fiona says, but her smile has slipped. "But I only remember the accident." "Accident?" "With Toby. Don't you remember?" James searches his memory, but comes up blank. Perhaps he had already left by that point. "Toby almost drowned. Just there." She lifts a finger and points beyond the door in the terrace, her gaze fixed on a spot on the beach below. James purses his lips. "I don't remember that. What happened?" "I'm not sure. He was swimming, though why he thought it was a good idea at such a late hour was beyond me. With no supervision, either." "Where was Felix?" "Adult supervision," Fiona says, raising an eyebrow. "Felix was only a child himself." James considers this. If it was Richard's 40th birthday, Felix would have been about 11, he thinks. Too young, he concedes. Too young to be held accountable. Probably. "Skye was there too," Fiona continues. "She was 16 or so. She pulled him out of the water." "Skye did?" James glances over at the table where Skye now sits beside her girlfriend. He sees Toby talking to Peter on the next table. Fiona nods. "She was a difficult child," she says, following his gaze, "and never my biggest fan. But I will always owe her for that." Skye looks up as if she has heard, and James looks hastily away. But Fiona continues to stare, her chin lifted, her face impassive, until he clears his throat. "Have you heard from Fern?" he asks. Fiona frowns. "Fern? Why would I have?" James shakes his head. He has known Fiona for decades, and so he knows to choose his battles wisely. But Fiona's face softens, and her next words surprise him. "She didn't want to come. She said she would find it too difficult. Being back here, where—" She trails off, genuine sadness written across her face as she stares out the window. James mentally finishes her sentence. Where Safi disappeared, and where Toby almost drowned. There's a strange sort of poetry there, he thinks. Fiona's youngest child almost dying where Fern's youngest disappeared. As if Richard was paying the price for something. The victim of some kind of curse. "Of course," he replies, finishing his drink in 2 gulps. The alcohol fizzes through him. Toby is making his way across the room now, and he sees Peter look up at them, his eyes narrowed. Fiona reaches out to her son as he passes, but he barely pauses before continuing on his way towards the toilets. James catches the hurt in her eyes before she slips the mask back on. "I suppose I'd better mingle," she says, straightening her jacket and pasting a smile on her face. "Just a few more hours, and we can get back to our lives."
Chapter 24. The Daughter-in-Law. I stare at Felix, open-mouthed at the venom in his voice. He is his mother's son. This is what comes from 26 years of her dripping poison into his veins. Skye blinks at him. The light-hearted woman I met barely an hour ago, replaced by someone with steely eyes. Richard's daughter. My phone vibrates in my pocket, and distracted I turn away as Felix pushes past me. Unknown number. It could be someone from work, a client who couldn't make it today. So I cross the room and slip out of the door. Outside, the sky is heavy with clouds, dark and ominous, and the sea lashes against the rocks beneath as I answer the phone. Hello? A pause. Silence. I frown. Hello? Lex? A voice says, and the blood freezes in my veins. Lex, can you hear me? My pulse begins to pound in my ears, keeping time with the whoosh of the waves below. There are only 2 people who call me Lex, and one of them is in prison for murder. The other is my brother. Pa? How did you get this number? I hear him sigh, that way he has of pushing all the breath out of his lungs. How are you, Patrick? He says in a high voice, that I suppose is meant to mimic mine. Nice to hear from you, Patrick. Stop it. My voice is like a whip, surprising me. I remember the letter I received yesterday, still folded in the back pocket of the jeans I left lying on the back of the dressing chair in my bedroom, waiting for me to be ready to read the words. Will I ever be? What do you want? I ask him. No, is that the way to speak to your one and only brother? His accent is lyrical, more Irish than mine ever was, though he moved from Ireland when I was 2 and he was 6. I need to speak to you, Lex. It's about, No! The word bursts from me in a wave of fury, my body beginning to shake. No, Patrick, no! I've told you before. No! He's getting out soon, he says, and the hot fury turns to ice in my stomach. He wants to see you. He's... My throat constricts as I consider his words. But he got life. Patrick gives a low chuckle. When does life ever really mean life? He served 12 years. Not nearly enough, I mutter, bitterness infusing my words. He's done his time, Lex. He wants to make amends. Make amends? How do you atone for killing the mother of your children? I can feel the memory on the edge of my mind, threatening to pull me in. Crimson puddles on the laminate floor, splashes like raindrops across the kitchen cupboards. A body, crumpled, unrecognisable. My mother. He beat her to death! I hiss, reaching out and placing a hand on the railing to steady myself. The wind whips up, bitterly cold against my skin. He killed our mother, Pa. He murdered her because she didn't do what he wanted. Because she wanted to leave. I remember the whispers in the camp. The women who tutted and shook their heads. What had she expected? Trying to take a man away from his family. Blood is blood. Blood is blood, Patrick echoes, and I flinch. He's still our father. He stopped being my father the moment he raised a hand to her, I say, remembering the heated arguments that got worse when we left the camp and moved into a council flat on the outskirts of Birmingham. There's nowhere to hide in a caravan, and the tiny flat was like a palace at first. But it turned out that there was nowhere to hide there either. I remember the first time he hit her, the way her head snapped back,
her hair flying into her face. The mark that spread across her cheek as the week wore on, carefully covered with makeup during the day when she left for work at the corner shop at the end of the street. The stench of alcohol coming from the living room, where he spent his days sleeping off his hangover, the curtain shut tight against the outside world. I had been born into a family of over 30 people, almost half of them below the age of 18. And though I only had one brother, I was surrounded by children I considered my siblings. We were close, sticking together during our lessons taught by one of the older women, always chattering while we went about our chores. Living in that council flat, I felt as if I'd been cut adrift. Patrick was 17 and had started working in the local butcher's, and I was left to pick up the household chores my mother left undone while she worked in the shop. Once surrounded by friends, I was now alone, creeping around a silent house, trying not to make a sound as I dusted around my father's mess. I was 16 years old when he killed her. Patrick had gone back to the family, an uncle having given him a job breeding horses, and our father descended further into a drunken haze. He hadn't wanted to leave the camp, had begged my mother to stay, and it was the final straw for his son to return to the life he wanted. Life on the road was hard, but as a child I'd loved the feeling of closeness, loved that I could walk 20 steps and be with my friends. But my mother hated it. She hated the lack of privacy, the lack of mod cons. Most of all, she hated the rain, the way the roof of our caravan leaked, and the mud we had to squelch through, and which always ended up coating the floor. She hadn't been born to that life, my mum. She had grown up in a semi-detached house in Ireland, and had followed my father in a haze of young love, but it hadn't been enough. That awful day. I came home from my part-time job at the supermarket to find the front door ajar. I followed the sound of sobbing, my skin prickling as I crept down the hall and pushed open the kitchen door. He was crouched beside her, his head in his hands, blood covering his fingers. She was lying in the corner of the room, her body limp like a rag doll, her hair covering her face. I remember the blood splashed against the tiles, staining the wooden cupboards and pooling on the floor beneath her body. I gasped, and he lifted his head, his eyes meeting mine, and I knew what he had done. I turned and ran, almost falling down the concrete stairs as I fled our 4th-floor flat towards the exit and the payphone on the corner. He forgives you, you know. My brother's voice brings me back to the present. He never held it against you. Held what against me? I snap. He killed my mother. What did you expect me to do? Help him bury her body? Mop her blood from the tiles? I cannot stem the flow of words, the fury that is engulfing me. How dare he call me? How dare he insinuate that I was to blame for our father going to prison? Patrick has always supported him, has continued to trot out the same excuses I heard in the weeks following her murder, when he went back to live with the family. What did she expect? She knew what she was signing up for when she married him. It must have driven him mad being snatched away from his family, from his culture. It was all about him. How she had wronged him. How unhappy he was, living a different life to the one he had been born into. To them, he was a man who had simply snapped under the pressure. To them, his actions were perfectly understandable. "Fuck off, Patrick," I hiss, injecting my words with as much fury as possible. "Both of you can just fuck off and leave me alone." I hang up, my hand shaking as I grip the wooden barrier. I take a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart, seeking solace in the sea. After my father was arrested, I was sent back to the family where they were camped near Dartmoor. But before long, I ran away to the city, spending a year on the streets before I finally got a room in a hostel near Plymouth University. Back then, I would spend hours by the sea, picking my way across the rocks, trying to find my place in this world. And then I met Richard, and everything changed. I shudder at the memories of those early days. The jobs he got me, how he encouraged me to go to university. The nights spent in the flat he owned, rented out to me for free. At the time I'd thought he was so kind, so generous. But nothing was free when it came to Richard. Everything had a price. He thought he could control me, could hold our secrets over me like a guillotine. Until I met Felix, and everything changed again. I suppose he never expected me to fall for his son, and I did fall for him, in the beginning. He was so confident, I thought. Though I eventually learned to see it as arrogance as our relationship soured and I lost the rose-tinted glasses. Why am I incapable of seeing people for who they truly are? My mother used to say it was a blessing, that there wasn't enough kindness in the world, so I created it. Pushed aside the shadows and dug deep to find the good in everyone. She never warned me that it might be used against me. The door opens and Felix steps out, his face a mask of frustration, and I feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. This is the reaction my body has when he is near. A sudden weariness, all senses on high alert. Just like his father, Felix is capable of incredible cruelty. Except Felix isn't as good at hiding it. Chapter 25. The Deceased. Then. He had first been drawn to her long, wild hair, the way the ends curled back up into themselves like perfect spirals. Her body was slim, if erring on the side of too thin, and her skin was the colour of the sand at low tide. When she asked him for his order, he detected a faint northern accent. Not a local, then. Richard had always been amazed at how people made their way down to his part of the country, a small town on the north coast of Cornwall. He'd met people from across the world, Norway, New Zealand, China, Africa, from all over the US and Europe, from across the UK too. Somehow, all these people ended up in his little town, despite the decrease in jobs in the off-season and a severe lack of affordable housing. Some towns closed completely between October and April. Shops shuttered against the cold, desolate winters. He had heard of people camping up Godrevy and by the old tin mines, or inland in the middle of the woods or a farmer's field, waiting for the weather to change and for peak season to arrive again. Richard sat back, watching her walk away with his order, and began to wonder where she had come from. He could understand the pull of Plymouth, the thriving student city which he often visited and where he now sat, watching her. The restaurant was on the Barbican, walls made almost entirely of glass, giving diners a view of the gentle lapping waves. She was a student, he decided, his eyes drawn now to the sea beyond the window, the boats bobbing up and down on the water. An art student, perhaps, or literature. Something creative, something different. He could tell that she was different, with her dark skin and light curls, and her bright sea-glass eyes. She could be a model, he thought, when she placed his drink on the table before him, her nails clean and shaped, her fingers long and delicate. A ring flashed on her thumb, a silver band with a small turquoise stud, and he admired it, wondered if it had any significance, a history. He watched her float around the restaurant, carrying plates and smiling with an almost genuine warmth,
as she spoke to the diners. Her tinkling laughter carried across the room, captivating him. He would ask for her name, Richard decided once he'd finished his meal. He would find out her name, and he would get to know her. But she was gone by the time he was ready to pay. The waiter in her place was older. The skin around her lips wrinkled as if she'd spent her 40 years on the planet constantly sucking on a cigarette. He left quickly, scanning the cobbled street outside, shielding his eyes with a hand as he looked across the shimmering water. And there she was, a portion of chips open beside her, her long legs dangling over the wall as she stared out to sea. Boats bobbed in the harbour, the tide rising with every second. The air was full of chatter, families making their way through the streets, groups of friends laughing, tanned arms linked, sunglasses covering their eyes. It was a beautiful summer's evening, the type of evening Richard liked to spend in a pub garden, a glass of wine in hand, the sun warming him inside and out. But this, he decided, would be far more exciting. "Hello," he said, coming up behind her. She turned quickly, pushing her sunglasses up into her hair, her eyes searching his face. Was that a flicker of annoyance or of recognition? "Hi," she replied warily, and Richard quickly realised his error. He wasn't usually the type of man to accost a young woman on the street. He had no need to accost anyone anywhere, for that matter. People, as a rule, flocked to him. But she was different. She was young, possibly early 20s, young enough to be his daughter, was in fact probably younger than his daughter. But he ignored that small fact as he sat down beside her, feeling the warm stones beneath his palms. "Beautiful day," he said, tipping his head back and enjoying the warmth on his face. The waves lapped against the wall beneath them, and seabirds called out greetings in the sky above. The woman covered her chips, placing a hand on top of the box. He turned to her. "Richard," he said, holding out a hand. "You were my waitress this evening." A small smile, then. "I remember," she said, slipping her hand into his, the cool metal of her ring pressing against his thumb. "Was everything satisfactory?" She had a strange accent, a hybrid of north and south. He couldn't pin it down. "More than," he said, smiling back at her and unwillingly releasing her hand. She slid her sunglasses back down over her eyes and sat back, her body language relaxing as she looked out across the water. "I love it here," she said, her chest rising as she inhaled the sea air. "It's so peaceful." "Even on a Friday evening?" He chuckled as he indicated the crowds of people walking past, their footsteps loud on the cobblestones. A woman shrieked as her ankle almost turned over, her high heel stuck in a crack. She smiled. "Even so." Richard followed her gaze, enjoying the gentle ripple of the water, the setting sun casting a pink glow across the waves. It was peaceful, he decided, his ears tuning out the noise of the Friday night crowd behind them. It was perfect. They sat in silence for a while, their legs dangling over the wall, him still in his shiny shoes, her feet bare, the toenails painted a shimmery purple. He had had a stressful week at work, a lot of travelling, one punctured tyre, which left him stranded on the side of the M5 until the AA saw fit to come and tow him to the nearest garage, a particularly tight-ass client who had seemed to expect a palace for the price of a council flat, and an argument with Fiona, which had resulted in him punching the wall of his hotel room. He flexed his hand as the memory of the pain came back, and the woman glanced at him, her eyes hidden behind the dark glasses, her expression unreadable. In one quick movement she got to her feet, slipping into her shoes and reaching down for her chips. She paused, tilting her head to one side as Richard gazed up at her. The sun was behind her,
her long curls lifting gently in the breeze, and he had raised a hand to shield his eyes.
"See you later, Richard,"
she said, slinging her bag over her shoulder and smiling.
"But wait,"
he protested, as she turned and began to walk away. "I don't know your name."
"It's Alexandrina,"
she called over her shoulder, disappearing up the hill, not once looking back.
"But you can call me Lexi."
Chapter 26. The Daughter. I'm still seething from my encounter with Felix when I make my way back to our table, my fingers clutching our drinks so hard I think the glass will shatter between them. Fleur has Leo beside her, his curls splayed against her hip, and she smiles at me as I sit down, her eyes clouding as she takes in my expression. "What happened?" she asks. I shake my head. Nothing. Just families. I take a sip of my drink. Where did Lexi go? She went outside, I think, Fleur says, twirling one of Leo's curls around her finger. He's so precious. Don't get any ideas, I say, only half joking, and she grins. One day, we will have 4 babies. No, 5. And we will live in a cabin by the sea. All those children in one tiny cabin. She ignores me. And they will learn how to swim in the ocean, learn how to climb trees, and make friends with the animals. I sigh theatrically. And where will we get these children, my dear? Fleur's eyes are suddenly sad, and I regret my words immediately. She grew up in the French care system, her parents having died in a car crash when she was 3 and her brother 5. They were separated, and Fleur's been hoping to find him ever since. Hang on, I say quickly. You're forgetting one key thing. Her eyes brighten as I grin. How many dogs will we have? Oh, but that is easy. 10. 10? Oui, 10. She says, and I kiss her lightly on the lips, tasting her strawberry lip balm.
"Can I have a doggy?"
a small voice says, and we look down to see Leo blinking up at us. Fleur laughs. "Do you want a dog?" The little boy nods solemnly. "What dog would you like?"
"A golden retriever,"
he exclaims excitedly as he sits up, and we burst into laughter, Leo joining in without understanding. "I have never heard of this breed," Fleur says, "but I have heard of a golden retriever. They look like this." She gets out her phone and taps the name into Google, bringing up an image and showing him. Leo's eyes widen.
"Yes, that's my doggy."
"And what would you call her?" He screws his face up.
"Is it a her?"
he asks.
"Mummy says it's rude to assume."
He says the word carefully, as if it is new to him. I smile at him. He truly is precious. Lexi should be proud. "It can be a boy or a girl," Fleur says. "Your choice."
"A girl?"
Leo says, grinning again.
"My doggy is a girl because I like girls. Mummy is a girl."
"She is," I say, "and so are we."
"But I like Uncle Toby too. He's not a girl, is he?"
I laugh again, unable to stop myself. But Fleur shoots me a look, and something suddenly clicks and my laughter stutters to a stop. "I don't think so," I say, choosing my words carefully. Uncle Toby is just Uncle Toby. Leo considers this for a moment before nodding sagely.
"Uncle Toby is just Uncle Toby," he repeats. "And my doggy is called Lucy because I like Lucy from the park."
He frowns then.
"Lucy has 2 mummies. And Grandma said they're going to hell.
I feel my insides freeze, my gaze flicking up to find Fiona standing at the bar with the celebrant. Hell is empty, I think, and all the devils are here. Do you believe that? Fleur asks Leo, who shakes his head.
Mummy said hell might not exist. She said we don't know what happens when we die.
He places a tiny hand on Fleur's arm.
Do you know what happens when we die?
He whispers, his eyes huge, his thick lashes dark against his skin. Oh, Jesus, I think, and I can see the same thought crossing Fleur's mind. We are not qualified to be having this conversation. Just then, Lexi reappears, and I see the relief flashing across Fleur's face as Leo flings himself at his mother, his arms circling her neck as she takes her seat opposite us. Everything all right? I ask her. She nods, her mouth in a line, before reaching out and gulping down her drink in one. The door slams and Felix enters, his eyes searching the room. I hold my breath, willing him to sit somewhere else, for our table to become invisible, and breathe a sigh of relief when he turns towards the opposite end of the pub. How are you doing? Fleur asks Lexi, her brow furrowed with concern. Lexi is radiating energy. Her skin is alive with it, her eyes flashing when she looks up at us. Fine, she snaps, her voice unnaturally sharp, then sighs. Sorry, it's just families, I supply, and she nods, a small smile tugging at her lips. We understand one another, I realise. We are two of a kind. Outsiders, her by blood, me by choice. But we are the same, or at least similar enough to recognise one another. Leo announces that he needs the toilet, and I see Lexi's face crumple. She suddenly looks exhausted, as if she hasn't slept for a week. I'll take him, I say. I mean, if that's okay, I add hastily. I am almost a stranger to her, the long-lost sister she's never met before. But she smiles gratefully and nods. Thank you, Sky, she says, turning to her son and touching his cheek. Your aunt is going to take you. You remember what to do? Leo nods, leaping over his mother and onto the floor. He sits down at the moment, she says quietly to me. We're working on his aim. She smiles, her eyes glittering. He wipes himself. He just needs help washing his hands. I return her smile. Got it. Back in a jiffy. What is jiffy? I hear Fleur ask Lexi as I take Leo's hand and lead him towards the toilets, Lexi's laughter following us across the room. Leo really does know what to do. He tells me to stand at the cubicle door and turn my back to him while he does his business. A woman I don't recognise comes in just as Leo announces that he's finished, and she smiles as she goes into the next cubicle. I help him wash his hands, holding him up under the dryer. He giggles as the hot air blasts his hands, and I can't help but grin too. I don't have much experience with children. I've never felt the tug of motherhood like Fleur seems to. But with a child like Leo, I can see the appeal. Maybe. As we exit the toilets, Leo is chattering about a beetle that came into his room last week, which he named Alfred. A figure rears up before us, stopping us in our tracks. What are you doing with my son? Felix demands, his voice too loud, his eyes bloodshot. How much has he been drinking? I pull myself up to my full height, which is slightly taller than him. I take after my mother that way. I feel Leo tuck himself next to my leg, as if he is hiding behind me. And the realization that he is scared of his father fills me with a sudden, surprising fury. Get out of the way, I say, my voice ringing out across the hushed room. I see Lexi turn towards us and scramble out of the booth. "Leo," Felix says, holding out a hand. "Come here." But Leo doesn't move. For the second time today, Lexi inserts herself between us, a hand on Felix's shoulder. "What's the matter?" she asks quietly. Felix shrugs her off. "Why are you letting a stranger go off with my child?" he hisses, and I see her recoil. "He needed the toilet," she whispers, her eyes dropping from his face. "She's not a stranger. She's—" "Why didn't you take him?" Felix demands, raising a finger and pointing it in her face, and I feel the anger surge in me again. He has already tried to intimidate me today, managed to get his digs in when I was too shocked to respond. But I will not let him bully me. I will not let him bully his child like our father did. "Why didn't you?" I say, lifting my chin as his gaze finds mine again. "You are his father, aren't you?" Lexi's eyes widen at my words. "Sorry," she murmurs, and I want to tell her not to apologise. I want to tell her to stand up to him, this bully to whom she has tied herself. She suddenly looks very young, almost lost, and I feel the anger go out of me. She reaches out and takes Leo's hand, but his fingers still cling to my trousers, and I look down to see his large eyes swimming with tears. I hold out my hand and he takes it with his free hand, his little palm damp in mine. My shoulder bumps into Felix and he staggers, his eyes blazing as Lexi and I move away from him, Leo between us, our backs straight, and our heads held high. Chapter 27. The Mistress. "That wine is too good to be drunk alone." Those were the first words Richard said to me. Well, not the very first words. We'd known each other casually for years. Had been on nod-in terms at training events and work dues. But the first time I noticed him, really noticed him, was at the end of a particularly busy week. The company I worked for, providing sleep pods for the homeless, had received a charitable donation from Richard's firm, and he had invited us along to one of his fancy dinners. He always loved to throw a party. Had known how to wine and dine both clients and suppliers, and a few of us from the charity had been invited. One of my colleagues came down with the flu the day before. The other had to take their daughter to the airport, and so I went alone, determined to shake off the stress of the working week. Their dinner was exquisite, as always, the ambience perfect, but my mood refused to lift. I can't remember now what had been stressing me out so much. Isn't that always the case? The things that seem so huge, the challenges so insurmountable, often melt away with the passing of time. After dessert, I found myself ordering a bottle of wine and taking it out onto the terrace, sitting alone in the chilly September air, a scarf wrapped around my shoulders. Not 10 minutes later, Richard joined me outside, grinning his boyish grin as he approached my table. "That wine is too good to be drunk alone," he said, producing another glass with a flourish, as if he had planned the whole thing, and sat down beside me. We talked for hours, the sky black and full of stars, the guests leaving one by one as the hour grew later. And still we talked. He went inside for another bottle, and I remember wondering what I was doing, why I hadn't made my excuses and left. But I didn't want to. I was pleasantly surprised by how well we were getting on, by how much I was enjoying his company. The slick businessman had been left inside. I was finally meeting the real Richard, the man behind the mask, and I liked him. He had booked a room, since he had a function nearby the next morning that meant it was pointless going home in between. We stumbled into the lift together, clutching one another, our lips stretched into grins. We were like giddy teenagers, and when the lift doors closed and he kissed me, I felt as if I were 16 again. We stayed up all night, tangled up in the pristine sheets, finally tiring at around 4 a.m. and falling into a drunken, sated sleep. His alarm at 6:30 was an unwelcome shock. I woke with sticky eyes and a dry mouth to see him sliding out of bed, his naked back glistening in the half-light. He turned and smiled at me. "Stay and sleep," he whispered, reaching down and tucking my hair behind my ear. "You have until midday." I must have slept again, because when I opened my eyes, he was gone. A business card left on his pillow, a message scrawled across the back. "What a surprise you are, Ellie. Call me. R. Kiss." I was flattered. I was a few years older than Richard, but I had begun to pride myself on keeping fit after my divorce. Early morning jogs and weekly swimming meant I was healthier in my 50s than I had ever been before, and I enjoyed the attention it gave me. Some women complain about the male gaze, but they will miss it when it starts to skip over them, when they become invisible. When my son died and my marriage fell apart, I was a size 18 and uncomfortable with it. I'm all for body positivity, but it didn't suit me, and I wore the weight like an heavy shroud. My hair was a mess, my skin neglected, and I threw on whatever clothes I could find, without caring if they were clean or dirty. I was 32, divorced, bereaved, alone. It took 5 years to lose the weight. 5 years of strict dieting and daily exercise. I hated it to begin with. Hated being the largest person in the Zumba class, puffing away at the back amongst the young, lean things. I hated lettuce, would look down at my daily salad with dismay as my stomach grumbled. But I soon got used to it. I learned to buy the salad I actually liked, and set aside time to prepare meals for the week so I could avoid the oven pizza bought in a rush. I started walking every day, buying myself a pair of headphones and listening to audiobooks as I strolled, then jogged, then ran across the beach. And as my waistline shrank, my confidence grew. I finally had something other than my grief to focus on. I was alive. Despite everything, I was still alive. And I was going to live. The year I met Richard was also the year I decided to retire from my job at the charity. I had built up a good pension, had paid off the mortgage on my house and on the student flat I rented out in Falmouth. I had enjoyed my career, for the most part, juggling contracts for construction businesses before moving to the charity. I'd enjoyed dressing in smart suits and expensive heels, and working at the charity gave me a sense of purpose. I had done well, I thought, contributing to the success of the business, and now I was going to relax. In December, I gave 6 months' notice and left the following summer, Richard waiting in the car park at the end of my last day to take me home. He cooked steak, and we spent the evening on the living room floor, blankets barely covering our naked bodies. This is the life, I remember thinking. This is my life now. Richard still worked, of course, and he had Fiona to go home to. It niggled me at first, when I realised that he was still married, but he soon began to assure me that he was going to leave her. He spent at least 3 nights a week at mine, and we met regularly for lunch in a pub near his office. We even took his sons out for dinner, and I often saw Felix in the office when I arrived to pick Richard up. We were not discreet. We had no reason to be, Richard said. Fiona had her own lovers. They had an agreement. My cheek stinging, my eyes sore from crying, I realise now that Richard had been lying to me. That Fiona was heartbroken by his infidelity. That I was the other woman. The home-wrecker who had been trying to steal her husband away. She probably still loves him as I do. She's probably as grief-stricken as I am. Glancing at the clock, I realise that I must have slept. My head feels groggy, a sour taste of wine in my mouth. I grimace, lifting my head from the table. What am I doing? Drinking in the middle of the day. Richard and I always like to drink, at meal times or out with friends. But this... You're grieving, a voice inside my head says. And it's right. I am grieving. I am grieving the man I loved, and the life I would now never have. But I know deep down that I would never have had that life. It started 6 months ago, when I picked up Richard's phone instead of mine, and glanced at the preview of a text message. We can't keep doing this. It's wrong. I don't... The rest of the message was cut off, and I didn't know his passcode. The sender's name was S. I racked my brains, trying to think of someone whose name began with S. Sky? No, he hadn't spoken to her in years. And she was his daughter. This message felt seedy, as if from a lover. The word brought tears to my eyes. While I knew he probably still slept with his wife, it was almost as if Fiona didn't count. I was a lover, after all. Was he seeing someone else? I realise now that so much of Richard was shrouded in mystery. There was so much I didn't know about him. So many dark corners where he hid his secrets from me. Who were you, Richard? I think, tears filling my eyes. Who were you, really? Chapter 28. The Daughter-in-Law. Sky leads me back to our table, flashing me a small, reassuring smile as she slides in next to Fleur. I'm amazed by her, at her strength and the conviction in her words when she spoke to Felix. Why am I not more like her? Why am I incapable of standing up to him? All my life, men have pushed me around. My father barking orders, my brother giving me his chores to do as well as my own. The men in the camp telling me to wear shorts if I was going to do cartwheels instead of flashing my knickers. The same men who shunned me after my mother's murder. Arsehole bosses and rude clients and strangers telling me to smile, love, it might never happen. Then Richard, and now Felix. I've had enough. I look down at my son, my golden lion, and make a silent promise that I will raise him to be better. That he will know how to treat people. That he will be respectful and kind, but strong too. He will be better than all of us. I glance up, noticing Sky place her phone on the table before her. Fleur glances at it, and the two women exchange a look. What's wrong? I ask, and they look at me in unison. Just a text from my mum, asking how it's going. I grimace. What are you going to say? Oh, that it's a barrel of laughs, Sky says with a sigh. Put in the fun in funeral, I say without thinking, and she laughs. I blush, reaching out to take a sip of my drink. You are... what is the term? A black horse? Fleur says, screwing up her nose. Sky giggles. Dark horse, dear. Fleur's cheeks redden, Dark horse. You are a dark horse, Lexi. I like the way my name sounds in her mouth. Her French accent giving it a flair I've never heard before. I smile at her kindness. She and Skye are not what I'd expected. I had only heard Skye mentioned a few times, Fiona not liking to be reminded of Richard's first family, and I'd been given the impression that she was a hard, prickly woman, difficult to like. But in truth, she is warm and funny, her pretty face open and kind. In truth, she is stunning, with her cropped copper curls and long, lean body, her pale skin and bright eyes the colour of summer grass. And I can see the love she holds for Fleur in them, in the way she looks at her lips always curving slightly, the way her hand rests lightly on Fleur's leg. Theirs is an easy love, something I have never had before. We sit in companionable silence, Skye tapping out a reply to her mum, and I listen to the conversations in the room, catching snippets from voices I don't recognise. Lovely, wasn't it? Are you going to... Not sure why he's... No, it was Alan's funeral, only last year. Blatant disrespect. The last one catches my attention, and I turn my head in the direction of the words. Her father would be spinning in his grave, an elderly woman is saying 2 tables away from us. Well, he would, if he had a grave, the other woman says, chuckling into her glass. It's just for attention, isn't it? A man says, his hands resting on his large stomach. All these new sexualities and genders, one can hardly keep up. No wonder they didn't speak, the first woman says. He was ashamed, no doubt. She looks up then, our eyes meeting, and she turns quickly away, her cheeks colouring as she nudges the woman beside her. I feel my own cheeks flush as I realise who they are talking about. I turn back to Skye and Fleur, hoping they haven't heard. I have no idea who these people are, and I wish I was strong enough to confront them. I wish I was the kind of person who causes a scene when one is worth causing. Leo shuffles closer to his aunt, his head resting on her arm as she shows him something on her phone. You live there? He asks, looking up at her in wonder. He turns to me. Mummy, Auntie Skye and Auntie Fleur live on our farm. I watch the women exchange a glance at the term, smiles on their lips, and I feel a rush of something. Is this what family feels like? Not on a farm, Skye chuckles, raising an eyebrow, but next to one. Do you have chickens? Yes, there are chickens. And cows too. Moo! Leo says excitedly. Moo! An inside voice, sweetie, I say softly, and Leo puts a hand over his mouth. He whispers, and we all laugh. Show me, I say, bending over the table to look at Skye's phone. She scrolls through photos of breathtaking scenery, clear rivers and thick green forests. Wow, it's beautiful. Is that your house? She's paused on a photo of her and Fleur, standing outside a faded yellow door. They have floppy hats on their heads and large sunglasses covering their eyes, and their arms are wrapped around one another, cheeks pressed together. Yes, Fleur says. We rented from the farmer. It used to house farm workers, I think. Does your doggy live there? Leo asks, and I frown. Do you have a dog? Skye shakes her head. Fleur wants a dog, she begins. A golden retriever, Leo interjects. Don't interrupt, I tell him, and he puts a hand over his mouth again. his eyes wide and glittering with naughtiness. "But there's no way one would fit in our house," she finishes, smiling. "One day, though. I know someone else who wants a dog," Fleur says, winking at Leo, who nods seriously. I sigh. "Maybe one day, when you're bigger." "But I am big," he protests. "Bigger," I say, reaching out and ruffling his hair. "When you're old enough to take care of it." "But why not now?" a voice says inside my head. I know Leo gets lonely, spending most days with Fiona while the rest of us are at work. Sometimes I worry about what she's filling his head with. But then, who says I have to go back to work? The realization hits me suddenly. Felix owns the company now. He can take a wage as a director without even having to do anything. Why couldn't I spend every day with Leo, reading and playing and walking a dog? I have no need to work at Asquith and Son anymore. I have no need to live in that house anymore. My debt died with Richard. Leo and I could be free now, couldn't we? Chapter 29. The Celebrant. James is sitting in a wide armchair, his legs crossed at the ankle, giving him the appearance of a relaxed man. But he is anything but relaxed. He watches Fiona glide around the room, shaking hands and tilting her head to accept the well wishes. She is a graceful widow, hiding her pain well. So well, in fact, that James had not realized the extent of it. He has done her a disservice, he thinks, ashamed of his earlier thoughts. She is grieving for her husband, whatever sort of man that husband might have been. Felix is in a small group of men by the bar, tumblers of whiskey at their elbows, and their laughter is on the brink of becoming raucous. They are all young men, mid-20s, with fitted blazers and shoes that look as if they are fresh out of the box. Matching haircuts, long on top, shorter on the sides, slicked back and shiny, and matching home counties' accents. His school friends, then. The boys he spent 6 years or so with at boarding school up country before they went off to university. Richard packed both boys off when they turned 11, and they only returned 3 times a year. Fiona missed them, James knew, remembering the times they met for coffee and how she would proudly tell him of Felix's hockey win or Toby's music lessons. He never heard Richard speak of them when they weren't there. But then again, James tried not to speak to Richard much at all. To amuse himself, James decides to give the young men a background. He always fancied writing a novel, and perhaps now he can. Now he has the time. The short one he calls Edward, never Eddie, except on nights out, who is the son of a banker, but has dreams of being an ice skater. The one with dark hair is Fred, heir to a pharmaceutical empire. The third is Louis, pronounced the French way, with fingers adorned with heavy rings. He is the leader of a secret society, which only permits white male members from the upper class. And the final man, the only one there with slightly darker skin, is the illegitimate child of a British lord and a foreign actress. He tries to think of a suitable name, something slightly exotic, but fails to come up with anything that doesn't teeter on the edge of racism. He really needs to expand his horizons, he thinks, and he'll have to get better at characterization if he's ever going to write that novel. Felix looks at him then, his eyes clouded with drink, and James looks away, not wishing to draw his attention again. He had had enough of Richard, and now he has had enough of his son. His eyes find Tobias instead, sitting in a corner with an older couple, one of them the secretary at Asquith and Son, James thinks. He ponders on the name for a moment. Why not sons, plural? Before remembering that Richard had started the company when he was still with Fern, when he only had daughters. Or had Felix been born by then? James shakes his head, the timeline confusing him as always.
Either way, it would seem that girls were not enough for Richard. Only sons would do. And only a son like Felix.
"You've got a nerve."
The words are low, hissed from behind his head, and James turns, startled. Sandra, Peter's wife, stands behind his chair, her fists clenched at her sides.
"You've got a bloody nerve showing up here."
Her Cornish accent is strong. Something Richard always ridiculed, James remembers, and her eyes are blazing with fury. He stands, knocking a decorative cushion to the floor as he does.
"Sorry,"
he manages, but he knows what she is going to say. He knows the reason for the anger in her eyes.
"I'm going,"
he says, echoing the words of Eleanor at the crematorium. Sandra's eyes flash, and James is suddenly glad to have the heavy armchair between them. She looks as if she wants to throw him across the room, or at least punch him. He can smell alcohol in her breath, and her eyes are bloodshot, unfocused.
"Sorry,"
he repeats, inching around the chair towards the door, but she steps into his path.
"You disgust me,"
she spits, reaching out to a nearby table and grabbing a half-full pint glass. Before he can move, Sandra throws the liquid into his face. He gasps as the bubbles sting his eyes, staggers back as he wipes his face. The glass follows, hitting him on the shoulder and bouncing off, smashing against the bar.
"You disgust me!"
she shouts, her voice a roar as she moves closer to him.
"Sandra!"
Peter rushes across the room, coming up behind his wife and placing a hand on her shoulder, but she shrugs him off.
"Oh, I might have known you'd stick up for him,"
she hisses, glaring at James as he wipes the beer from his eyes. Peter looks mortified, his face stretched into a mask, his skin almost translucent.
"Sandra, stop it,"
he says quietly, trying to take her arm, but she yanks away from him again.
"Get off me! Don't touch me!"
Her hand is shaking as she points it in his face.
"How could you? How could you?"
The look she flashes James is full of hatred, and he feels anger flare inside him.
"I think you need to be asking yourself that question,"
James murmurs. What is he doing? James is not catty, on principle if nothing else. He is quiet and reserved. He does not get into shouting matches with wronged wives, especially when it was he who did the wronging.
"Pardon?"
Sandra demands, her hands on her hips, and James regrets opening his mouth.
"Peter, you've got to let him talk to me like that. Peter!"
Peter, who had been staring at James and the spreading stain on his shirt, jumps as his wife shrieks his name.
"What? No, no. Come on, I think you should leave."
He holds out an arm, unnecessarily indicating the door, and James feels another burst of anger. Another closet gay hiding behind his beard, he thinks but doesn't say, as he heads towards the door, feeling all eyes in the room on his retreating back. He pushes the door open, hears it slam against the wall as he hurries down the steps.
"James!"
He hears Fiona running after him, glances back to see the breeze picking up her fascinator and threatening to toss it out to sea.
"James!"
she calls again, one hand to her head as she hurries down the steps. James keeps walking, hands in his pockets, head bent against the wind. He can smell rain on the air. The sea is whipping up beside him, the tide coming in.
"James!" "What?"
He turns, nostrils flaring, and watches her half jog towards him across the sand, her unsuitable shoes slowing her down.
"What do you want, Fiona?"
She stops, surprise on her face at his tone. But he has had enough. Of all of them. But mostly of Richard, and everything he left behind. A horrible son, a damaged daughter, a brother shattered by his secret. If this is Richard's legacy, then he can fucking keep it.
"I'm so sorry, James," she says. her voice so quiet he struggles to hear her over the rushing of the waves. "I didn't know I did," he snaps. "I knew. I told you I didn't want to come. Not after what he did."
"But James, Peter is a married man. You knew he was married.
Oh, not you as well."
James throws up his hands.
"I've known Peter since we were 18. 18! Is that how you met Richard, or don't you remember?"
"Yes, of course I do, but Peter is..."
Yes, married. I know."
He feels his shoulders sag, the anger suddenly draining out of him.
"I know," he murmurs,
and Fiona steps closer, wrapping her arms around him. He closes his eyes, momentarily enjoying, needing the feel of someone's arms around him.
"It was wrong," he says into her shoulder. "I should never have got involved with Peter. We've got such a long history. I thought it would be different that time. I thought he was different."
Fiona says nothing, just holds him in her arms, one hand gently stroking his hair.
"He's still a prick, though," James says after a moment,
pulling back and wiping the tears from his eyes, trying to wipe away the memories and the pain.
"Who? Richard?" Fiona says. "Of course he is."
Was. She takes a step back, holding him by the shoulders and peering into his face.
"He always was a massive fucking prick.
But now he's dead,
and we don't have to worry about him anymore, do we?"
Chapter 30. The Deceased. Then. His brother was, to Richard's unending frustration, a disappointment. The firstborn son, Peter, had surprised everyone when he'd dropped out of university to live precisely the kind of life he'd always insisted he didn't want. The same life their parents had lived. Low income, rented property, little to no savings. The odd holiday, which consisted of a long weekend just a few miles away in St. Ives, squashed up in a caravan with screaming kids and barking dogs, spending soggy afternoons in the arcade, feeding coin after coin into the 1p machine. Peter's first wife, Sue, had been a constant source of embarrassment to the rest of the family. She came from an unsavoury estate in Bodmin and had a fondness for bright tracksuit bottoms and crimped hair, and chewing gum with her mouth wide open. Although their parents were poor, they had always tried to keep a nice house and had had high aspirations for their 2 sons. But by the time Richard went to university, his brother was living in a 1-bedroom flat in Liskeard. Sue had just given birth to their son, Lee, and Peter was working as a bricklayer. And so, the responsibility to make their parents proud fell to Richard, a responsibility he wore around his shoulders like a cloak made of lead for the rest of his life. He only visited his brother once, not long after Lee had been born. The tiny flat stank of baby puke and cigarette smoke, and the kitchen table was littered with empty beer cans and greasy magazines, a filthy pan discarded in the sink. Sue, with her hair scraped up into a high ponytail and her pallid skin dotted with acne scars, sat at the small table, a cigarette dangling from her lips as she scratched a patch of dry skin on her cheek with a dirty fingernail. Richard hovered by the door, not wanting to touch anything. Sue smirked at him.
"Sit down, will ya? I won't bite."
She grinned, showing yellowing, uneven teeth, and 20-year-old Richard grimaced. The baby began to shriek from the next room, the noise piercing his eardrums, but Sue remained where she was, flicking through the magazine at her elbow.
"Where's Peter?"
he asked, raising his voice over the din.
"I haven't seen him since the football last week." "Oh, yeah. He came home in a right mood that night. What happened? Did you have a falling out?"
Richard averted his eyes.
No, nothing like that." The baby stopped crying, and he breathed out. "When will he be back?" "Soon," she said without looking at him. Reaching out for her can of beer, she drained it, her throat moving as she swallowed. She burped and grinned at him again. "Well," Richard said, preparing to make his excuses and escape, when the front door banged open. "About fucking time!" Sue shouted. The baby began to cry louder. "Wind your neck in," Peter said, staggering into the room. He glanced up and saw Richard standing there, and his face drained of colour. "Oh, all right, Rich," he said, trying to smile. "How long have you been here?" Too long, Richard thought. "Only a few minutes. I just popped round to see how you are." Peter scratched his neck, his fingernails rasping against the stubble. "Oh, right. All right. How's Mum? Do you want a drink?" "Sue, haven't you even offered him a fucking drink?" Sue didn't glance up. "He knows where the tap is, don't he?" Shaking his head, Peter reached into a cupboard for a mug. "Want tea?" "Tea?" Sue snorted. "This ain't the bloody Ritz. We ain't got any milk anyway." Richard saw his brother's cheeks colour, and wondered if it was from embarrassment or anger. Probably both. "Beer, then? Or have you drunk it all?" "Last one," Sue said, holding up her empty can. "You've already had a skinful anyway. I can smell you from here." Peter's flush deepened. He did look unsteady on his feet, Richard thought. He reminded him of their father, the way he would stumble through the front door on a Saturday night, his eyes twinkling, his breath stinking of beer. They always knew what would follow. Raised voices in the bedroom next door to where the brothers slept, a muffled cry, the creak of the worn-out bed frame, the tentative way their mother would move the next morning, her eyes red and puffy, the bruises hidden beneath her clothes. Secrets held carefully within their walls, never spoken of, never acknowledged. "Only went out for one," Peter said, glancing at Richard as if for support. "I'm entitled. I've had a hard week." Sue's laughter was cold. "Yeah, really hard. Sitting on your ass all day." Now she looked at Richard, a sardonic expression on her face. "He's been out of work for 2 weeks. Did you know? Dunno how he expects me to keep this house running when he's bringing nothing in." "Keep this house running?" Peter snorted. "It's a fucking shithole. The fridge is empty. Food costs money, Peter!" Sue snapped, her voice rising. The baby raised its voice as if to compete with its mother. "Which you ain't bringing in!" She stood, the legs of the chair scraping against the linoleum. "You're meant to provide for us. Instead, you spend all your time down the flaming pub. You spend more time with those blokes than you do your own wife." "I will not be spoken to like this in my own house!" Peter roared, his fists clenched. "I am the man of this house, and I will be respected!" Richard took a step back, alarmed, but Sue stood her ground. "Some man you are!" she sniffed, looking her husband up and down before turning on her heel and marching out of the room, her ponytail bobbing behind her. Peter made to go after her, but Richard put a hand on his arm. "Are you all right?" he asked quietly. A door slammed elsewhere in the flat. The baby screamed louder. "Peter, this isn't—" "What?" Peter rounded on him, his face flushed, his nostrils flaring. "What isn't it, Richie?" His mouth twisted as he spoke. "Not good enough for you, Richie?" He laughed then, a laugh full of bitterness and dismay. "Maybe if you'd let me be who I am, none of this would have happened." "What do you mean?" Richard asked, blinking in the face of his brother's anger. "You know what I mean. The football tickets, the pub, Those wankers you got riled up. I didn't know what was going to happen, Richard protested. I'm not the one in the wrong here, Peter. Peter smirked. Of course you didn't. Of course you're not. You never are you, Richard? It was at that point that Richard knew his brother was lost. Chapter 31. The Daughter. I watch my uncle gather his children up, snapping at his son to put that bloody phone down for 5 seconds as he snatches up their coats. His face is flushed, his eyes fixed on the door as he bustles his family out of the pub. What was that about? Fleur murmurs to me, and I shake my head. By the time Safi disappeared, Peter had been a regular at our house, coming over for Friday night dinner with Sandra, joining us for meals out on Mother's Day or birthdays. But I didn't ever feel like I knew him well. He was always so reserved, apparently content to sit quietly amongst the crowd, only speaking when spoken to, and even then he kept his words to a minimum. He always deferred to my father. His head dipped and eyes lowered when Dad was holding court. I always wondered what he held over him. When Mum moved us back to Scotland, I rarely heard from him or Sandra. The odd birthday card with a bit of money in it, the occasional letter to announce the births of their children. Dad never mentioned him, at least not to me, though I knew Peter still worked for him at the company. I wonder now how that felt, the older brother working for the younger. I try to imagine Felix and Toby doing the same. Felix being brought down a necessary peg or two and suppress a smile. My phone vibrating rips me out of my reverie. Another text from Mum, responding to my update. When she asked how it was going, I had no idea what to say, and settled on, not too bad. Lots of people here. Kiss. No drama? Kiss, the text reads, and I stare at it, thinking of Peter. No drama. Kiss, I respond before tucking my phone away. There's no point telling her about Felix's attitude or Sandra's outburst. They are small things, almost expected, but I have no doubt that there's more to come. I think of my mother, sitting at home with the dogs at her feet, a fire crackling, a cup of coffee at her elbow. Is she thinking of him today? Is she remembering the good times, or the bad? I wonder what attracted her to my father, the young, carefree Fern, who, according to my grandmother, spent her days barefoot in the grass, reading beneath a tree, or swimming in a nearby river. I picture the old photographs of her, with her long red curls and freckled nose, her limbs long and pale, bracelets dangling from her wrists. She looked so like Safi. Their features were almost identical. I have more of my father in me. His larger nose and skin that tanned slightly after burning in the sun. And the darkness. I have no other word for what I feel inside me. It is the shadow I saw cross my father's face, the way his eyes would flash when he was frustrated. That self-destructive trait that has led me from mistake to mistake to mistake. I was not the favourite child, even when I was the only child left, before the truth about Fiona came out. I did not feel as if I was the centre of my parents' attention. A year separated me and my sister, and yet there are barely any photographs of me alone. There are plenty of us together, newborn Safi with her tuft of hair lying next to me on the sofa, both of us in the garden, hand in hand, the grass almost up to our knees. The pictures stop the Christmas before she disappeared. Her on the floor by the tree, an unopened present on her lap, a wide grin on her face. Me standing beside her, reaching up to grab a chocolate from the branches. Fleur didn't ask me why I wanted to come today. She assumed, as is her way, that the answer was simple. A daughter will attend her father's funeral. Family is family, warts and all, and while she has always supported my decision to have minimal contact with my father's side, I suppose she also assumed that I would find my way back. And she was right, in a way. I found my way back to my father, but not in the way she expected. There's a lot Fleur still doesn't know about me. The sound of metal on glass makes us look up. Fiona stands by the bar, a glass of bubbly in one hand, a small spoon in the other. She smiles in what I imagine she believes to be a warm, welcoming way. "Thank you all for coming," she says, looking around the room. Her eyes skip over our table, and I feel my stomach muscles tighten. "I'm so grateful to you all for being here today, and I know Richard would have felt the same way." She looks at the photo of him propped up against the bar, a small, careful smile on her lips, before turning back to the room. All eyes are on her, the grieving widow, and I can tell she's enjoying every second of it. "Please help yourselves to the buffet, but first, join me in raising a glass to my husband." She lifts her glass, her smile widening. "To Richard Asquith, and everything he was to us." "To Richard!" the room choruses. Fiona takes a sip, and her eyes meet mine over the top of her glass. "I see you," her eyes say. "I know why you're here." But she doesn't. Chapter 32. The Daughter-in-Law. I drain my glass, the cool liquid fizzing as it slides down my throat. Leo sleeps beside me, a curl covering one eye, his head resting on top of my bag. He looks so innocent, so peaceful. He doesn't deserve parents like us, parents who despise one another. A mother full of secrets, a father who inherited the toxic masculinity which will infect his son one day, seeping in through the cracks Felix makes in him. I slip my coat on, asking Fleur and Skye to keep an eye on Leo, and make my way outside. The air coming off the sea is icy, the temperature dipping as the sun moves further west. The waves burst against the rocks as the tide starts to come in. Lighting a cigarette, I notice my hands are trembling. I try not to smoke these days, what with Leo and Felix's disapproval, but I've been craving one all day. I blow the smoke out slowly, trying to regulate my breathing, and my gaze falls upon a figure on the beach. He is standing with his back to me, his eyes staring out to sea, the wind buffeting against him. The sky is streaked with a light pink, the clouds moving away as the waves come closer. But he does not move. A noise from below. I turn to find Fiona climbing the steps, her hand gripping the rail. Our eyes meet and her face hardens, her mouth in a thin line. "I thought you gave up." She nods at the cigarette in my hand. I look down at it too, as if only now realising it is there, and say nothing. "Got a spare?" Wordlessly, I hand her the packet, watching as the lighter flares and she inhales deeply. She passes them back with a nod. "I gave up when I was pregnant with Felix," she says, blowing smoke into the sky. "My miracle child." We stand in silence for a moment before she continues. "I lost 2 babies before him. Did you know that?" "No, of course you wouldn't." She sighs, exhaling smoke. 2 babies. I wondered if I would ever become a mother. If I was barren. She spits out the word. I stare at her, surprised. Fiona has never spoken to me like this, has never defrosted enough towards me to open up in this way. "I'm Sorry, I say lamely. I had no idea. I wanted a daughter, really. Is that terrible of me? She shakes her head. I would have called her Ophelia. My daughter. The girl I lost. She blows smoke into the air, her eyes fixed on the grey sea. All I ever wanted was to be a mother, to have a family that was my own. I wanted what she had. Who? Fiona looks at me. Her eyes meet in mine, and I feel my skin prickle at the ruthlessness in them. Fern. I wanted what Fern had. And I got it, in a way. Flicking the half-smoked cigarette over the railing, she turns on her heel and walks back into the pub. Her back straight, her step steady. All I ever wanted was to be a mother. I think of Leo, the son I never wished for, the son I almost didn't have. The memory of the clinic flashes into my mind. How I'd sat in the car park for an hour before driving home, the child still inside me, my mother's voice in my head. Leonora. I closed my eyes and tried to remember her as she was. Tall, with long, pale legs that never tanned in the sun. Long auburn hair, usually piled up on top of her head. I'm a mixture of my parents, taking my curls and height from my mother, the blonde hair and dark skin from my father. But Patrick is the spitting image of him, with barely a hint of Mum, and I wonder how he can stand it. How he can stand to look in the mirror and see the face of a killer. Sometimes, on bad days, I see him in the mirror, his eyes staring back at me, the eyes my son has inherited. And I wonder if that was the last thing she saw. The eyes of her husband, the man she loved, the man who killed her. I suddenly need to walk. I take off my shoes and leave them at the bottom of the steps. The sand is hard beneath my feet as I stride across the beach, the salt from the sea stinging my cheeks as the wind flings it towards me. But my mind is full of the past. We were happy, once. Though my childhood is now tinged with darkness, I can still remember the happy times. The summer days spent in the fields, dogs running alongside us, our bare feet dusty from the dry mud, the berries we picked, juices coating our fingers, our lips stained purple. The weddings, the funerals, the singing, the shared meals, fires lighting up the night, laughter, tears, the shouts of local children, their words like needles on our skin. The fights, grazed knuckles and bloodied noses, the sound of the rain hammering against the caravans, the lullaby that sent us to sleep. The sound of my brother breathing across the room, the air full of his dreams. My phone vibrates, and before I pull it out, I know it is him. Patrick took over our family caravan after our father was sent to prison. He had always been desperate to prove himself to the others, but I had never minded having an English mother. I'd never noticed that we were any different from the others. But Patrick did. Perhaps it was because he was older. Perhaps because he was a boy. All I know is that I spent my life watching Patrick grow into the duplicate of our father. And as we grew, our mother wilted. It took 2 years for us to leave. The first time, Mum tried to go alone, whispering that she would come back for me and Patrick. But they caught her and brought her back, her voice crying out in the night, snapping me from sleep. The second time, he stole her money before she could go, her frantic searching, turning the caravan upside down. She began to descend further into darkness then, her eyes unfocused, her words leaving her, until one night they found her dangling from a tree, her pale legs glinting in the moonlight. They cut her down, breathing the life back into her, cradling her head as they carried her inside. My father's eyes wide with shock, his skin as pale and waxy as hers. The next day we finally left, his guilt too strong to ignore, and 2 months later she was dead. But at his hand, not her own. I try to imagine him in prison, dressed in faded tracksuit bottoms, his hair thinning and grey. I try to picture the man who used to swing me around, lifting me onto his shoulders so I could see the fire crackling, clapping along as the people danced. The man who taught me how to skin a rabbit, his large fingers deftly slicing beneath the fur. The man who my mother fell in love with, enough to leave her home and everything she knew, to live the life of a gypsy woman. But all I can see now is the man who killed my mother. His hands covered in blood, his eyes wild and terrifying. This is the secret heritage I have been hiding. From Felix, from Fiona, from Leo. This is who he is descended from. A murderer's blood running through his veins. But it is not that which scares me most. It is the other father, the man who knew my secrets which keeps me awake at night. I can only hope they turn to ashes with him. Chapter 33. The Deceased. Then. It started in the middle of the night. The cry woke Richard from a dream. A nightmare, really, full of shadows and blood and fear. He felt disoriented, his thoughts jumbled as he fought against the bedsheets and sat up, gripping the edge of the mattress as images flashed through his mind. Had he really heard something? It had sounded like a woman, a high-pitched cry of agony. He ran a hand over his face, feeling beads of sweat beneath his palm, as he tried to remember what he had been dreaming about. But all he could see were shapes, the silhouettes of ghosts chasing him, haunting him, crying out for him, crying out for his blood. "Felix!" The scream rang out again, and Richard's head jerked up as if on a string. This time he was certain what he had heard. He ran for the door, banging his elbow on the frame as he threw it open and stepped out onto the landing. Another door opened, and Fiona rushed past him, fully dressed. "What?" he began, but she didn't stop, her hand gripping the banister as she flew down the stairs. Richard followed more slowly, blinking in the sudden brightness as the hall light was switched on. He saw a figure collapse on the bottom step, realised suddenly that it was Lexi, her large stomach bare and tanned, her curls loose and wild. He slid past her, finding himself pressed into a corner as Fiona rushed around, picking up a large bag and dumping it by the front door before hurrying over to the shoe cupboard. He barely recognised the young woman sitting in front of him, her face flushed and contorted with pain, her fingers gripping the banister so tightly they had turned white. "I can't do this," Lexi sobbed, as Fiona crouched before her and helped her into her shoes. Her fingers were gentle on Lexi's ankle. Richard hadn't seen his wife like this in a long time. Calm, tender. Certainly not towards him, anyway. He glanced down and noticed his wife was wearing odd socks as she reached out and brushed a tear from Lexi's cheek. "Yes, you can," she said gently but firmly, and Lexi nodded once, her lips pressed together in a thin line as another wave of pain crashed over her. "Felix!" Fiona snapped, getting to her feet and slipping into her own shoes. Richard suddenly noticed his son lurking in the background, his hands tucked into his pockets like a sulky adolescent.
He stepped forward, his eyes locked on his fiancée's panting form. "You're driving! And Richard—" She turned to him then, and he thought he saw a shadow pass across her face as their eyes met. "Put that bag in the boot." He stopped and lifted the bag, surprised by its weight, and stood aside as Fiona helped Lexi rise and began walking slowly towards the car, gravel crunching underfoot. Skirting around them, he opened the back door for them before lifting the lid of the boot and throwing the bag inside. The sky was dark, a chill in the air despite the season, and Richard shivered as he stared into the boot, memories swirling around his mind. "Let's go!" Fiona called to Felix, helping Lexi onto the back seat and moving around to the other side. "This baby won't wait for anyone!" Felix was staring at the keys in his hand, as if he had never seen them before in his life. His face was pale, his eyes wide and bloodshot. I can't," he whimpered. "Can't what?" Richard asked. Felix swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. "I can't," he repeated, trailing off, and Richard felt a sudden burst of frustration. "I'll fucking drive then," he said, taking the keys from his son's limp fingers and stomping around to the driver's side. He slammed the door shut behind him, cracking the window to let out some of the stuffy air. "No," Lexi said from the back, but Fiona hushed her, and she fell silent. Richard found her eyes in the rearview mirror and saw the emotion burning in them. He dropped his gaze and turned on the engine. The baby was born at 3 minutes past 4 in the morning, barely an hour after they arrived at the hospital. Fiona was by Lexi's side throughout, her fingers red and aching from Lexi's iron grip as she pushed her son into the world. Richard had stayed outside in the corridor, drinking a cup of coffee, hardly worthy of the name, and reading a discarded newspaper. He didn't want to be there. He hadn't been present for any of his children's births, had been in the pub lifting pints of beer while his wives brought his children into the world. Back when Skye was born, men were discouraged from being in the birthing room, shooed away by formidable midwives. Things were different now, he knew, but he preferred the old days, when men knew what was expected of them. Now things were confusing, the lines blurred, and he didn't like it one bit. He thought of Felix then, the way he had panicked, his fingers trembling in the moonlight. He had expected better of his eldest son. Men were supposed to take charge, to seize control of any given situation and lead the way. But Felix had dithered like an old woman, leaving Richard to pick up the slack. Again. Still, he thought, sitting back and feeling something click in his neck. When opportunity knocks. A door opened and Fiona stepped out, her hair unusually messy, as if she had been running her hands through it. 7 pounds and 4 ounces, she announced, and Richard fought the urge to frown. Was he supposed to understand what that meant? "Aren't you going to come and meet him?" Him. Another boy in the family. Richard could almost hear the disappointment in Fiona's voice. She had always wanted a daughter, after all. But this child would be nothing to do with her. She had hardly welcomed Lexi into the bosom of the family. Surely she didn't expect to have an active role in her son's life. "His name is Leo," Lexi said when they approached, her voice husky, probably from all the screaming. Did women usually make so much noise when they gave birth? Richard wondered, as he tried to peer at the child's face. Would he be able to tell with a glance? No, probably not. As if hearing his thoughts, Lexi turned her upper body away, slipping the front of her gown down and positioning the child at her breast. The movement was so fluid, so natural that Richard wondered if she had done it before. "You need to rest," Fiona said, shifting beside him. "We'll come back in the morning." "Will you bring Felix?" Lexi asked, looking up from her son's head. Her eyes were ringed with purple, lids half closed as if she would fall asleep any second.
He should have been here. He promised he would be here with me. For the birth.
Richard thought he saw something change in Fiona then. The mother roaring up in her at this slight criticism of her son.
Ah, he thought. There she is.
Of course, she said crisply, flattening her hair with her hands. Of course Felix will come. Leo is his son, after all. Chapter 34. The Mistress.
I pull up in a lay-by, my gaze unfocused, my fingers trembling as they grip the steering wheel. I'm over the limit, but nobody will stop me here, in this small coastal town. The air is cold. My skin prickles as I open the door and step out, my eyes drawn to the tree on its side, roots stretching towards the sky like fingers. Fragments of glass still litter the muddy ground beneath it, sparkling in the weak sunlight. And a tiny piece of police tape hangs from a branch, flapping in the breeze. This is where it happened, where my life turned upside down. He was late. The clock ticked above me where I sat at the kitchen table. My thoughts a tangled mess, the text messages echoing in my mind. I'd managed to read the latest text on his phone, and I thought I finally knew his secrets, finally understood what I had been to him. A cover, a distraction, convenient, until I wasn't. I don't know why I got in the car that night, why I decided to drive to him, to confront him in public instead of the privacy of my house. But I needed to know the truth, and he was late. That night is a blur now, a blur of anger and shock and tears. I drove without thinking, taking the narrow lanes too fast, my mind whirring as I replayed the messages over and over again. S. But you have her now. You don't need us anymore. R. It's not enough. I wasn't enough. I was never enough. I wasn't enough for my son, whose life was cut short by the cancer spreading through his body. I wasn't enough for my husband, who turned away from me long before our son got ill, and who wasted no time in leaving after the funeral. I, Eleanor Hart, have never been enough for anyone, and I am destined to be alone. It took a moment for my brain to catch up with my eyes, to process what I was seeing on that dark November night. Lights. A car facing towards me on the wrong side of the road. A tree splintered and off balance, branches reaching towards the sky. Glass sparkling in the light, and a figure slumped against the steering wheel. The pain of my memories is intense, making me gasp for breath as I stand now on the side of the road, my eyes fixed on the ground beneath me. I close my eyes, trying to wipe the images from my mind, but all I can see is him. The vision of Richard's body is burned into my mind. I will never forget it. His head resting on the steering wheel, blood trickling from his nose. His eyes open, staring sightlessly as I screamed at him, begged him to wake up. The fleeing figure, boots pounding against the tarmac as I fell out of my car and stumbled towards them. Black boots, black clothes, a dark red hat pulled over their hair. A shadow fleeing into the night. I ran towards him, tried to yank open the door, but it was stuck, dented by the tree. I slid into the passenger side and checked his pulse. Nothing. Fumbling in my pocket, I dialed 999. Sobbed that I needed an ambulance, that he wasn't breathing. I couldn't get him out of the car. Couldn't even move him to do chest compressions. I could only sit there and wait. The seconds stretching like hours, until I finally heard a siren wailing in the distance. From then it was a blur. Paramedics in Ivis jackets gently moving me out of the way. Richard on a stretcher, the blue lights flashing, lighting up the night. The trip to Trelisk, my eyes blurry with tears. The waiting room with its bright, unnatural light and lukewarm coffee. The sympathetic smile on the doctor's face. How tired he looked when he told me what I already knew. Richard was dead. The taxi ride home. The cold, empty house. The weight of Richard's phone in my hand as I fell onto the sofa. My heart full of dread and grief. I didn't want to know. Didn't want to shatter the illusion I had built up in my mind. But I had to. I open my handbag and pull it out, feeling the smooth case of the phone. The screen comes to life beneath my fingertips. Enter PIN. 6 digits. I've tried them all. His birthday, Fiona's, his children's, mine. The day we met. The day he married Fiona. In desperation, I enter 123456 and am stunned when the screen unlocks. Oh, Richard, how obnoxious you were. I navigate to the messages, opening them with a tap of my fingertip. The breath catches in my throat. It's empty, except for one unread message at the top from a number not saved as a contact. The timestamp shows the day he died, barely an hour before I found him. Good riddance. Fingers trembling, I unlock my own phone and check the number. It doesn't match any of my contacts. I hit the contact and bring his phone to my ear, listening to it ring. Hi, you've reached the voicemail of Lexi Forrest. Please leave a message and... I end the call, my heart racing. Lexi Forrest. Felix's girlfriend. S? Chapter 35. The Daughter. I leave Leo and Fleur happily chatting about dogs and chickens and go outside, suddenly needing to be out of that place. Memories are crowding in, threatening to overwhelm me, and I need a moment of calm. I see Lexi walking across the beach, and for a moment I see the ghost of my sister dancing along the shore beside her, booted feet kicking up water and wet sand. A thought comes to me, a terrible, unforgivable thought that brings with it a wave of guilt, but it settles about my shoulders and refuses to leave. Safi was the lucky one. She escaped. I think of my mother. The years she spent at the bottom of a bottle, hair faded to a russet brown by grease, scraped back into a bun. Her eyes lifeless, her skin dry and so pale it was almost translucent. Her mouth was always pressed into a thin line, never smiling, rarely speaking. At night, I could hear her crying through the wall, pictured her tears soaking the pillow beneath her as she howled her grief into the darkness. Those lonely years in my grandparents' house, the cold floorboards beneath my feet, the old pipes rattling as the boiler fired up in the morning, the uncooked toast and sticky marmalade for breakfast, weak tea and chipped mugs. But what I remember most is the silence. Heavy doors kept closed, a finger held to lips. Shh, your mother is sleeping, and a hand on my shoulder leading me away. The TV always turned down low while the iron hissed behind me, the scent of fabric softener in the air.
shoes taken off at the back door and placed carefully on the rack, socked feet making no noise on the cold tiles. Whispered conversations, low tones and gentle knocks on my bedroom door to wake me in the morning. The windows shut tight against the usually grey sky, rain pattering softly against the glass, birds calling silently to one another. At night, when I heard her crying, I would open my bedroom window and peer out into the darkness, counting the stars twinkling above. I would listen to the planes flying overhead, the owls hooting, the lorries rattling past on the dual carriageway beyond. But it was the people I loved the most. Groups of women returning from the pub, their laughter and footsteps echoing around my otherwise silent room. Children shrieking on late summer evenings, the scents and sounds of a Sunday afternoon barbecue. Even now I cannot bear the silence for too long. I need the comforting sounds of a kettle boiling in the background, music from a radio drifting through the house, the shouts as children kick a football around outside. I cocoon myself in noise, wrapping myself up in it and letting it permeate my mind. Out here on the terrace, I listen to the sounds around me. Let them centre me. The waves crashing against the rocks, the gulls crying overhead, the wind whistling through the cracks in the wood. I feel the sudden urge to run, to splash into the water and let it cleanse me. I have never feared the sea, not even when I believed it took my sister. I think of the sea we sailed across to get here, the waves choppy and white-tipped, the wind fierce as the ferry battled against it, as if it was trying to force us back, as if it knew what would be waiting for me here. The door opens behind me and I turn, my stomach clenching as Toby steps up beside me. My brother, though the word doesn't yet fit. His fingers circle the railing, knuckles turning white as he grips it. "Do you remember when you saved my life?" he asks, staring out across the beach. I follow his gaze. Clouds heavy with rain sit above the water, moving slowly towards us. "I was lucky you were there." I nod but do not speak. My throat is tight, my skin prickling as the memory replays itself. Fiona's scream, the current snatching at my legs as I swam towards him, his body limp in my arms. What had possessed me to jump in after him? Even at that age, I had felt indifferent towards him at best. My emotions towards my half-brothers have always been tangled, too complicated for me to unravel. A mixture of jealousy and longing, superior yet inferior. I look at him now, and our eyes meet, something passing between us. The oldest and the youngest of Richard's children, bound together by our shared experiences. How like the sand we are, moulded by the waves crashing against us, each one shaping us into ourselves, into who we are. And who am I? Who is Skye, and what does she want? Who is this boy standing beside me, still so young and innocent? A memory flashes before my eyes. A younger Toby's face streaked with tears, sitting on the bottom step, Felix beside him, whispering into his ear. He stopped when I approached, but his hand stayed on his brother's arm, his eyes full of defiance as he watched me, waited for me to say something. It was the summer, around the time of Toby's birthday, and I had been packed off to Cornwall for a week, as I was every year until I was old enough to refuse. Children laughed and screamed in the garden, chasing one another with water pistols, and I had gone inside to change my t-shirt. At the sound of footsteps behind me, the defiance on Felix's face vanished, replaced by fear as he stood and moved away from his brother, a clear, defining act. Our father passed in the doorway, his arms crossed over his chest. "Felix," he said without glancing at his younger son. "Come on." And Felix went, walking carefully behind him, as if he was trying to place his feet into his father's footprints. He was not a violent man, our father. He didn't even raise his voice very often. But he had been capable of other types of cruelty. Cruelty that has stayed with me for years, resurfacing in my dreams and in my actions. The echoes of him inside me, influencing my path. I've often wondered if the reason I don't want children of my own is because of my father. Would I be the same kind of parent? Disinterested, difficult to please, easily frustrated. Would I be able to summon the enthusiasm needed for young children and the patience for teenagers? I remember something my father said later that day, when Toby had been left on the bottom step in a time-out that lasted over an hour, forgotten in the merriment of his own birthday party. "Come back to me when they're 18 and can have a pint with me at the pub," he said, clapping a hand on a friend's shoulder as they both laughed. "Until then, I don't want to know." And it was in that moment that I saw him for who he truly was. Everything and anything but a father. That image influenced how I would view him as I grew up, marking our relationship from that point onwards. And I can see it in Toby's eyes now. That knowledge. It's something I've never seen in Felix. In him I have only ever seen Richard, and his desperate need to please him. Could things have been different if Felix hadn't followed so closely in our father's footsteps? "You should have let me drown," Toby says, his voice laced with bitterness, his eyes closed against the sharp cold of the wind. And I nod. Not in agreement, but in understanding. Chapter 36. The Deceased. Then. "Felix!" Richard clapped a hand on his son's shoulder. 18 already!" He grinned at his wife, who stood at the sink rinsing a bowl of salad leaves. "Happy birthday, son." Felix grinned back, his eyes twinkling, and Richard knew he was excited for what was to come. The father-son part of the celebrations. But first, the family meal. Fiona had spent all day baking, the freshly iced cupcakes spread out on the counter the result of her efforts. The kitchen smelled of herbs, of the lemon and garlic chicken roasting in the oven. New potatoes bubbled away on the hob as Fiona sliced up a cucumber. "Drink?" Richard asked his wife, who nodded. He opened the fridge. "Champagne! This really is a celebration." "Not until later," Fiona said, pointing at him with the knife she was using. "There's a bottle of red in there. Felix's favourite." She smiled indulgently at her son. Richard ignored the tightening in his gut, the feeling he always got when he was around Fiona these days, and opened the bottle of wine, pouring 3 generous glasses. "To Felix," he said, holding his glass aloft before draining it. Later, once the table had been cleared and Toby had gone off to bed, the 1 glass of champagne going to his head, Richard winked at his eldest son. "We're just popping out," he called to Fiona, who was sitting in the living room, a book in her lap, a cup of tea at her elbow. She looked up. "Now? It's almost 10 o'clock. Richard smiled widely. "Just 1 drink with my son on his birthday," he said. "Don't wait up." Before she could respond, Richard and Felix stalked out into the night, the warmth of the August day still heavy in the air. Their shoes crunched over the gravel as they walked towards the car, Richard twirling the keys around his finger. "Now the real party can begin," he said, sliding into the driver's seat and turning on the engine. They were greeted at the door by a woman in a long metallic dress, her skin pale and glittering in the light, her hair swept up into an elaborate bun. She smiled warmly, greeting Richard by name and hanging up their coats before leading them across the tiled floor. She opened the dark wooden doors, and they followed her inside, Felix staring around him in awe. Richard grinned. "I told you it was incredible," he said, throwing an arm around his neck. "You just wait, my boy." The woman led them to a booth, flashing them a smile as they settled in. "The usual, Mr. Asquith?" she asked in her Eastern European accent. "The usual. And the same for my son. It's his birthday." The woman's smile widened at Richard's wink. She inclined her head and moved away, disappearing through a door at the back of the room, and a moment later a waiter arrived with a bottle of champagne and 2 glasses. "Good evening, gentlemen," he said, bowing slightly as he poured their drinks. Richard raised his glass, indicating that Felix should do the same. The crystal clinked together, and they drank, Richard settling back into the leather seat, one arm thrown over the back, while Felix looked around. Richard tried to imagine seeing the place through his son's eyes. He saw the men, sitting alone or in groups, talking quietly over glasses of whiskey. The waiters with their crisp white shirts and perfectly styled hair. And the women, of course. Who could forget the women? He watched as Felix's eyes were drawn towards the low stage at the front, and smiled as he saw realization dawn. He checked his watch. Just on time. A curtain at the back of the stage opened, and 3 women walked out clad in tight dresses and high-heeled boots. Felix's eyes widened, and Richard felt something like pride spread through him. This was his idea of bonding with his son, taking him out on his 18th birthday and showing him the ropes. He had never been a hands-on dad, had never changed a nappy or warmed a bottle. He had never helped with homework or gone to parents' evening. Sure, he had stood on the sidelines while his sons played football, sat in the audience and watched Skye stutter through her lines, but he knew his attention had never been firmly on his children. He didn't understand them, often struggled to find anything in common with them, but he had always liked the idea of having adult children. Men brought up in his own image, the next generation. And now that time had come. She stood out from the others, her long curls bright under the lights, her dark skin shimmering. She is stunning, he thought, his eyes following her as she moved, his fingers gripping the edge of his seat as he felt arousal take hold. She met his gaze and smiled, a slow, deliberate smile that sent a wave through him. He would not give her to Felix tonight. She was his, had been since he followed her from the restaurant that day and dropped his card into her pocket. She called 3 days later, as he'd known she would. And so it began. But that night was about Richard and Felix. It was about strengthening the bonds between father and son, and setting Felix firmly on the right path. Richard was confident that he knew what was best for his children, and he was ready to steer his eldest son towards the rest of his life. Chapter 37. The Daughter-in-Law. Skye and Toby are standing on the terrace when I climb back up the steps, my eyes sore from crying. They look at me in unison, their eyes almost identical in shape, if not colour. And I wish that I could read their minds, see myself through their eyes as I move towards them. What do they see? Felix stumbles through the door as I reach the top, his eyes bloodshot, and we turn as one towards him. He reaches out, his fingers gripping my arm, and I try not to cry out. "Where have you been?" he demands, his face too close to mine as he pulls me inside the pub. I can smell the alcohol on him. "Where is my son?" He has always been a nasty drunk, prone to fits of temper and blackouts. He doesn't remember the time his fingers tightened around my throat, or the way he pushed my face against the door, his nails catching my skin as he yanked my underwear down. He chooses not to remember this side of himself, this darkness that seeps through the cracks. I glare at him, feeling my own darkness rise up to meet his. He is not the only one with a dark side.
I went for a walk, I hiss, wrenching my arm from his grip. Not that it is any of your fucking business.
His eyes widen in surprise, and I realise that this is the first time I've stood up to him in a long time. It feels good. I make to move past him, but he grabs me again.
What's the matter with you?
He growls in my ear. I pull away again so hard he stumbles forward.
Take your hands off me.
My words are low, my voice almost unrecognisable. I try to remember the power I felt that night, when I finally took my life into my own hands. These men have been pushing me around for too long. My father, Richard, Felix, even Patrick with his incessant calls, the way his voice hardens when I refuse to do what he wants. I will not be controlled any longer.
Who do you think you are?
Felix's voice is louder now. Heads glance in our direction, turning quickly away, not wanting to get involved. There is no help here. As always, I am alone.
How dare you speak to me like that at my own father's funeral?
He sneers at me then. Why am I surprised?
I know what you are.
And what is that? A voice interjects. Toby moves across the room, bringing in a cold breeze from outside to stand beside his brother, his fists clenched at his sides. I think you've had a bit too much to drink, bro. He looks at me, his eyes full of concern, before hardening again when Felix speaks.
Piss off, bro, Felix spits. This doesn't concern you.
I think it does. Toby crosses his arms over his chest. Come on, Lexi, let's grab a drink.
I am speaking to my fiancé,
Felix growls, turning to face his brother. He emphasises the my, and suddenly I feel like an object, something inanimate and incapable of speaking for herself. Anger rises, threatening to boil over. Toby is not like the others. He is kind and gentle, and often bore the brunt of his father's annoyance. But right now I am sick of men talking for me. I am sick of them talking over me and telling me what to do. Enough is enough. I'm going home, I say, and both men turn to face me. I'm taking Leo and I'm going home. And I walk away, striding across the pub towards my son, the only one in the room that matters. When I get to the table, Skye already has him in her arms, my bag dangling off one wrist. Let's go, she says, and we do, making our way through the room and out into the cold air. I'm surprised at how easy it is for me to leave, to walk away and not look back. Outside, the water is closer now, and I wonder if this pub ever gets cut off. The water rising over the metal steps, keeping everyone out. Or in. Is he all right on your lap again? Skye asks when we reach the car, opening the passenger door for me. Or is he better off in the back? I'll take him, I say, sliding into the seat and holding out my arms for him. Skye gets into the driver's seat and starts the engine. Is Fleur not coming? She wanted to stay with Toby. She glances at me with a small smile. She's got a soft spot for that boy. I can't help smiling back. We all do. We drive in silence, and after a few moments I realise the sat-nav isn't on. Do you know the way? I ask. Skye purses her lips. This route is etched into my soul, she says quietly. And it's only then that I realise. Her sister. I'm so sorry, I say quickly. I
Didn't realise it's okay. She waves a hand before indicating right. It's just, difficile. It's all coming back. I'm glad of the breather. Thanks for driving me. I bend my head to kiss Leo's cheek. I'm sorry if I caused a scene in there. No need to apologise to me, Sky says, smiling again. I caused my own scene earlier. Besides, isn't that what he would have wanted? He loved the drama. Richard? I consider her words, suddenly realising the truth of them. Was that his motivation? Drama? No, it was more than that. Deeper. Darker. Yes, I suppose he did. Sky pulls up in the driveway, reversing into a space beside Richard's BMW with ease. She glances at it before turning off the engine. I suppose that's mine now, she says, winking, and I feel some of the tension melt away. I wouldn't mind a car, I say, taking my seatbelt off. Don't you have one? I shake my head. Felix does. He takes me wherever I need to go, so... I trail off, realising how pathetic I sound. How weak. How dependent on Felix I am. I do love to walk, though, and cycle. I cycle into work during the summer. Oh, I love cycling too. Fleur and I often go on Sunday bike rides in the forest. I smile, picturing them. Hair tied up beneath their helmets, tanned calves showing beneath their cycling shorts as they race through the woodland, grinning and breathless. That sounds lovely. Sky turns to me, her eyes soft. You should visit us sometime. Bring the little one. There's a beautiful cottage across the road that's often rented out to tourists. It would be perfect. I try to imagine it. Leo's hand in mine as we walk across the road to tap on his aunt's door. Fleur picking him up and swinging him round in the garden. The long grass brushing her knees. Sky with flour on her cheek, slicing freshly baked bread. I'm not stupid. I know it wouldn't be like a Eurostar advert, all happiness in sepia colour. But could I be happy there? Could I be happy anywhere? I think I know the answer to that. Chapter 38. The Daughter. I follow Lexi into the house, my skin prickling. I haven't been here in years. In this house my father built for his second family. Not much has changed. The pictures hanging on the walls have been updated, as my half-brothers have grown from freckled kids with gap-toothed grins to serious, sulky teenagers. I see one of Toby's particularly impressive teenage haircuts and suppress a smile. I suppose we all had a phase like that. Lexi leads me into the kitchen, where she fills and flicks on the kettle, before taking Leo upstairs. She's back before the kettle boils, bustling into the room and getting mugs down from the cupboard. I've put him in Toby's room, she says, dropping tea bags into the mugs and adding sugar. We live in the annex, but I don't like leaving him out there alone when I'm in here. She makes the tea and brings it to where I stand awkwardly by the kitchen table. The pane scrubbed clean and decorated with a jug of fresh wild flowers. Lexi smiles and indicates for me to sit down. Fiona hates flowers, she says, sitting opposite and blowing on her mug. But I think they brighten the place up a bit. I make a face. Typical Fiona. Hating something for no good reason. Just like me. I sip my tea and look around. Did you come here often? When you were younger? Lexi asks. I shake my head. Only a handful of times. Fiona, she never liked me visiting. She'd always hover around me as if I was about to make off with the fine china or scribble all over the walls. I give a small smile. the memories biting as they flood back. She wasn't exactly welcoming. No, Lexi says thoughtfully. I can't imagine she was. How about you? Did she welcome you with open arms? She snorts. Hardly. I still don't think she likes me very much. And Leo? How does she treat him? Her face relaxes a fraction. Oh, she loves him. For all our faults, she is a wonderful grandmother. A memory flashes through my mind. Dad berating Toby for something, as he often did, and Fiona snapping at him, her eyes blazing as she pushed her son behind her, one hand laid protectively on his head. A lioness, I think, taking another sip of tea. Just like Lexi. He looks so much like you, I say. Leo. He hardly has any of Felix in him at all. Lexi's mug freezes halfway to her lips, something flashing across her face as I smile. Lucky for him. She smiles back, averting her eyes as she drinks. You know, she says after a moment, you're nothing like I expected you to be. The change of subject surprises me. Oh? What did you expect? The big bad sister? Her cheeks flush. Something like that. Toby has always been fascinated with you, though. I asked him once why he didn't reach out to you, but he was always too nervous. I feel a pang at her words. Have I closed myself off too much? Rightly or wrongly, I never liked Felix. He was always such a mixture of his parents. He had Fiona's way of looking down his nose at you, and he liked to try to make you feel stupid, like our dad did. But Toby struck me as a sweet boy. A little timid, but harmless. I should have reached out to him sooner, I realise now. He must have felt so lonely growing up, just like I did. Still, Lexi says, pulling me out of my reverie. You have a second chance now. With Toby, at least. But not with Felix. I can't help asking. She tilts her head as if assessing me. I think we both know the answer to that, she says, her eyes flashing as they meet mine. Some people are beyond redemption. I make my way upstairs, careful not to step on the squeaky floorboard near the top. The bathroom is at the end of the hall, and I pull the door closed before creeping into the room beside it. The king-size bed is made, a silk white runner laid across the end, the pillows plump and smooth. I run my hand along the runner as I move towards my father's side of the bed. His reading glasses sit atop a hardback book. David Cameron's autobiography, of all things, and he has his charging cables tucked into a neat organizer. A strange feeling comes over me as I crouch before the bedside table, my fingers running beneath the bottom to find the key I know will be taped there. It's as if his ghost is standing behind me, watching me with hard, judgmental eyes. This is for Safi, I tell him silently, banishing him from the room. And everyone else you've hurt. The key drops into my palm, and I slide it into the lock. The drawer makes a soft shing sound as it opens, and I think of how I've kept the truth from Lexi. From everyone. About why I am really here. Why I wanted to bring Lexi home. Return to this house which I have always hated. The afternoon sun has faded, leaving a dark grey sky beyond the window, and I pull out my phone and open the Torch app. There is nothing of use in the top drawer. An old Kindle, a few wires, a stopped watch, a packet of condoms. Grimacing, I close it and open the second drawer. I lift out a 2017 diary and flick through the pages. Nothing interesting. But beneath it lays a small black box and a stack of papers, carefully slotted into a plastic folder with Richard Asquith, Private and Confidential, written across the front in black marker. Bingo. My phone vibrates when I switch off the torch app. I open the message, smiling at the words. Have you found it, sis? Chapter 39. The Daughter-in-Law. When Skye has gone, I go upstairs to check on Leo. I smile at his serene face and wonder what he dreams of, whether he is happy in them. I hope so. I jog across the garden and into the annex, opening our bedroom door and pulling the jeans from the back of the chair. The letter is crumpled, but the envelope is still sealed. I pick it up and run back to the house, the ground cold beneath my bare feet. I make myself a cup of tea, warming my hands on the mug as I stare down at the letter. I already know what it's going to say, but still I hesitate. I have managed to keep my address from my brother and father for years, but now they have found me, and I know they will never give up. The thought fills me with dread, and I take a deep breath as I slit open the envelope. To my daughter, the letter begins. Lexi, my love. I grimace, hearing his voice as I read his words. How long has it been? Too long. Not long enough, I suppose you would say. Please believe me when I tell you how sorry I am about what happened. I have tried writing to you so many times over the years, and I have no idea if this one will reach you, but I pray it will. I am sorry, from the bottom of my heart, for what I did. I need you to know that. I need you to know how much it has haunted me. Your mother's face, the first thing I see in the morning, the only thing I see in my dreams. My actions were inexcusable, and I will not attempt to excuse them now, but I hope you will understand my explanation. I am a weak man. I always have been, but it is not something I have always wanted to see in myself. Your mother was the strong one, the strongest person I have ever known. If only I'd let her carry me, none of it would have happened. But my pride was stronger than her love, and I allowed the darkness to take me from her light. I can never expect forgiveness from you. I will never ask for it. You have taken your mother's light and her strength, and whatever path your life has taken, I know you will be doing her proud. And although I could never ask it of you, I would welcome a visit, more than I can say. Patrick tells me you have a son, and I would love to meet him someday. But if not, I know you will be living the life you were always supposed to, and I wish you every happiness. With my love always, Dad. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Tears fill my eyes as I read his words again, then for a third time. Am I making my mother proud? If I believed she was still out there somewhere, would she be happy with the way my life has gone? Am I living the life I was always supposed to? Or is that still to come? I wipe my eyes, mascara leaving smudges on my fingertips. Skye and I are not so different, I realise. We both have fathers we cannot forgive, mothers torn away from us. Hers by drink, mine by my father's hand. Would I go to his funeral, as Skye has come today? If this letter had told me my father had died, would I have gone with Patrick to say goodbye? I miss my brother, I realised suddenly. When I left the family for the last time, I cut all ties, moving house often, never staying too long in one place, until I moved into Richard's flat in Plymouth and started dancing to his tune. There wouldn't be a second escape, I knew, Another chance to start again. Not until I met Felix, that is. I remember that night well. It was his 18th birthday, though he did not remember me when we met again in the student union a few months later. He didn't remember his father leading me into a private room. Didn't see the things he did to me. He does not know now, and he can never know. I think of Richard, piecing together the secrets that held us close. I should never have fallen for Felix. I should never have fallen for Richard's charm. I should have stayed well away from this family. Ran away as soon as I could. But if I had, I wouldn't have had Leo. And he is something I could never wish away. Is this the life Richard would have chosen for his children? Felix is drifting, desperately clutching on to the raft that is created from what he believes his father expected of him. Toby is lost too, unable to find his true self. Are we all just shadows of our past? Or can we create new lives from the ashes, lives we can be proud of? I have to believe the answer is yes. The crunch of gravel from outside makes me lift my head. I peer through the window into the darkness as a car turns into the driveway. Headlights lighten up the gloom. Is it Felix, come to continue our argument? Or Fiona, finally done with playing the grieving widow? I shake my head at the uncharitable thought. Richard fed me plenty of lies over the years, but since living here, I have discovered the truth about his wife. She can be cold, that much is true, but her coldness towards Richard was well deserved. I think too of the stories he told me about Fern, and whether any of them were true. The time she left Skye and Safi strapped into their twin buggy in an aisle in Sainsbury's, abandoning her children without a backward glance. The postnatal depression, the miscarriage she was convinced she had caused through her hatred of her husband. Her paranoia, the attack with the knife. Had Richard married two unstable women, or had he made them that way? The truth sits on my stomach like a rock. When I met Richard, I was young, alone, and afraid. And though the knowledge leaves a bitter taste in my mouth, I know it was for those reasons that he pursued me. Richard liked to pretend he enjoyed the hunt, but I was easy prey. And every day that passed added strength to the secrets he held over me. Secrets he liked to remind me of whenever he could, until I finally had enough. A car door closing, gravel skittering beneath shoes. A sharp rap on the front door makes me inhale sharply, my nostrils flaring. Which of my secrets is about to be discovered? Chapter 40. The Deceased. Then. Richard waited for her in the kitchen, a glass of whiskey at his elbow. It was early, but that didn't matter. He was used to drinking during the day. The clock ticked above him on the wall, counting down the seconds to her arrival. He knew she would pretend to be seeing the house for the first time, papering over the memories of the time she had followed him inside, Fiona and the boys out with friends, and let him fuck her on this very table. Let him fuck her. Was that how he thought of it? No. Those were her words. The words she'd thrown at him when she told him of her pregnancy. It's not yours. I was on the pill when I let you fuck me. Did she fuck Felix by choice then? Or had Felix paid for the pleasure, as Richard had? Since that first meeting, when she was still a waitress, he had paid and paid for the pleasure, and he intended to continue. Baby or no baby. They arrived in Felix's car at 12 o'clock on the dot.
Richard rose from the table, meeting Fiona in the hallway. She had been up early to prepare lunch, then left him to prepare the salad while she got ready. They opened the door together, looking like the perfect parents, welcoming a new family member with open arms. Richard wondered what his wife would think if she knew about her son's girlfriend's past, or the announcement that was coming. Judging by her reaction when she first met Lexi, is she Indian? He didn't think it would go down well. Over lunch, when Felix announced that Lexi was pregnant, Fiona almost choked on a mouthful of quiche, and for a moment, Richard thought he might have to perform the Heimlich manoeuvre. He covered his own emotions with a toast, the glasses clinking together as they all pretended to be happy. But he was not happy. Lexi had chosen Felix, a mere boy over him, and the realization that things were serious between them hurt more than he wanted to admit. What did Felix have that he didn't? Youth, fine, but Richard was in the prime of his life. He could support her, protect her, love her. But he wasn't good enough for her. Like all the women in his life, Lexi had wanted more. She hadn't been happy living in Felix's bedroom. Within the month, they moved into the annex, which had originally been built to rent out on Airbnb, and Lexi spent her days painting and wallpapering, putting flat-pack furniture together and buying rugs and tea light holders. He stood at the back door, a steaming mug of coffee in his hands as he watched her move beyond the window, his annoyance rising by the day. On a bright Friday morning, when Fiona was out at the gym and Felix was at work, Richard tapped on the annex door, smiling widely when Lexi opened it. Her hair fell messily about her face, and she had a smudge of paint on her cheek. His hand itched to wipe it away. "Can I come in?" he said, moving past her before she could answer. Of course he could go in. It was his house, his annex, decorated with his money. Everything belonged to him, including her. It was time to remind her of that. He sat on the sofa, legs spread out, and patted the seat beside him. Lexi perched like a nervous bird, one hand on her stomach. Did she think he was going to hurt her? He placed a hand on her knee, his fingers stroking the inside of her thigh. But she remained rigid, cold. "How are you finding the place?" he asked, looking around. "You've done a good job." "It's fine," she said, almost sullenly. Fine? It was just fine? This roof over her head free of charge? "Thank you," she added, as if feeling the emotion radiating from him. He squeezed her leg. "My pleasure. Only the best for my child." Her head whipped round. "It's not yours," she hissed. "I told you, it's Felix's." "We'll see." He'd bought the DNA kit, and he would be swabbing that baby as soon as it popped out of her. But, he realised, he didn't need the child to bring her into line. He knew her secrets, and he knew she hadn't told Felix about her past. She hadn't paid Richard back yet, either, for the free rent and expensive dinners, and the drawers full of clothes. He had treated her well, and this was how she repaid him. For a moment, Richard wondered how he had got here. From a young, whirlwind marriage with Fern, to a secret family with Fiona, to... What? What was he to Lexi? A bank? A means to an end? He had fallen for her. That much was true. Fallen deep into her sea-glass eyes. He loved her scent, the way her hair trailed down her naked back as she laid sleeping beside him. But she didn't love him, and that hurt. The way she was looking at him now, with contempt written across her face.
hurt.
He moved quickly, shifting from the sofa to crouch before her, his hand snaking between her legs. She gasped, tried to pull back, but she was trapped by the huge cushions. He smiled up at her, his thumb pressing against her. He placed his other hand on her stomach and felt the child move inside her.
"We'll see,"
he said again, and was gratified by the flash of fear in her eyes. Fiona caught him in the garden on his way back to the house, her expression guarded. "What were you doing in there?" she asked, crossing her arms over her chest. She looked like a shrew, an old fishwife with her puckered lips and narrowed eyes. Richard sighed and said nothing, stepping to move past his wife. She blocked his path. "Don't forget, Richard," she said, her gaze locked with his. "I know everything." Chapter 41. The Mistress. I get back into my car, my head in my hands as my mind whirls. I picture her in my mind. Lexi. I'd only glimpsed her at the funeral, and I've seen her a few times from a distance in the past, but I didn't know her well. Had Richard been seeing his son's girlfriend? No, I can't believe it. I won't believe it. But something in my gut forces me to start the car and drive to his house. I have to know the truth. I pull up outside, looking for signs of life. A light is on downstairs, and a figure is sitting at the kitchen table, their back to me. Switching off the engine, I get out of the car and crunch across the gravel, raising my fist and banging on the front door. A few seconds pass. Then I hear footsteps and the door swings open, the warm yellow light spilling out across the driveway. A woman stands before me, her face in shadow. "Where is she?" I demand, pushing past and storming into the hallway. "Who?" I spin. The woman closes the front door and turns to face me, and my mouth falls open. "It's you." I sway, catching myself on the banister and sliding down to the floor. The woman rushes forward. I wave an arm to keep her away as recognition blooms. The shadow fleeing into the night. The pale face glancing back as she ran from the crash. Lexi is S. And Lexi was there the night Richard died. I see the same recognition in her eyes. "It's not what you think," she says, crouching down next to me. Her voice is gentle. "I saw you that night, but I didn't think you saw me." I want to respond, want to scream at her, to demand answers. There's so much I don't know, so much I want to ask, but the words stick in my throat as my heart pounds in my chest. "Come into the kitchen," she says, standing and holding out an hand. "I'll tell you everything." She sighs heavily. It's about time I told someone, I suppose. Something in her expression makes me reach out. I take her hand and let her pull me to my feet. We stand for a moment facing one another, and I take her in. She has dark blonde hair, now pulled up into a messy bun on top of her head. She's wearing a sleeveless black dress and is barefoot, her toes painted a dark purple. Her arms are tanned, her eyebrows dark and shaped, and her makeup is minimal. She is beautiful, I realise as she turns and leads me into the kitchen. This woman who Richard wanted above everyone else. This woman who knows more about his death than anyone else. "Are you S?" I ask, almost falling into the chair she pulls out for me. She frowns. "S? I'm Lexi." I shake my head to clear it.
Her number hadn't been saved in Richard's phone. So, who was S? I pull his phone out of my pocket and unlock it, fumbling as I look for his contacts. Empty. I exhale, my mind more confused than ever. What on earth were you hiding, Richard? You're Felix's girlfriend, I ask as she fills the kettle with water and switches it on. She smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. Yes. Her hand hovers over a grey jar. Sugar? I shake my head, no. Who are you really? Who were you to Richard? Lexi is silent for a moment, the teaspoon clinking against the mugs as she stirs the tea. She sits down opposite me, wrapping her hands around the mug, and I copy her, suddenly needing its warmth. Why did you say that? I ask. It's not what you think. Lexi sighs again. Because it isn't. I know who you are. It's Eleanor, right? I nod, surprised. His latest mistress. She winces. Sorry, that sounds awful. But you had been seeing one another. Yes, for a few years. Don't tell me there were others. Please, please don't tell me there were others. She takes a deep breath. Richard and I don't know where to begin. She falters, staring down into her tea. I don't trust myself to speak. I take a sip of tea, needing something to do while she gathers herself. I can feel my body stiffening, shock coursing through my veins, dread pooling in my stomach. I don't want to hear this, but I must. I met Richard a number of years ago. I was a waitress in Plymouth, living in a bit of a shithole. The word sounds alien in her mouth. She lifts a shoulder. You know the story, or at least you can guess. I suppose he thought he was taking me under his wing. He got me another job, let me live in one of his flats for free, and, well, her cheeks are flushed, her eyes avoiding mine, and I know what she's going to say. He wanted me to pay in other ways. I close my eyes, shock rendering me speechless. I picture this young, beautiful woman being led astray by Richard, a man old enough to be her father. I picture them in bed together, his hands circling her wrists, her head turned to one side, eyes vacant. How could he? Nausea rises and I place a hand over my mouth. This isn't the Richard I knew. But if that's true, why do I believe her? Why do I believe every word? Is it because I saw the man she knew, hidden beneath the one I loved? This man full of secrets, lies, tripping off his tongue as easy as breathing. How perfectly he constructed his life, keeping all parts separated and all parties ignorant of the truth. Who was the real Richard Asquith? Did I ever truly know him? Did anyone? My eyes trail along the walls, taking in the photographs behind her. There he is, a small boy on his shoulders, sunglasses covering his eyes. Richard and Lexi's son. I trail off, and she follows my gaze. When she turns back to me, her jaw is set. She nods. My son, Leo. He was his father. Did he know? Yes. He had a DNA test done. Her eyes harden. Without her consent, they tell me. Nobody else knows. And he was happy enough to play the grandad when it suited him. I can imagine. And I can. Richard could never have been the greatest of fathers. He was too short-tempered, too impatient. In the safety of my house, after a glass or two of wine, he told me of his regrets, how he had failed his children, how he wished he had been different. Was Leo going to be his third chance at fatherhood? Was Lexi the one he was going to leave me and Fiona for? The look on Lexi's face tells me everything. He wanted it all, she says quietly. But none of us were enough. None of us would ever be enough. It's not enough. His text message comes back to me, and I blink away tears. How could a man who had everything give so very little in return? Or had he spread himself too thin, between me, Fiona and Lexi? And how many more were there? How many more women had he been stringing along while he tried to find whatever was missing? How did you and Richard meet? Lexi asks, the question and her light tone surprising me. He gave a large donation one year to the company I work for, I say, letting the memory fill my mind, taking the edge off the pain of her confession. An homeless charity. We used the money to buy and distribute 100 sleep pods. He was very generous. She raises an eyebrow, and I incline my head. When it suited, that is. We had spoken before, but we spent some time together at one of his functions and, well, one thing led to another, I suppose. Did you know he was married? I paused before answering. Yes. Did you? Yes, though not at first. Lexi makes a face. He took his ring off a lot. I smiled despite myself. Yes, he did, didn't he? I think I noticed the mark around his finger before I saw the actual ring. I think I always knew he had a family. I met Felix a few times, actually, through work. He never liked me much. I don't think he likes me very much either, she says quietly, and I can feel the sadness pouring from her. I reach out, her hand cold beneath mine. Why did you stay? I ask, and curse myself. Isn't that the question everyone asks? Why didn't you leave? But it's never as easy as that. Often there is no other choice, no path visible to him. Lexi's eyes are full of anguish, and my heart breaks for her. He was going to tell Felix about Leo. He was going to take my son away. She wipes away a tear that slides down her cheek. I couldn't let him. Not my son. Not after everything. I nod, still holding her hand. So you left him to die? It isn't a question. I know the answer, and now I know the truth behind it. Lexi nods. Her eyes meet in mine with a kind of ferocity, a strong defiance that sends a shiver through me. I didn't mean to, but that's what happened, and I don't regret it. A chirping noise fills the room. Lexi relinquishes my hand and I take my phone from my bag. I frown at the screen, the words slowly sinking in. Everything okay? Lexi asks. It's James, I say, turning the screen around so she can read the message. Come to the wake. It's Sky. Sky? Lexi says, eyes wide. What does it mean? What's wrong with her? I shake my head. I don't know, but I think we'd better find out.
Chapter 42. The Celebrant. James finds himself back inside the warmth of the pub, a cup of tea in front of him.
He doesn't know why he's still here, why he hasn't gone home to make dinner and read to his mother. But something is keeping him in his seat, a tension that he cannot put his finger on, and so he stays put, watching, waiting. He watched Lexi leave, saw her carrying her son across the beach, Sky by her side. He hopes they can find peace, the daughter and the daughter-in-law. Perhaps they will create new titles for themselves, away from their ties to Richard. Friend, aunt, sister. A business associate of Richard's is leaning against the bar, his voice booming across the room. James squirms, trying to make himself invisible, but the man sees him and winks. James has known the man since university, like so many others here. They are all tied together, their pasts intertwined. Sometimes he wishes he'd moved away, taken a teaching job up north and left the county of his birth. Would Tom still be alive if he had? This road is too painful to go down, but it is one he's travelled many times before. In the dead of night, when he lies awake watching the headlights of cars pass across his bedroom window, he thinks of Tom and their life together. He pictures them strolling hand in hand through Dublin, or Paris, or San Francisco. He thinks of Sunday lunches with his parents, shopping trips in Liverpool, or nights out at the theatre with Tom's mum. He imagines how Tom's hair would have looked when it turned grey, wonders whether he would have gone bald quicker than himself. Would he have developed a paunch, or would he have kept up his daily walks, his twice-weekly tennis matches? Would they have adopted a child, or opened their home to foster children like Tom always wanted? The pain shooting through him reminds him that he is still alive. It reminds him that he has a mother to care for, one last person to live for. It reminds him that her time is running out, and he has no plan for after. He has no job now, no hobbies beside jigsaw puzzles and Sudoku and Antiques Roadshow. He has a few distant friends left.
Sometimes all we need is a few minutes of soft music to come back to ourselves. This is your moment. Thank you for being here.
and cannot imagine reaching out to them now, not after all this time. Is it too late to start again? Would Fiona or Ellie or even the man over there welcome him into their lives? He suspects not. Fiona appears beside him, jerking him out of his reverie. He remembers her words on the beach. We don't have to worry about him anymore, do we? And the look on her face, as if she'd surprised herself with her words. He wonders if she knows that Richard had been present the night Tom died. It is a question he has never been able to bring himself to ask, has always been too afraid of the answer to dig any further. She slides in opposite him and begins to drum her fingernails on the table between them. Are you all right, Fiona? He asks after a moment. She's fiddling with a beer mat now, turning it over and over in her hands. Yes. No. She breathes out, looks up at him. It's just a lot harder than I expected, I suppose. Felix is taking it badly. Felix? James looks around, spotting him by the bar with a pint in his hand. He does look a little worse for wear. He's been drinking all day, she says, and he hasn't eaten anything. Not that the Blue Rinse Brigade will let anyone have a look in. He smiles at that. Feed them and they will come. Fiona tears a corner from the beer mat. It flutters to the table, getting caught in a drop of liquid. She sighs. I'm worried about him. Toby, too. They're so young to have lost their father. Or not young enough, James thinks uncharitably. He can't help wondering how Felix might have turned out if he hadn't had his father's influence for over 25 years. He is, James realises, the heir Richard always wanted. Arrogant, cocky, good-looking. But Toby? Although he tried to limit his contact with Richard over the years, James was still witness to his treatment of his younger son, and his daughter, too. He wonders briefly where Skye is, whether she will return without Lexi. He catches sight of her girlfriend, Fleur, chatting to Toby and another young man, and feels himself soften. He likes Fleur, and though he didn't have much contact with Skye over the years, there's something about her that he is drawn to. And Skye, he says without thinking. Fiona looks up sharply. What about her? She's lost her father too. Fiona snorts. Hardly. She's barely said 2 words to him over the years. And whose fault was that? His words come out harsher than he intended, and he attempts to soften his voice. Richard was the adult, after all. She's been an adult for years now. She's over 30, for Christ's sake. I think, James says slowly, his eyes fixed on Felix as he staggers out of the toilets, his eyes unfocused as he clutches the doorframe. You're never too old to feel the influence of your parents. Felix catches his eye and begins to move towards them, stopping short when, as if summoned by James's thoughts, Skye wrenches open the door and strides into the pub, her head whipping round as her eyes search the room. When they find him, he feels as if he has been frozen to the spot, his pulse beating in his ears, and he knows something terrible is about to happen. Chapter 43. The Deceased. Then. He didn't mean to do it. Just like years later, when his youngest daughter would disappear on his watch. Richard was never able to blame himself entirely. He was barely 20, still just a kid. The situation had gotten out of control, and he was not to blame. That is what he told himself, as he washed the blood from his knuckles in the sink that stood in the corner of his childhood bedroom. The skin was cracked, and he wasn't sure whose blood he was trying to scrub away. His own, or Tom's. He hadn't known Tom would be there that night. How was he supposed to know gay men liked football? He assumed they preferred ballet or opera or something. So when he bought the tickets and persuaded Peter to go along, he'd had no intention of starting anything with the boyfriend of Peter's first love. His only love. They had been drinking since midday, a group of them downing pints in one of the student bars before making their way to the stadium, Peter sneaking in a bottle of vodka tucked into the waistband of his trousers. Recently, Richard had been watching with dismay as his older brother descended further into alcohol, just as their father had, and he was desperate to help him. He knew a few beers and a football match wasn't going to get his brother on the straight and narrow, and their relationship had become strained in recent months, but Richard was determined to get them back on track. It wasn't until the second half that Peter spotted Tom a few rows below them, a Plymouth Argyle scarf wrapped around his neck, jumping up and down with the man next to him when the team scored. Peter's mood swiftly turned from jovial to sullen, the black cloud that seemed to have attached itself to him a few years before darkening by the second.
"Come on,"
Richard said after the game, wrapping an arm around his brother's shoulders.
"Let's have a celebratory drink."
The pub was full of people, celebrating or commiserating the result of the game, and it took a while to get served. Richard lined up shots and passed them to his brother and their friends, losing count as the night wore on. At some point, he staggered outside to smoke a cigarette in the cool night air, the pub too hot and full of people. He leaned against the wall, laughing and talking to a few of his friends. They watched Tom leave the pub chatting with his companion, and they joked behind his back, making rude gestures and spitting on the floor. It was all good fun, Richard thought, perfectly normal banter. He didn't see Peter emerge from the pub, didn't see him stumble after Tom and aim a punch at the back of his head. Tom went down fast, Peter jumping on top of him and hitting him again and again. Tom's friends shouted, but nobody came except Richard and his friends, the men joining in, while Richard looked on, horrified. What the fuck was Peter doing? He didn't see the knife until it was too late, his own fist too slow to connect with the knife wielder's jaw. He didn't know whether the screams were coming from Tom or himself. It all happened so fast, too fast for him to react. And then it was over, just as suddenly as it had begun, and he was pulling Peter up and away, dragging him from the scene and towards home. A month later, Peter moved out of that horrible flat he shared with Sue and enrolled at college. He lived in a poky but clean bedsit and stopped drinking entirely, even giving up cigarettes a few months later. He saw his son on weekends, taking him to the park and to the farmers' market in the city centre. He got his life back on track, and when Richard moved back to Cornwall a few years later and set up his business, he gave Peter a job with a high salary and a company car. So, in Richard's mind, everything worked out for the better. In the end, anyway. Chapter 44. The Daughter. Have you found it, sis? I don't respond to the message. I drive to the pub in a daze. Safi's bracelet clutched between my fingers the whole way like a rosary. The bracelet he kept for all these years. Rage pours from me, so pure and hot it tingles across my skin. I can feel the darkness inside me. The darkness put there by my parents that I have fought so hard to overcome. But it is threatening to spill over now, and I cannot contain it any longer. I don't want to contain it any longer. I stride into the pub and push past two middle-aged men, ignoring their tuts as my gaze focuses on her. Fiona. She's sitting in a booth, fingers busy shredding a beer mat, tiny pieces falling to the table before her. The celebrant sits opposite her, his elbows on the table as he leans towards Felix, who comes up to stand beside his mother,
a hand on her shoulder. They do not look up as I approach. "Get up!" I hiss at her, and she looks at me then, startled. She opens her mouth as if to speak, but Felix gets there first.
"Ah, sweet sister," he slurs, grinning inanely. "Haven't finished paying your respects? Fuck off!" I snap, without looking at him. My eyes are trained on Fiona. She's the one I'm here for. "What was that?" He takes a step towards me, and I glare at him. Turn my red-hot rage onto him. Fuck off! He takes another step, reaching an arm out towards me, and I move without thinking. I shove him with both hands, putting all of my strength into it. He stumbles backwards, crashing onto the table holding the remnants of the buffet, sending sausage rolls flying as he falls to the floor. A glass rolls off and smashes, shards glinting in the low light as Felix stares open-mouthed. In an instant, he is on his feet, a bottle picked up from the bar and lifted above his head. Time moves in slow motion as he comes for me, his eyes wide with the suppressed fury of our shared past. As the bottle swings towards me, a shape barrels into Felix, knocking him to the floor. The bottle smashes against the bar, red wine covering the floorboards like blood, and Toby sits astride his brother, his hands gripping his arms. "Enough!" he growls, and Felix goes limp beneath him. Whether in fear or shock, I don't know. I turn back to Fiona and lift the bracelet, letting it dangle before her eyes. Fear crosses her face, her skin peeling, her eyes wide, and I can almost hear her thoughts. "Come with me," I say quietly. She stands, shaking her head at the celebrant when he frowns and reaches out to her. She is caught. Her secret finally out. After years of deception, years of pain and anguish. I turn on my heel and cross the pub, pushing open the door and stepping out into the cold air. The sun has almost set, the short winter day passing quickly into night. I breathe in, tasting salt on my tongue, and close my eyes for a moment. Fiona steps up behind me, and I can almost feel the fear pulsing through her. "Follow me," I say, and turn towards the steps. The waves are lapping at the rocks. The tide is coming in and will soon cover the sand. I want it to swallow us whole. My feet take us to the place where it happened, on the other side of the beach, where the tide now creates pools of water, flooding the caves. The place detailed in my father's letter, the one I found hidden in his bedside drawer tonight beneath the box containing Safi's bracelet. The bracelet she was wearing the day she disappeared. We go up, the rocks slippery beneath our feet, fingers gripping the moss-covered headland. She knows where we are going, doesn't speak as she scrambles up behind me. She is fit for her age. A life full of the highest quality food, the benefit of gym memberships and a private swimming pool and private healthcare will do that for you. Everything she has comes from one single act. The act that ripped our lives apart. And now I'm going to take it from her. The climb leaves me breathless, my heart pounding as we finally reach the top. The view is stunning. The sky streaked with red and gold amongst the blue-black as the sun's final traces disappear beneath the horizon. A fingernail moon shines in the distance. Shapes move across the sky, wings fluttering. I breathe in, and Safi appears before me, her bright hair damp from the sea, her eyes glistening with tears. A part of me always knew that she wasn't out there to find, that she wouldn't be coming back. I should have known, when our father came home that day without her, that she was lost to me forever. The ghost lifts an arm.
something clenched in her palm. Her fingers opened slowly to reveal a seashell, and my own eyes fill with tears. "Find me a seashell, Safi." I reach out to take it, but then Fiona comes up behind me and my sister disappears into the sea mist. Fiona stops a few feet away, her eyes wide. I have never seen her like this before. Her true feelings always so well hidden beneath the mask. Except for the time Toby almost drowned. She was wild then. Her carefully constructed veneer washed away by fear and love. I wonder if she looked like this that day, when she followed my sister across the rocks, the dog's barks echoing from below. I take her in, the perfectly applied makeup smoothing out the lines on her face, the grey-blue eyes focused on mine. "It was you," I say, and she crumples. It was Toby who told me everything. Toby, the sweet, harmless child that everyone forgot about. Just like Safi. They underestimated him. Had conversations where he could hear and remember the words. Whispered arguments in the kitchen while he sat on the stairs, his young mind unable to process what he was hearing. An older brother who told him tales about something wrapped in a blanket in the boot. Tales that frightened him, that kept him awake at night, that his father told him were just bad dreams. But the sweet, harmless child turned into a man. A man who remembered what he had heard. And he told me where to find our father's final confession. He told his sister everything. Chapter 45. The Deceased. Then. "Not too far!" Richard called as his daughter ran across the beach, Nala at her heels. His phone rang and he cursed, fumbling in his pocket and pulling it out. Fiona. "Hi, darling," he said. He still called her darling and sweetheart then, their romance still new and exciting. Perhaps it was because they didn't live together yet, could still hide their flaws from one another. But that was all about to change. "Daddy!" The voice on the other end of the phone was young and high, almost a whine. "Felix, what's the matter? Why do you have Mummy's phone?" He tracked Safi with his eyes, watching her jump over the waves as they crashed against the sand, a stick held aloft for Nala. "Why didn't you come to watch me play football today?" Felix whined. Richard suppressed a sigh. "Next time, Felix. I'll be there next time. Where's Mummy?" "Over there." "Over where?" Richard could feel his frustration building. "Put her on. Where's your brother?" "He's here. Say hello, Toby." Richard could hear his youngest child babbling in the background. He was almost 2, and still wasn't talking, relying on his brother to do most of his talking for him. For a moment, with Safi heading towards the rock pools, Sky at home in bed and his 2 sons on the phone, Richard wondered what the hell he was doing. 4 children with 2 women, and barely 5 years between them. How long could he carry on living this double life? How much longer could he continue to juggle Fern and Fiona, splitting his time between his 2 houses? Something was going to give. He could feel it, and a part of him almost welcomed it. But he could not have predicted what was to come. He turned, looking out across the shimmering sea. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore filled his ears, drowning out the sound of Felix babbling down the phone. For a second, he felt at peace, the calm before the storm. A loud bark jerked Richard back to the present. Nala sat beside him, a Wellington boot in her mouth. Safi's boot. She dropped it at his feet, looking up as if waiting for a treat for a job well done. Dread pooled in his stomach as he scanned the beach, looking for Safi's hopping form, expecting her to be shouting after the dog. But she wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. "I've got to go," he said, ending the call and stuffing the phone back into his pocket. "Where's Safi?" he asked the dog. She barked in return. He began to run, Safi's name in his mouth, panic closing his throat, stopping him from calling out to her. His feet pounded against the sand as he repeated her name over and over in his head. Safi, Safi, Safi. She had been heading towards the rocks, her favourite place to play. She would often hide in the caves, her sister too afraid to join her. Skye was scared of the dark and of the things she couldn't see. Richard always thought it was a sensible fear, though he wouldn't admit it out loud. He told himself that Safi would be hiding somewhere, splashing in a rock pool or letting tiny crabs run across the back of her hand. She loved all creatures, and even giving up eating meat after rescuing a baby duck a few months ago. Her foot will be wet without this boot, he thought as he got closer. Did I bring a change of socks? Nala ran past the entrance to the caves, barking, as if she was trying to lead him somewhere. "Where is she, Nala?" Richard called, and the dog stopped, ears pricked, as if waiting for him to catch up. When he reached her, she bounded off again, leading him towards the sea. Safi was a strong swimmer, often drifting beyond the safety zones. Fern had been frantic once on a visit to Ready Money Cove in Foy, when 6-year-old Safi had decided to swim out to the bathing platform alone. She'd laughed when Richard had caught up with her, leaping into the waves before he could stop her, surfacing with a wide grin on her face. Again. She was fine. She was fine. Safi was strong and confident, a force to be reckoned with. She would pop up out of somewhere any moment now, her hair drenched, her clothes spattered with wet sand, grinning from ear to ear. "What's the matter, Dad?" Nala stopped a few feet ahead, her paws splashing through a shallow pool, and Richard followed, water seeping through his shoes. Above him were steps carved into the rocks, covered in dried seaweed and barnacles. "Did she go up there?" he asked the dog, and Nala barked. He began to climb. Chapter 46. The Daughter-in-Law. I hear a scream and begin to run, the rocks slippery beneath my feet. Eleanor follows, leaving Leo sleeping in the locked car, the headlights still on, lighting our way. We run towards the sound of voices, feet pounding in time with our hearts. And then we see them. Skye standing above Fiona, the older woman cowering against the rocks. My heart skips a beat as I realise how close she is to the edge. "Skye!" I shout, and her head whips round. "Skye, stop!" I don't know what I'm asking her to stop, but I can feel the tension radiating from her. I can see the pain and fury in her eyes. She is different, her features morphing into someone I barely recognise. "Lexi!" Fiona cries, and Skye turns back to her. "She isn't going to help you," she says. "Nobody is." "What's going on?" Eleanor asks, breathless as she comes up beside me. "Is that—" She trails off as she takes in the scene before us. "Would you like to know what your mother-in-law did, Lexi?" Skye says, taking a step back and crouching on top of a rock. Fiona is frozen, her back against the cold stone, one hand behind her supporting her weight. "Would you like to know what kind of family you're marrying into?" Skye's gaze turns to Eleanor. "And you? Did you know what my father was?" Eleanor's eyes widen. I don't... Skye laughs bitterly. "Of course you didn't. He fooled us all, didn't he?" She lifts a hand and points at Fiona. "But she is the real master of disguise. She is the one who had us all fooled. She is the one who destroyed our lives. I take a step forward, my hands held out as if in supplication. What do you mean? I keep my voice light, my face neutral, trying to reach her. If I can reach her, I can stop this, whatever it is. What's happened, Sky? She reaches into her pocket and pulls something out. A silver bracelet, with tiny seashells glinting in the dusk. This is the bracelet my sister wore, Sky says. The one she never took off. Not in the bath, not to go to sleep, never. Where? My voice trails off as the realization hits me. In my father's bedside table. With this. She pulls out a folded sheet of paper, opens it up, and begins to read aloud. To Sky, my daughter, though I'm not sure I deserve to call you that. For 20 years I have kept a secret that has eaten me alive. It has destroyed me, as it destroyed your mother, though for different reasons, of course. I believed that it would be worse if I told her the truth. If she knew what really happened to Safi, it would break her heart. But I know now that I was only fooling myself. I kept this secret to protect myself, to prevent this house of cards from tumbling down. But if you are reading this, it means I am dead, and I cannot take this secret to the grave. I need you to know that I wanted to be a good father. I was never a good husband, probably not even a good man, and I had no idea how to be a father to you. But I loved you, Sky. I loved you and your sister more than I can explain. Life with your mother was never easy. We married too young, too fast, caught up in a whirlwind romance that cast a rose-tinted light on everything. But that light faded, and we quickly realized that we had made a mistake. You were not that mistake, Sky. Neither was Safi. The mistake was staying together, trying to make things work when we only made each other miserable. And then I met Fiona. Sky glares at the woman, who is watching her with wide, terrified eyes. I can almost hear Richard's voice as she reads his words. Picture the way his eyes would crinkle with sadness as he spoke. I imagine him sitting in his office, writing this letter to his daughter, knowing she would never read it while he was alive. The similarities between us hits me once again. In truth, I had known Fiona for a while, but we were not close. Acquaintances, I suppose you would call us. On nodding and how's your family terms. We lost touch when I moved away from Cornwall, meeting again at your uncle's birthday party. You might not remember it. You were so young, only 4 years old. You and Safi had dinner with us, and then we put you to bed upstairs, snuggled together in the spare room. Peter had finally divorced his first wife, and he was struggling with her moving away with their son. He drank too much, which wasn't usual for him at the time, and it was Fiona who helped me put him to bed. She was so warm and caring, making sure he was on his side and leaving a glass of water by his bed. We went outside for a cigarette and, well, the rest is history. She fell pregnant quickly. Felix is only 5 years younger than you, as you know. Soon enough, I was juggling 2 families, 4 children, trying to keep you all separate. But I knew it couldn't last. When your mother found out about everything, it was almost a relief. I could finally stop trying to keep up the pretense. But the relief came later, of course, because the catalyst was Safi's disappearance, the thing that blew everything apart, and I thought I would die from the grief. Old lies were replaced with new lies, piling up until I thought I would suffocate beneath them. But it was fear that stopped me from confessing. Fear of prison,
of losing the rest of my children. Fear of leaving my boys without their parents. Because my confession wouldn't just implicate me, it would bring everything down around us. Sky pauses, looking up and catching my gaze. I'm speechless, my skin prickling with dread. There is more. I can tell by the way her fingers grip the page, and her emotions are written across her face. Pain, anger, grief. She already knows what comes next. Tell them! The words come from behind us, and we turn in unison towards a figure emerging from the darkness. I hear myself gasp as I realise who it is. Go on, Mother, Toby says, his lips curled into an uncharacteristic sneer that reminds me of Felix. Why don't you tell them how it ends? I look between them, mother, son, sister, and feel myself start to sway. Eleanor grabs my elbow, holding me steady. I don't want to hear it. The conclusion to this horrible story. I cling to Eleanor, the edges of my vision darkening as Toby moves towards us. He places a hand on my shoulder as he passes, and I pull away, fear blinding me. Finish the story, Sky says, as Toby moves to crouch before his mother, who stares at him wordlessly, her mouth an O of surprise. Unburden yourself. You'll feel better. A small smile flickers across her lips. Or perhaps not. But we will. Fiona is focused on her son's face. Toby, she begins, but he shakes his head. You owe it to her. To Sky. He moves away to stand beside his half-sister. You owe her the truth. I watch Fiona swallow, her limbs trembling as she curls her arms around her knees. I can almost smell her fear. You knew he wrote this letter. You knew he wanted to confess. Sky sits on the rock, one leg bent at the knee as she considers the woman below her. It's why you killed him, isn't it, Fiona? She says, and the world tilts beneath me. Chapter 47. The Deceased. Then. Richard looked at his wife, his eyes drawn to the smear of blood on her cheek. He could not look at the body lying beneath them. The flame-red hair splayed out across the rocks. He could not. He would not. Help me, Richard! Fiona hissed, and his body jerked, his eyes finally taking in the scene before him. His daughter. His beautiful, brave, strong daughter. Blood trickled from her left ear, mingling with her hair and puddling on the ground beneath her. Fiona stood on the ledge, balancing precariously as she tried to reach Safi. She looked up, her hair flying into her face. Richard! He had to get down there. He had to pull his daughter out. Fiona wasn't strong enough, was going to slip off the edge if she wasn't careful. Maybe he should let her. A cry carried on the wind, and he looked up to see Felix pressed against the window of Fiona's car, his eyes wide and fearful. What had his son seen? Had anyone else been around, walking along the coastal path? Someone could come along at any moment, he realised with a jolt. They could be caught, and it would be over. Forcing down the rising nausea, Richard climbed down the rocks, fitting his feet into the natural footholds and carefully lowering himself down. Somehow he managed to reach them, helping Fiona scrabble back to the ledge above. Somehow he lifted the body of his daughter, limp and lifeless, and carried her up to the top. Somehow he laid her in the boot of the car, wrapping her in a large blanket they usually used for picnics. Somehow he managed not to vomit until later, when he was alone in the bathroom,
the rug beneath him wet with tears. Fiona drove, Felix and Toby quiet in the back seat, their gaze fixed on their parents. Would they understand what had happened? Had they seen their sister before she had fallen? Because she had fallen, Fiona told him in a lowered voice as she drove towards home. She had slipped on the rocks, disappearing before Fiona could catch her.
But why was she there?
Richard growled, his fingers digging into his thighs.
Why were you there?
The wipers flashed across the windscreen, flicking away the raindrops. He watched tears drip down his wife's face, sliding off the end of her nose. When she spoke, her voice was almost a whisper, sobs catching in her throat, and Richard felt his insides turn to ice at her words. Chapter 48. The Daughter.
It was an accident!
Fiona cries, eyes flitting between me and Toby, her desperation palpable.
I swear, I didn't mean for it to happen. She just slipped. You took her.
I growl, silencing her. Rage still flows through me, making me tremble.
You lured her away? And for what?
Because you were jealous, Toby says. You wanted him to yourself.
No!
Tears slide down Fiona's face as she shakes her head.
Toby, no, that wasn't it. I didn't.
Why then? I demand, moving forward to crouch before her. Her eyes are bloodshot, her mascara leaving trails down her cheeks.
Why did you do it?
All I ever wanted was to be a mother, Lexi whispers, and Fiona's head swivels towards her, her face a mask of horror as she shakes her head.
I just wanted to get to know her,
she whimpers.
I thought if she liked me, if you both did, that Richard would want to be with me, that he would bring you both to live with us. We had the space, 3 empty bedrooms waiting to be filled with children.
Desperation fills her eyes, and she reaches out, her hand stopping just before it touches my arm.
We could have been a family.
She turns to Toby, her hand stretching towards him now.
Wasn't I always a good mother?
She sobs, her voice thick with tears.
Didn't I always love and care for you?
Toby is silent. He cannot disagree with her, I realise. Doesn't want to disagree with her. He loves his mother, despite everything. It is his father that he hated. His face crumples, and I see his eyes are shining with tears. He turns to me, and my heart breaks a little more. He shouldn't be here. He shouldn't witness this.
I just wanted a family,
Fiona says softly.
To be surrounded by love and laughter.
My own childhood. My parents were cold, unfeeling. Her lip curls as she speaks. They only had children because it was what you did back then. They never loved us, though my brother had an easier time of it than I did. When I was born, I was an immediate disappointment by nature of my sex. She looks at me again, her eyes boring into mine. My father only wanted sons. Her words send a spark through me. Is this not how I felt growing up? Abandoned for the secret sons, able to feel only resentment towards my half-brothers. But Fiona had never tried to bring me into the fold. She had left me firmly on the sidelines, the unwanted daughter from a previous marriage. As if hearing my thoughts, Fiona smiles sadly. I tried with you when you were younger,
But I was still a secret, still the mistress.
She spits out the word, glancing up at the woman standing beside Lexi. At my father's latest mistress, I realise.
I thought you would both be there that day. Richard didn't tell me you had tonsillitis. We were supposed to be watching Felix play football, but Richard texted to say he was going to the beach instead. I was annoyed at first, but I saw it as an opportunity to get rid of us. I spit. No, to meet you. I was going to bring the boys down. I'd packed some sandwiches and a flask of tea. I thought we could have a picnic.
Fiona begins to cry again, a hand pressed against her throat.
I never wanted that to happen. Never that.
As she speaks, her gaze pinning me to the spot, I can almost see the memories behind her eyes. The memory of that bright June day, rain clouds moving slowly in, the sky darkening. Safi's crumpled body lying below where we sit now, on the rock bridge at Perranporth, her hair across her face, her eyes staring up at the sky, unseeing. I shiver at the image and pull back, breaking the spell between us. Another tear falls from Fiona's eyes as she watches me move away, her gaze wary as she tries to anticipate my next move. But even I don't know what that will be. Sky. Toby places a hand on my arm and I look at him. He's crying too. Silent tears sliding down his face, and I can almost hear his unspoken plea. I shake him off, anger rising again. What? Wasn't it you who told me to go digging? Wasn't it you who told me where to look more closely? Where to find this letter? I wave it in the air. But I didn't know. You never do. I sneer, surprised at my own venom. The Asquiths never know what they're doing. Never know what pain they're causing to others. If they even care. You're an Asquith too, Fiona says, and I glare at her. She climbs shakily to her feet, her back rigid, her chin tipped up as if in defiance. You're part of this. We all are. I was a child! I shout, gratified when she flinches. I was ill, at home in bed. I had nothing to do with this. Find me a seashell, Safi, Toby says quietly, and I feel my insides freeze. The memory floods back, winding me. Safi sitting on the end of my bed, Nala at her feet, brushing the hair of one of my dolls. Why can't you play with me, Sky? I'm ill, Safi, go away. Hurt in her eyes, her cheeks colouring. Mum bustling in with a tray loaded with soup and buttered bread. Leave your sister alone, Safi. She's not well. But I'm bored, Mum. Dad walking past, pausing in the doorway. Mum blowing a hair out of her face. Oh, take her out, will you? Sky needs to rest. Safi's pouting face in the doorway, the toe of one foot pressed against the frame. Find me a seashell, Safi. Find me a pink one with yellow stripes, just like your bracelet. It will make me feel better. A smile, like the sun coming out. Don't come back without it. And she didn't. Pain sneaks through me as the memory fades. The last time I saw my sister's face, her bright smile, keen to impress her big sister. I'll make you better, Sky. Was it my fault? Was it her search for a seashell which lured Safi onto the rocks? I picture her walking along the shore, lifting the shells and dusting off the sand, discarding them when they didn't fit the bill. She was always the bolder sister, the more adventurous one,
who wasn't afraid of getting dirty, scrambling up trees and hiding in caves. I picture her climbing the weather-beaten steps beneath where I stand now, her fingers slipping as she climbed higher and higher towards the woman who had stolen her father, the woman who would change everything forever. I feel the damp rock beneath me, my arms tightening around my waist as I try to breathe through the pain. I remember telling Toby about that day, my eyes blurry with tears as I confessed my guilt during one of our video calls. He first contacted me a year ago, reaching out across the years and the distance to make contact with his sister, to forge a different path. Toby's hand is on my shoulder now, his voice gentle. "It wasn't your fault," he says quietly, and my eyes fill once again with tears. Oh, but it was. She was the most loved sister, the better daughter. Where I was shy and quiet, Safi was loud and exuberant. Easy to laugh, easy to cry. She was like a storm battering against the windows to be let in. She demanded to be loved, and she was. I knew nothing of my mother's postnatal depression back then. All I saw was her face brightening when Safi entered the room, her eyes softening. My drawings discarded on the floor by her bed, the cup of tea clumsily carried from the kitchen left to grow cold on the table. Only Safi could reach her. The pain is like ice running through my veins. I think of the years after. Those long, empty years spent in my grandparents' house, their eyes full of grief and blame. The strained conversations with Mum. Her face beamed across the channel onto my laptop, and still, I am not enough. Still, it is Safi she wants. I stand, knocking Toby's hand away. My eyes are fixed on Fiona, the pain and guilt turning back into rage. I was a child, an innocent child who could not have imagined the consequences of her request. But Fiona, my father's secret lover, had wanted to tear us apart. And she had managed it, had brought our lives to a standstill, ripping any joy away from us, away from me. But no more. Enough, I say, my voice barely above a whisper, and spring towards her. Chapter 49. The Daughter-in-Law. Skye moves faster than I can blink. She throws herself at Fiona, hands outstretched, and they tumble to the ground, a blur of limbs and flying hair. They're so close to the edge, too close. I hold my breath as they fight, Skye's fingers in Fiona's hair, moving ever closer towards the edge of the cliff and the violent sea beneath. Toby catches my eye, and I open my mouth to speak, but before I can move, Eleanor releases my arm and runs towards them, reaching out and taking hold of them both. She is stronger than she looks. She has Skye's shoulder in one hand, her fingers gripping her tightly, and Fiona's arm in the other. "Get off me!" Skye growls, trying to free herself, but Eleanor doesn't let go. "Stop this," she says, her voice calm, her head dipped as she tries to meet Skye's gaze. "This isn't the way." I watch them as if they are frozen. A photograph snapped at the very instant things change. I see Skye break free, as Eleanor turns to look at Fiona, pulling her off balance. I see Eleanor's eyes widen as her foot slips, her mouth open in a silent scream. And then she is gone, over the edge and plunging into the darkness below. "Eleanor!" Her name rips from my throat, and I run, dropping to my knees and peering over the edge. It is black. The sun gone now, the moon hidden behind thick dark clouds, and I cannot see her. Eleanor! Where are you? Toby lands beside me, his fingers gripping the rock as he scans the sea below. There! He points, and I see her, bursting out of the water. He moves as if to climb down, but a hand grabs his shoulder. This way, Sky says, pulling him to his feet. They run towards the steps, and I follow, listening for their footsteps in the dark. I pause suddenly, turning on my heel towards Fiona. Leo! I cry, my arm lifting to point towards the car, and she nods, her eyes wide with fear. Go! She calls, and I do. The rocks are cold and damp. My foot slips and I cry out, terror gripping me. I have to get down there. She needs our help. I grip my teeth and continue down, relief flooding me when I feel sand beneath my feet. Rain begins to fall as we approach the shore. The tide is coming in fast. The beach is half covered with water, and Eleanor is so far out. Can we reach her in time? I run across the wet sand, leaping over Toby's discarded jumper as I follow them towards the sea. No, Toby! I shout, but he doesn't stop. He isn't a strong swimmer, is still afraid of the sea after that time he almost drowned, but still, he is running toward it. Sky turns at my shout and she stops, holding out an arm. Toby runs into it. Come on, he says, but Sky shakes her head. You stay here. Someone might need to call the Coast Guard. She looks at me, our eyes meeting. I did this, she whispers, her face full of anguish. This is all my fault. I take her by the shoulders, forcing her to focus on me. Now's not the time, I say. We need to go. I kick off my shoes and drop my jacket to the sand, Sky doing the same. We run barefoot into the water, the cold sending shock waves through me. Passing seaweed tangles around my legs, but I kick it away, diving into the water and swimming against the current. The sea swirls around us, white-topped waves crashing against us, trying to force us back towards the shore as the rain pelts us from above. But still we swim. Sky reaches the rocks first. She uses them to pull herself on, the current threatening to peel her fingers away and carry her off. A wave cascades over us, and I feel a stinging pain in my hip where the rock scrapes against me. I cry out. Will Toby have called the Coast Guard? I try to look back, but water fills my eyes and I'm under again, my lungs burning. No, I kick out, finding the rocks and pulling myself up like a seal, panting. I can do this. We have to help Eleanor. I watch Sky fight against the sea, her hair darkened to crimson and flattened against her skull. It is brighter down here, the moon casting a shimmering light across the waves, and I see Eleanor gripping to the side of a rock, her mouth open in a shout. Sky heads towards her, diving beneath the waves and gliding through the water like a mermaid. I remember the story of when she saved Toby's life. Teenage Sky plunging into the water to rescue the brother she barely knew. And I see that in her now. That strength, that intrinsic need to help, to love. She is a good person, I think. She is hurting, but she is good. What we saw tonight was her lashing out. The child inside her desperate for the truth, afraid of what it has revealed. But she never meant to hurt anyone. I know this as I know my own name, and it is this knowledge that drives me on. As Sky reaches Eleanor, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her into the water, the rain gets heavier. Water pours down from above, mingling with the sea around us. Eleanor's face is contorted with pain as Sky drags her towards me. She must have been injured by the fall. I wait until they are close before dropping down beside them, taking Eleanor's other arm and kicking towards the shore. It is easier now, the waves pushing us back to safety. And before long, the sea spits us out onto the sand, coughing and gasping. Thank you, Eleanor says,
rolling onto her back. "Thank you." Skye hangs her head. "It's my fault you went in." Eleanor smiles wearily, her eyes searching Skye's face. "No, it wasn't. It was mine." Toby runs forward, dropping to his knees beside us. "Are you hurt?" Skye shakes her head. "I think Eleanor has a broken ankle, and she's shivering. We need to get her back to the pub." Footsteps behind us. I turn to see the celebrant running across the sand, one arm held over his head against the downpour. "I've called an ambulance!" he cries, reaching down to clasp hands with Eleanor. "Are you okay? Can you walk?" She nods, gripping James's arm and letting her haul him to her feet. But as she tries to take a step, her leg collapses beneath her. Toby rushes to take her other arm, and together the two men half carry, half drag Eleanor back towards the steps, Skye running ahead. I limp behind, my entire leg radiating pain from where it smashed against the rocks. When we reach the pub, I'm relieved to find Fiona sitting at the bottom of the steps, Leo wrapped in her arms, protected from the rain by the plastic roof. The rain beats against it, pounding in time with my heart. Skye is at the top of the stairs, barking instructions through the open door as Eleanor is carried up the steps. I hesitate, torn, wanting nothing more than to take my son and hold him tight. "You're bleeding," Fiona says, nodding towards my hip. I press a hand against a cut in the fabric, my fingers coming away red. "Let's get you fixed up." Skye comes down the steps, a question on her lips, and Fiona freezes, one hand pressed against Leo's back, her body turned away. But then Skye holds out a hand, and after a beat, Fiona takes it, allowing Skye to pull her to her feet. When their eyes meet, I see something pass between them, and I know then that the future has been irrevocably altered. Chapter 50. The Celebrant. James has always been good in a crisis. It is something he would pride himself on, if he were the type of person to dwell on such characteristics. And so it was without thought that he ran out after Skye and Fiona, intending to do as he should have done to begin with, to mediate. He should have stepped in between them, stopped Skye from doing whatever she was going to do. But he lost them in the darkness, and so it was from the beach below that he watched Eleanor plunge into the sea. His heart in his mouth, he ran not towards the sea, but back to the pub, to ask the staff to call the Coast Guard and an ambulance. When he got back to the beach, Skye and Lexi were pulling Eleanor in, all three of them drenched. He helped Toby carry her to the pub, her skin slippery in her grip, her breathing ragged from the pain. "Are you okay?" he asked as they trudged across the sand. "What happened? Did someone push you?" She was silent for a moment, her mouth set in a grim line. "Only Richard," she said finally, and James could find no response to that. They took her into the toilets, where she could sit beneath the hand dryer and warm her frozen skin. They wrapped her in blankets and tried to elevate her broken ankle by placing it on top of Toby's crossed legs, which reminded him of a child waiting for a story. When James asked the staff if they had any pain relief, one of the bartenders handed over a bottle of whiskey. James poured her a glass, and Eleanor gulped it down before pouring another measure with shaking hands and handing it back to James with a smile. He laughed then, at the incredulity of it all. Of him in the women's toilets, drinking whiskey with the mistress, son, daughter and daughter-in-law of Richard Asquith, his wife waiting outside, her face creased with worry as she held her grandson close. He laughed and drank the liquid down, relishing the burn in his throat. And suddenly Tom was there with him, his eyes creased with amusement, his hand warm on James's shoulder. "Well done, old chum," he said. "Welcome back." And with those words, he realised that he had been separating himself from the rest of the world for too long. Since Tom died, James had never been able to get close with anyone again, had never let himself live the life he was supposed to live. Welcome back to the land of the living. He went in the ambulance with Eleanor, following the paramedics down the slippery steps to the beach and across the sand to the road as rain soaked them once more and lightning crackled across the sky. He held her hand as they sped towards the Trelisk, unknowingly replaying the scene of the night Richard died. When Eleanor told the nurse at A&E that James was her husband, he didn't correct her, and instead went to fetch them both a watery cup of tea while she waited to be seen. When he returned, the cubicle was full of people. Skye clutched Eleanor's hand, her eyes watery as she whispered her apologies. Leo was in Lexi's arms, his head droopy with sleep, and Fiona stood by the door, hesitant, unsure.
"You look like you could do with this,"
he said to her, holding out one of the cups. She made a face.
"Nobody could do with this,"
she remarked, and they both smiled. "Welcome back," he murmured, as Eleanor's eyes turned from Skye to Fiona, her mouth open, her hand outstretched.
"Welcome back to the land of the living."
Part 3. The Aftermath. 2 years later. Chapter 51. Eleanor.
I bend down to tie up my laces, feeling a slight twinge in my ankle. I suppose I'm at the age where things don't heal as well. But it's not going to stop me. I'm 62 this year, and I've never felt more alive. The doorbell rings and I call to Zeke, my black Labrador, lifting the lead from a nook behind the door. I snatch up my coat, winding the scarf around my neck, and open the front door with a grin. "Ready?" Fiona says, reaching down to scratch behind Zeke's ears. His tail wags furiously, his tongue lolling out the side of his mouth as he smiles up at her. "Ready?" We set off across the headland, leaving the house behind. It still feels new, though I have lived here for almost 2 years now. But it is perfect. Waking to the sound of the waves crashing against the shore, seagulls crying overhead, children laughing as they run down the road towards the beach, buckets and spades in hand. I take a deep breath, relishing the crisp March air. Soon the clocks will go forward, the days lengthening and the evenings warming up. But it is still chilly today, as we walk above the cliffs at Chapel Porth, the sun sending golden rays across the sea. "How's the ankle?" Fiona asks when we pause on a bench, Zeke sniffing the headland nearby. Still a bit stiff." I unscrew the flask and pour myself a cup, before handing it to her. It's always better after a little exercise, though. "Swimming tomorrow?" I make a face and she laughs. "Don't you know it's good for the joints? I'm not arthritic yet, thank you very much." I reach up to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear, thinking, as I often do, of my other lucky escape. The lump in my breast was benign, the fear shrinking as the doctor spoke, James's hands squeezing mine, as tears of relief filled my eyes. I am lucky. I am lucky to be alive, and I am lucky to have found my way again. We sit in contented silence, Fiona and I, smiling hello at the other walkers as they pass by on the path. It is so beautiful here, so full of nature. Bees buzz atop the spring squill, birds circle overhead, and the sea washes lazily against the shore below. I come here every day, rain or shine, Zeke trotting along in front. Sometimes we stop for a coffee or an ice cream at the beach cafe. Sometimes we go further,
exploring the ruins of the tin mines or wandering into the village of St Agnes for a cream tea. And sometimes, more often than not these days, Fiona comes with us. It was a surprise when she turned up at the hospital with Skye and Lexi, leaving Toby to apologise to the rest of the mourners and explain to the pub staff. I remember their shocked faces when I was dragged back into the pub, soaking wet and groaning in pain, to wait for the ambulance to arrive. Lexi left a blood trail on the floor from where the rocks sliced her hip, and Skye was shivering uncontrollably. The pain in her eyes was enough to make me reach out to her, to take her hand in mine and squeeze it as the three women stood by my bedside, united for the first time. I saw the darkness in her that night, the shadow of her father, reaching out from beyond the grave. I saw then how hard she had fought it, all throughout the years she'd spent away, trying to outrun his legacy. But life leaves its marks on us, and we cannot run from it. We can only embrace it and strive to do better. That is what Fiona is doing now. She is atoning for her sins, for the secrets she kept, the pain she caused. And I am attempting to do the same. All else aside, I had known Richard was married when we started seeing one another, and despite the intensity of my love for him, I should have known better than to become the mistress. Fiona might have forgiven me, but I have a way to go before I can fully forgive myself. At least now I am no longer known by my link to Richard. I am no longer the mistress. I am Eleanor once again, and I am embracing her with a renewed ferocity. We set off again, tucking the now empty flask back into my rucksack and following Zeke down the coastal path. On the beach, 3 children are climbing the rocks, their father watching them from beneath, calling out for them to be careful. A small group of ramblers trudge past, walking sticks held aloft as they head for the cafe on the beach. Fiona finds a stick and throws it for Zeke, laughing as he splashes into the waves to fetch it. I watch, smiling as a wave crashes into them both, soaking Fiona up to the knee. I close my eyes and breathe in, tasting the salt on my lips before tipping my head back and staring up into the sky. All is right with the world. I am finally at peace. I am finally enough. Chapter 52. Lexi. Come on, Mummy! Leo gestures impatiently as I gather up our bags. I laugh. All right, bossy, I'm coming! Train! He exclaims as we board. An older woman smiles indulgently at him, and I return it, the usual pride flowing through me. Leo is 5 now, and he is still gentle and kind and loving, and has absolutely zero tolerance for dithering. He walks a few steps ahead while I stow our bags in the baggage area, searching for our seats. 46 and 47, I remind him, hefting my handbag onto my shoulder and following. He finds them and jumps up and down, pointing. Well done! Let's sit down then. These people want to get past. I settle Leo beside me, reaching into my bag and pulling out his book. He's a voracious reader, devouring every book he can get his hands on. I once caught him with a battered copy of Comes the Blind Fury by John Saul, and had to explain that it was slightly too old for him. I've tucked it away in my suitcase, for when he's older. I'm taking it with us, for I have no intention of ever coming back to England. Our story here is finished. 10 minutes later and we're moving, Leo watching with awe as the train leaves the station. I kiss the top of his head, breathing in his scent. We are going the long way to France. Instead of catching the ferry from Plymouth, We are leaving on the Eurostar from London. After the funeral, we discovered that Richard had left his entire business to me. For Leo, he'd written, and Felix had left the room, trembling with fury. I'd signed it over to Fiona without hesitation, ensuring that Leo would inherit a share from her when the time comes. She, of course, handed over the running of the business to Felix, who was enjoying his time at the helm. For now. It was a relief when he told me he never wanted to see me again. Shortly after the funeral, Leo and I packed our things and left that house for good. Fiona had softened since everything, her sharp edges rounded by the events of that day, and she waved us off with tears in her eyes. "Please visit," she whispered, as she hugged me goodbye. "Please stay in touch." And I promised that we would. We will. I'd decided to find my brother and his family, but we stayed in Cornwall for a while, helping Eleanor move into her new home. Leo happily kept her rescue dog Zeke occupied, while we tore down wallpaper and laid new flooring. Eleanor was still a little unsteady on her injured ankle, though too proud to say anything, and I was glad when James turned up with bags of shopping and started making batches of bolognese, curry and chicken soup, freezing them for later. Soon he began to stay longer, spending the spring evenings with us in the front garden, a gin and tonic in his hand as we watched the sun descend towards the sea in the distance. He is a kind man, with a lot of love to give, and I was happy to leave Eleanor in his capable hands. We caught up with Patrick outside Bristol. Leo was in his element, spending the hot summer days running around with the other children. He was smitten with Patrick's children, twin girls and a baby boy, and I was glad to see my brother so happy. I spent time with his wife, a Romany woman called Kezia, helping her with the children and baking bread in the early morning. A strong, formidable woman, with tight black curls and a quiet but commanding voice. Kezia reminded me of my grandmother, who died when I was 3, but of whom I have fond memories. Patrick and I would tap on her caravan door, one long knock, followed by 3 short ones, and she would call out for us to enter. Inside, there would always be warm biscuits and freshly brewed tea, and we would sit beneath her blankets while she told us stories. During those months, I remembered how hard that life is, and how rewarding, and I wondered if Leo and I should stay. But when winter came, the snow cold and bitter, I knew it was time to leave. From there, we took a detour to Birmingham, where my father is serving the rest of his life sentence for the murder of my mother. For the first time in years, I sat across from him and watched him weep. "I'm so sorry, Lex," he whispered, wiping his nose on his sleeve. "I wish I could explain it to you. I wish I could tell you how sorry I am." "There's no need," I said, my back straight, my chin lifted. "There is nothing you could ever say that would make me forgive you for what you did." He nodded, slowly at first, his eyes on the table before him. "Why have you come, then? Why now? After all this time?" I glanced over at Leo, playing quietly with another little boy in the corner. "So you could meet your grandson," I said, turning back to my father, "and to say goodbye. I will never forgive him for his brutality, for taking my mother away and setting me on a path that I never would have chosen for myself. But if all of that hadn't happened, I would never have had Leo. And so that is what I cling to. My light in the darkness." The train leaves the tunnel and Leo's eyes widen. He squeals when we plunge back into darkness, and I tell him that we are travelling underwater. "And then," I say, putting an arm around him and holding him close, "France." And his aunt. Aunts, I suppose, if Fleur wants the title.
Leo will gladly give it to her. He is the most loving of children, opening his arms to anyone who needs it. And sometimes when I look at him, I can easily picture the man he will become. A man I would be proud to call my son. Chapter 53. Sky. The sun shines high in the cloudless sky, the breeze just enough to take the edge off the heat. It is moving towards the end of the summer, and Fleur's hand is warm in mine as we walk through the village, smiling at our neighbours and enjoying the peace. Lexi has been with us for a month now, trading her life in Cornwall for the cottage across the road from our house in Brittany. It took a while for probate to go through, and having left the day after the week, we weren't around for the reading of the will. But I knew what it would say. Along with the letter my father left for me was a copy of his will. He left the business to Lexi, the house to Fiona, and sizable assets to me, Felix and Toby. He was a rich man, and in death he gave more generously than he ever had in life. Toby took his inheritance and has been travelling around Australia, living the backpacker's dream. He found himself caught up in the bushfires last year and stayed to help. His Instagram feed is full of pictures of the koalas he saved and the people he's met along the way. Tomorrow, we're moving into a house we've bought, Lexi and I, with the money left to us. Leo, now 5 and more energetic than ever, is about to start school in the village, and Lexi has been making soaps and candles to sell locally and online. There's a garden office just big enough for her, with a backdrop of trees and flowers and birds calling out to one another. I gave up my job at the magazine and finally unearthed the paintbrushes I'd bought with me to France, but had kept hidden in a box, untouched. The reception room at the front of the house will be perfect as a studio, with the soft morning light filtering through the large bay window. Fleur smiles as I place a cup of tea on the table beside her. She sits on the floor, sorting through her CD collection, stacks of them locking her in. She's one of those who prefers a physical copy of everything. Books, music, films. But she's having a clear out before the move. I drift into the bedroom, where all but the bed and the necessities for tomorrow have been packed up. Boxes line the walls, and I lift one down, opening it to find a photo album from my childhood. The photo album full of Safi. I refuse to shut her away any longer. I find the photo I'm looking for and slide it out of the album. I'm going to paint it. This scene of me and my sister running into the sea. Arms above our heads, hair flying behind us. This is how I want to remember my sister. This is how she deserves to be remembered. The sky in the photo is a bright cobalt, the sea tinged green and gold from the sun, reminding me of Lexi's eyes. Leo's too. How alike they are, I muse. How alike we all are underneath it all. I turn to the next box, smiling at Fleur's words scribbled on the side. Wedding stuff. Important. Next spring, Fleur and I will tie the knot in the beautiful garden of our new home. We're hiring a bandstand and have chosen our dresses. Cream lace for me, sea green for her. I picture Lexi in her own dress. Lilac, her choice. And Leo in his matching shirt. Toby and his friend Liza, a woman he met in Sydney, will all be staying in the annex, making the most of a free bed for a while. Fiona and Eleanor are coming too, and James has agreed to officiate. Felix, though invited, has declined to join us. Since discovering that Leo is not his son, he cut contact with all of us except for his mother. None of us mind very much. Eleanor forgave me almost immediately, after we carried her up to the pub and tried to keep her warm until the paramedics arrived. She was freezing. The sea had got into her bones, and her lips were turning blue. But her eyes were full of warmth, her hand reaching out to mine as I stood by her bedside in the hospital, shame coursing through me. Fiona forgave me too, and I her. It was Fleur who talked some sense into me in the end. I suppose that's why I never told her about what I discovered from Toby, or my plan to confront Fiona. She would have talked me out of it. "Chérie," she said, cupping my face in her hands. She had seen us coming across the beach, opened up the doors to let us through. Tears slid down her cheeks, and she hugged me tight, stroking my hair. "You are poisoning yourself with your sister's memory. All this hatred. Only you can set her free." And I did. Through shaking off the fingers of my father's ghost, I set my sister free. And myself. I held out a hand to Fiona, helped her stand from the bottom step where she had been waiting, unsure of her role, unsure of her place in the aftermath. She held Leo in her arms, our eyes meeting above his head, and she nodded once, taking my hand. And so we began to heal. For Leo. For all of us. After his first 3 years living beneath the shadow of Richard, Leo will be brought up in a house of women. He will be free to do whatever he chooses, to dance, to play football, to laugh, to just be a child. Despite our child-free life, we love him. Though Fleur is a little more rigorous with the cleaning these days, forever rubbing away sticky fingerprints. Leo is special, and his mother has become like a sister to us. We are a family, in an odd sort of way, and it's everything I ever dreamed of. Besides, I know her secret. I saw her that night in November. Overheard the argument she had with my father in the darkness of the pub garden. I watched them drive off, followed them to the place where it all ended. From my place in the trees, I saw Lexi flee the car, believing my father to be dead. But he wasn't. Not then, anyway. Epilogue. A row of urns sit gathering dust in a lightless room. Funerals and cremations mark the passage of time, slowly turning from weeks to months to years. Mourners pass through, the rooms filled with kind words and stories of the deceased. And still they sit, waiting for someone to remember them. "We really must do something about them," the funeral director says. "All these people, just waiting to be collected." "Maybe there's nobody to collect them," remarks the receptionist without looking up from her keyboard. The funeral director frowns, turning towards his office and promptly forgetting about the dark, dusty room. For a while, at least. James stands outside the crematorium, his eyes surprisingly dry. He has shed his tears already, has mourned his mother in the quiet of their front room, after watching her become someone he barely recognised. He has no more left to give, but he has surprised himself by wanting to read a eulogy today. Memories of his last funeral, that of Richard Asquith, remind him that he is the best person to give his mother a proper send-off. And so he does, once more standing at the front of the room, addressing the small group of friends she had left. He tells them about the kind of woman she was, how she embodied the British spirit of stoicism. She hated the term keep calm and carry on, but it was what she was good at. Keeping everyone calm, organising life around them, helping them to carry on when they didn't think they could. It was his mother who pulled him from the depths of grief after Tom died, and it was his mother who has kept him going these past years. What will he do without her? He often wonders this, has found it difficult to shake the habit of getting 2 mugs out of the cupboard in the morning in the weeks since her death. She held on for so long, much longer than any of the doctors expected, and he is not used to being alone.
After, James places a yellow rose on top of his mother's coffin, and with a nod from the celebrant, pushes the button to send her off. He stands at the door, shaking the hands of the mourners as if he were the celebrant again, and he smiles to himself. In a way, he feels lighter, as if today was the final hurdle, and he has overcome it. He is glad that his mother is no longer suffering, that he doesn't have to see the pain and humiliation in her eyes when he washed or fed her. He did it gladly, with love and patience, but it was not what she wanted for her son. She always wanted the best for him, a full, happy life, and he has let her down by living a life of grief. But no more. Today marks the beginning of his third chance at life, a chance to start again. James? A voice from behind him, a hand stretched out to shake his. I thought it was you. My sincere condolences for your loss. Thanks, Derek, James says, shaking the funeral director's hand. It was time. Derek smiles sadly and turns to go before pausing. Actually, I've been meaning to talk to you about something. This probably isn't the time. James smiles. Go on. Derek moves to one side, creating a confidential air. Well, you know the last funeral you did, Mr. Asquith? James nods. His ashes, they're still here. James is surprised. Still here? After all this time? Derek nods. It's been more than 2 years, and nobody has come to collect them. Have you called Fiona? Yes, several times, in fact. But she never picks up. Derek rubs his chin. I'm at a loss, really. There are so many urns in there, gathering dust. So many people left behind. I don't quite know what to do. James considers this for a moment, his surprise increasing when he looks up through the glass doors and sees Eleanor outside, standing a respectful distance away from the mourners. Is she here for him? He deliberately kept the date of the funeral quiet, not wanting a fuss, so he is surprised to see her waiting for him. Then he notices Fiona standing beside her, and it clicks. The two women have grown surprisingly close over the past couple of years. Once their animosity over Richard was gone, they realised that they had quite a lot in common. To begin with, James was content with watching their friendship blossom from afar, his amusement turning to contentment when they invited him to join them for lunch or trips to the cinema. He hadn't always gone, of course, not while he was looking after his mum. But in the future... James? Derek's voice snaps his attention back. He takes in Derek's frown, the way his head is tilted slightly to the left, as if appraising him. James smiles, placing a hand on the other man's shoulder. Just leave him there, Derek. Clearly, nobody misses him at all. This recording of The Wake, an absolutely gripping psychological suspense, was presented by Dreamscape Media LLC, narrated by Rosie Ackerman and produced by Eric Black. Text copyright 2021 by Vikki Patis. Sound recording copyright 2021, Dreamscape Media LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.